elements. Not all Vatican. As for Leo Shidlock, Amberus concludes Menego's Freemasonry and Cathar thought for all those who knew Henri Lobanel, who was a great voyager and a great seeker. A loyal and good man, he remains in our hearts as the symbol of a maître parfait, whom one respects and venerates. 5. This letter from Lionel Burris would seem distinctly cranky. Certainly is extremely curious. More curious still, however, is the alleged attack on Shidlock in a Roman Catholic bulletin, from which Burris quotes liberally. The bulletin, according to Burris, accuses Shidlock of being pro-Soviet and a notorious Freemason actively preparing the way for a popular monarchy in France. 6. It is a singular and seemingly contradictory accusation, for one does not usually combine Soviet sympathies with an attempt to establish a monarchy. And yet the bulletin, as Burris claims to quote it, makes charges that are even more extravagant. The Merovingian descendants have always been denied all heresies from Marianism, through the Cathars and the Templars to Freemasonry. At the beginning of the Protestant Reformation, Cardinal Mazarin, in July 1659, had their chateau of Barbary dating from the 12th century destroyed. For the house and family in question, all through the centuries, had spawned nothing but secret agitators against the church. 7. Burris does not specifically identify the Roman Catholic bulletin in which this quotation supposedly appeared, so we could not verify its authenticity. If it is authentic, however, it would be of considerable significance. It would constitute independent testimony from Roman Catholic sources of the raising of Chateau Barbary in Nevers. It would also seem to suggest at least a partial raison d'etre for the Prieur de Sion. We had already come to see Sion, and the families associated with it, as maneuvering for power on their own behalf, and in the process repeatedly clashing with the church. According to the above quotation, however, opposition to the church would not seem to have been a matter of chance, circumstances, or even politics. On the contrary, it would seem to have been a matter of ongoing policy. This confronted us with another contradiction. For the statutes of the Prieur de Sion had issued, at least ostensibly, from a staunchly Catholic institution. Not long after the publication of this letter, Lionel Burris was killed in a car accident, which claimed 6 other victims as well. Shortly before his death, however, his letter elicited a response even more curious and provocative than that which he himself had written. This response was published as a privately printed pamphlet under the name of Ezru. 8. In certain respects, Ezru's text would appear to echo the original attack on Shidlock, which prompted Burris's letter. It also chastises Burris for being young, overzealous, irresponsible, and prone to talk too much. But while seeming to condemn Burris's position, not only does Ezru's pamphlet confirm his facts, but it actually elaborates on them. Leo Shidlock, Ezru affirms, was a dignitary of the Swiss Grande Loge Alpina. The Masonic Lodge's imprint appeared on certain of the Prieur documents. According to Ezru, Shidlock did not conceal his sentiments of friendship for the Eastern Bloc. 9. As for Burris's statements about the church, Ezru continues. One cannot say that the church is ignorant of the line of the races, but it must be remembered that all its descendants since Dagobert have been secret agitators against both the royal line of France and against the church, and that they have been the source of all heresies. The return of a Merovingian descendant to power would entail for France the proclamation of a popular monarchy allied to the USSR and the triumph of Freemasonry, the disappearance of religious freedom. And if all of this sounds rather extraordinary, the concluding statements of Ezru's pamphlet are even more so. As for the question of Merovingian propaganda in France, everyone knows that the publicity event Tar Petrol, with a Merovingian king holding a lily in his circle, is a popular appeal in favor of the return of the Merovingians to power. And one cannot but wonder what Lobanel was preparing at the time of his decease in Vienna, on the eve of profound changes in Germany. Is it not also true that Lobanel prepared in Austria a future reciprocal accord with France? was not the basis of the Franco-Russian Accord. 11 Not surprisingly, we were utterly bewildered, wondering what the devil Esther was talking about. If anything, he appeared to have outdone it. For us, it made sense. Like the Bulletin Empress had attached Esther links to get political objectives as apparently diverse and discordant to Soviet hegemony and popular monarchy. He goes further than Empress by declaring that everyone knows the emblem of a petrol company to be a subtle form of propaganda for an unknown and apparently ludicrous cause. He hints at sweeping changes in France, Germany, and Austria as if these changes were already on the cards, if not indeed fait accompli. And he speaks of a mysterious Franco-Russian accord as if this accord were a matter of public knowledge. On first reading Esru's pamphlet appeared to make no sense whatever. A closer scrutiny convinced us that it was in fact another ingenious career document deliberately calculated to mystify, to confuse, to tease, to sow hints of something portentous and monumental. In any case, it offered, in its wildly eccentric way, an intimation of the magnitude of the issues involved. If Esru was correct, the subject of our inquiry was not confined to the activities of some illicit but innocuous Latter-day Saint reporter. If Esru was correct, the subject of our inquiry pertained in some way to the upper echelons of high-level international politics. The Catholic traditionalists in 1977 and new and particularly significant career document appeared a 6-page pamphlet entitled Lassar written by one G. Galad. In the course of his text, the writer addresses himself explicitly to the Career Asylum. And although he refreshes much older material, he also furnishes certain new details about the order. In March 1177, Juan was compelled at St. Leonard the Acres to negotiate and prepare the constitution of the Order of the Temple under the directives of the Career Asylum. In 1118, the Order of the Temple was then established by Hugh de Caen. From 1118 to 1188, the Career de Sion and the Order of the Temple shared the same Grand Masters. Since the separation of the two institutions in 1188, the Career de Sion had counted 27 Grand Masters to the present day. The most recent were Charles 38 from 1801 to 1644, Victor Hugo from 1844 to 1885, Claude Debussy from 1885 to 1918, Jean Chapelle from 1918 to 1963, and from 1963 until the advent of the New Order, the Abbé Duke of Bourget. For what is the Career de Sion preparing? I do not know, but it represents a power capable of confronting the Vatican in the days to come. Monsignor Lefebvre is the most active and redoubtable member, capable of saying, "You make me, open eyes, make me think." Well, there are two important new fragments of information in this extract. One is the alleged affiliation with the Career de Sion of Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre. Monsignor Lefebvre, of course, represents the extreme conservative wing of the Roman Catholic Church. He was vociferously outspoken against Pope Paul VI, flagrantly and flamboyantly defiant. In 1976 and 1977, in fact, he was explicitly threatened with excommunication, and his brazen indifference to this threat nearly precipitated a full-scale ecclesiastical schism. But how could you reconcile a militant, hardline Catholic like Monsignor Lefebvre with a movement and an order that was hermetic, if not downright heretical, in orientation? There seemed to be no explanation for this contradiction, unless Monsignor Lefebvre was a modern-day representative of the 19th century Freemasonry associated with the Hearing du Valdor, the Christian, or as democratic and hermetic Freemasonry, which presumed to regard itself as more Catholic than the Pope.
I've seen that.
The second major point in the extract quoted above is, of course, the identification of the Career de Sion's Grand Master at that time as Abbé Duke of Bourget. Francois Duke of Bourget was born in 1897 and trained for the priesthood at, predictably enough, the seminary of St. Sulpice. He is thus likely to have known many of the modernists there at the time, and quite possibly Emile Hawking. Subsequently, he was eventually chaplain of the Sovereign Order of Malta, where his activities during the Second World War did keep the resistance medal and destroyed the Today, he is recognized recognized as a distinguished man in letters, a member of the Academy of Frances, a biographer of important French Catholic writers like Paul Claudel and Francois Mauriac, and a highly esteemed poet in his own right. Like Monsignor Rabbi, Vico Morgan assumed the stance of militant opposition to Pope Paul VI. Like Monsignor Rabbi is an adherent of the Tridentine Mass. Like Monsignor Rabbi, he has proclaimed himself a traditionalist, adamantly opposed to ecclesiastical reform or any attempt to modernize Roman Catholicism. On May 22, 1976, he was forbidden to administer confession or absolution, and like Monsignor Rabbi, he boldly defied the interdict imposed on him by his superiors. On February 27, 1977, he led 1,000 Catholic traditionalists in their occupation of the Church of St. Nicholas du Chardonnay in Paris. If Marcel Lefebvre and Francois Ducos-Bourget appeared to be right-wing theological, they would seem to be equally so politically. For the Second World War, Monsignor Lefebvre was associated with Action Francaise, the extreme right of French politics at the time, which shared certain attitudes in common with National Socialism in Germany. More recently, the rebel archbishop attracted considerable notoriety by warmly endorsing the military regime in Argentina. When questioned on this position, he replied that he had made a mistake. He had not meant Argentina, he said, but Chile. Francois Ducos-Bourget would not appear to be quite so extreme, and his medals, at any rate, attest to patriotic anti-German activity during the war. Nevertheless, he has expressed a high regard for Mussolini and the hope that France would recover its sense of values under the guidance of a new Napoleon. 13-hour first suspicion was that Marcel Lefebvre and Francois Ducos-Bourget were not, in fact, affiliated with the Prieur de Sion at all. But that someone had deliberately attempted to embarrass them by aligning them with very forces they would sincerely most vigorously oppose. And yet, according to the statutes we had obtained from the French police, the subtitle of the Prieur de Sion was Chevalerie d'institutions et règles catholiques et indépendants et traditionalists. An institution with such a name might very well accommodate individuals like Marcel Lefebvre and Francois Ducos-Bourget. There seemed to us a second possible explanation, a far-fetched explanation admittedly, but one that would at least account for the contradiction confronting us. Perhaps Marcel Lefebvre and Francois Ducos-Bourget were not what they appeared to be. Perhaps they were something else. Perhaps, in actuality, they were agents provocateurs whose objective was systematically to create turmoil, so to foment an incipient schism to threaten Pope Paul's pontificate. Such tactics would be in keeping with the secret societies described by Charles Nodier, as well as with the protocols of the Elders of Sion. And a number of recent commentators, journalists, as well as ecclesiastical authorities have declared Archbishop Lefebvre to be working for or manipulated by someone else. 14 far-fetched though our hypothesis might be, there was a coherent logic underlying it. If Pope Paul were regarded as the enemy and one wished to force him into a more liberal position, how would one go about it? Not by agitating from a liberal point of view. That would only have entrenched the Pope more firmly in his conservatism. But what if one publicly adopted a position even more rapidly conservative than Paul's? Would this not, despite his wishes to the contrary, force him into an increasingly liberal position? And that certainly is what Archbishop Lefebvre and his colleagues accomplished, the unprecedented feat of casting the Pope as a liberal. Whether our conclusions were valid or not, it seemed clear that Archbishop Lefebvre, like so many other individuals in our investigations, was privy to some momentous and explosive secret. In 1976, for example, his excommunication seemed imminent. The press, indeed, was expecting it any day, but Pope Paul, confronted by brazen and repeated defiance, seemed to have no alternative. And yet, at the very last minute, the Pope backed down. It is still unclear precisely why he did so, but the following excerpt from The Guardian, dated August 30th, 1976, suggests a clue. The Archbishop's team of priests in England believe that their leader still has a powerful ecclesiastical weapon to use in his dispute with the Vatican. No one will give any hint of its nature, but Father Peter Morgan, the group's leader, describes it as being something earth-shaking. 15. What kind of earth-shaking matter or secret weapon could thus intimidate the Vatican? What kind of Damocles sword, invisible to the world at large, could have been held over the pontiff's head? Whatever it was, it certainly seems to have proved effective. It seems, in fact, to have rendered the Archbishop wholly immune to punitive action from Rome. As Jean Galad wrote, Marcel Lefebvre did indeed seem to represent a power capable of confronting the Vatican head-on if necessary. But to whom did he, or will he, allegedly say, "You make me Pope, and I will make you King"? The convent of 1981 and Cocteau statutes more recently, some of the issues surrounding Morgan seem to have been clarified. This clarification has resulted from a sudden glare of publicity which the Prieur de Sion, during late 1980 and early 1981, has received in France. This publicity has made it something of a household name. In August 1980, the popular magazine Bon Soirée, a kind of amalgam between the British Sunday supplement and the American TV Guide, published a two-part feature on the mystery of Rabbi and the Prieur de Sion. In this feature, both Marcel Lefebvre and François Ducos-Bourget are explicitly linked with Sion. Both are said to have paid a special visit fairly recently to one of Sion's sacred sites in the village of St. Columb in Nevers, where the planted domain of Chateau Barbery was situated before its destruction by Cardinal Mazarin in 1659. By this time, we ourselves had established both telephone and postal contact with the Abbé Ducos-Bourget. He proved courteous enough, but his answers to most of our questions were vague, if not evasive, and not surprisingly, he disavowed all affiliation with the Prieur de Sion. This disavowal was reiterated in a letter which, shortly thereafter, he addressed to Bon Soirée. On January 22, 1981, a short article appeared in the French press, 16 of which it is worth quoting the greater part. A veritable secret society of 121 dignitaries, the Prieur de Sion, founded by Godefroy de Bouillon in Jerusalem in 1099, has numbered among its grand masters Leonardo da Vinci, Victor Hugo, and Jean Cocteau. This order convened its convent at Troyes on the 17th of January 1981, the previous convent dating from the 5th of June 1956 in Paris. As a result of this recent convent at Troyes, Pierre Plantard de St. Clair was elected Grand Master of the Order by 83 out of 92 votes on the third ballot. This choice of Grand Master marks a decisive step in the evolution of the Order's conception and spirit in relation to the world. For the 121 dignitaries of the Prieur de Sion are all eminences, prizes of high finance and of international political or philosophical societies, and Pierre Plantard is the direct descendant, through Dagobert II, of the Merovingian kings. His descent has been proved legally by the parchments of Queen Blanche of Castile, discovered by the Abbé Saunière in his church at Rennes-le-Château in 1891. These documents were sold by the priest's niece in 1965, Captain Roland Stanmore and Sir Thomas Fraser, and were deposited in a safe deposit box of Lloyd's Bank Europe Limited of London. 17 shortly before this item appeared in the press, he had written to Philippe de Cherici, with whom he had already established contact, and whose name figured as frequently as Pierre Plantard as a spokesman for the Prieur de Sion. In reply to one of the questions he asked him, and the Cherici declared that François Ducos-Bourget had not been elected Grand Master by a proper quorum. Moreover, he added, the Abbé Ducos-Bourget had publicly repudiated his affiliation with the order. This latter assertion seemed unclear. It made more sense, however, in the context of something of the Cherici enclosed in his letter. Sometime before, he had obtained from the sub-prefect of St. Louis the statutes of the Prieur de Sion. A copy of these same statutes had been published in 1973 by a French magazine. 18, however, he had been told in Paris by John who found out that these statutes were fraudulent. In his letter to us at the Chelsea enclosed a copy of what was said to be the Prieur de Sion's three statutes, translated from the Latin. result in the message had been executed by an extremely skillful forger. The signature was authentic. He certainly could not distinguish it from other specimens of copyright signature. And on this basis, we are inclined to accept the statutes in which the signature is appended as genuine. 19. They are set out below. Article 1. There is formed between the undersigned to this present Constitution and those who shall subsequently join and fulfill the following conditions, an initiatory order of chivalry. These usages and customs rest upon the foundation made by Godfrey be called the pious Dr. Bouillon at Jerusalem in 1099 and recognized in 1100. Article 2. The order is called Sionis Prioritas or Prior de Sion. Article 3. Prior de Sion has as its objectives the perpetuation of the traditionalist order of chivalry, its initiatory teaching into the creation between members of mutual assistance. As much moral as material, in all circumstances. Article 4. The duration of the Prior de Sion is unlimited. Article 5. The Prior de Sion adopts as its representative office the domicile of the Secretary General named by the Convent. The Prior de Sion is not a secret society. All its decrees, as well as its records and appointments, are available to the public in Latin text. Article 6. The Prior de Sion comprises 121 members. Within these limits, it is open to all adult persons who recognize its aims and accept the obligations specified in this present Constitution. Members are admitted without regard to sex, race, or philosophical, religious, or political ideas. Article 7. Nevertheless, in the event that a member should designate in writing one of his descendants to succeed him, the convent shall accede to this request and may, if necessary in the case of minorities, undertake the education of the above designated. Article 8. A member must provide for his induction to the first grade a white robe with cord at his own expense. From the time of his admission to the first grade, the member holds the right to vote. On admission, the new member must swear to serve the order in all circumstances, as well as to work for peace and the respect of human life. Article 9. On his admission, the member must pay a token fee, the amount being discretionary. Each year, he must forward to the Secretariat General a voluntary contribution to the order of a sum to be decided by himself. Article 10. On admission, the member must provide a birth certificate and a specimen of his signature. Article 11. A member of the Prior de Sion against whom a sentence has been pronounced by a tribunal for a common law offense may be suspended from his duties and titles, as well as his membership. Article 12. The General Assembly of Members is designated the convent. No deliberation of convent shall be deemed valid if the number of members present is less than 81. The vote is secret and is cast by means of white and black balls. To be adopted, all motions must receive 81 white balls. All motions not receiving 61 white balls in a vote may not be resubmitted. Article 13. The convent of the Prior de Sion alone decides on a majority of 81 votes out of 121 members all changes to the Constitution and the internal regulation of ceremonial. Article 14. All admissions shall be decided by the Council of the 13 Rows of Rome. Titles and duties shall be conferred by the Grand Master of the Prior de Sion. Members are admitted to their office for life. Their titles referred by right one of their children chosen by themselves without consideration of sex. If a child thus designated, he may make an act of renunciation of his rights, but he cannot make this act in favor of a brother, sister, relative, or any other person. He may not be readmitted to the Prior de Sion. Article 15. Within 27 full days, 2 members shall be required to contact a future member to obtain his assent or his renunciation. In default of a deed of acceptance after a period of reflection of 81 full days, renunciation shall be legally recognized at the place considered vacant. Article 16. By virtue of hereditary right confirmed by the preceding articles, the duties and titles of the Grand Master of the Prior de Sion shall be transmitted to his successor according to the same prerogatives. In the case of a vacancy in the office of Grand Master, in the absence of a direct successor, the convent must proceed to an election within 81 days. Article 17. All decrees must be voted by convent and receive validation by the seal of the Grand Master. The Secretary General is named by convent with views renewable by tacit consent. The Secretary General must be educated and commanded to undertake his duties. Functions and duties are unknown. Article 18. The hierarchy of the Prior de Sion is composed of 5 grades. Article 19. There are 243 free brothers called prior since the year 1681, enfants de Saint Vincent, who participate neither in the vote nor in convents, but to whom the Prior de Sion accords certain rights and privileges in conformity with the decree of January 17, 1681. Article 20. The funds of the Prior de Sion are composed of gifts and fees of members. A reserve called the patrimony of the order is settled upon the council of the 13 Rose Croix. This treasure may only be used in case of absolute necessity and grave danger to the prior and its members. Article 21. The convent is convoked by the Secretary General when the council of the Rose Croix deems it useful. Article 22. Disavowal of membership in the Prior de Sion, manifested publicly and in writing, without cause or personal danger, shall incur exclusion of the member, which shall be pronounced by the convent. Text of the Constitution and XXII articles conforming to the original and to the modifications of the convent of June 5, 1956. Signature of the Grand Master Chief detailing certain details. These statutes are at odds both with the statutes we received from the French police and with the information relating to Sion in the prior documents. The latter shows a total membership of 1,093, the former of 9,841. According to the articles quoted above, Sion's total membership, including the 243 children of St. Vincent, is only 364. The prior documents, moreover, establish a hierarchy of 7 grades. In the statutes we received from the French police, this hierarchy has been expanded to 9. According to the articles quoted above, there are only 5 grades in the hierarchy, and the specific appellations of these grades differ from those in the 2 previous sources as well. These contradictions might well be evidence of some sort of schism or incipient schism within the Prior de Sion, dating from around 1956 when the prior documents first began to appear in the Bibliothèque Nationale. Indeed, the link to heresy alludes to just such a schism in a recent article. When it occurred between 1956 and 1958, he says, and threatened to assume the proportions of the rift between Sion and the Order of the Temple in 1188. The rift marked by the cutting of the L. According to him, the heresy, the schism was averted by the diplomatic skill of Anne who brought the potential defectors back into the fold. In any case, whatever the internal politics of the Prior de Sion, the order, as of the January 1981 convent, would seem to constitute unified here in the whole. If François Dufour-Morgan was the Prior de Sion's Grand Master, it would appear clear that he is not so at present. And the heresy declared that he had not been elected by the requisite quorum. This may mean that he was elected by the incipient schismatics. It is uncertain whether he was subject to a violation of Article 22 of the statute. We may assume that his affiliation with Sion, whatever it may have been in the past, no longer exists. This statute quoted might seem to clarify the status of François. Dufour-Morgan. It is clear, anyway, the principle of selection governing the Prior de Sion's Grand Masters. It is now comprehensible why there should have been Grand Masters in 5 or 8. It is also comprehensible why the Grand Mastership should move as it does in and out of a particular bloodline and network of interlinked genealogies. In principle, the title would seem to be hereditary, transmitted down the centuries through an intertwined cluster of families all claiming Merovingian descent. When there was no eligible claimant to Norman or when the designated Norman equality status offered him, the Grand Mastership presumably in accordance with the procedures outlined in the statutes, was conferred on a chosen outsider. It would be on this basis that individuals like Leonardo, Guido, and Paco found their way onto the list. prominently and recurrently in the various real documents was that of the Planter family. And among the numerous individuals associated with the mystery of Saint-Pierre and Rennes Chateau, the most authoritative seems to be Pierre Planter de St. Clair. 21. According to the genealogies in the real documents, M. Planter is a lineal descendant of King Jacob II in the Merovingian dynasty. According to the same genealogies, he is also a lineal descendant of the owners of Chateau Barbery, the property destroyed by Cardinal Mazarin in 1659. Throughout the course of the inquiry, he had repeatedly encountered and Planter's name. Indeed, so far as releasing information during the last 25 years or so is concerned, all trails seem to lead ultimately to him. In 1960, for example, he was interviewed by July Receipt and spoke of an international secret concealed at his house. 22. During the subsequent decade, he seems to have been a major source of information and received books on both business and Rennes Chateau. 23. According to recent disclosures, M. Planter's grandfather was a personal acquaintance of the Rennes son Eric. And M. Planter himself proved to own a number of tracts of land in the vicinity of Rennes Chateau and Rennes Bays, including the mountain of Blancheford. When we interviewed the town antiquarian in Stenay, in the Arons, we were told that the site of the old church of Saint Dagobert was also owned by M. Planter. And according to the statutes he obtained from the French police, M. Planter was listed as Secretary General of the Courrier de Sion. In 1973, a French magazine published what seems to have been the transcript of a telephone interview with M. Planter. Not surprisingly, he did not give very much away. As might be expected, his statements were whether superb and provocative, raising, in fact, more questions than they answered. Thus, for example, when speaking of the Merovingian bloodline and its royal claims, he declared, "You must explore the origins of certain great French families, and you will then comprehend how a personage named Henri de Montpezat could one day become king." 24. And when asked the objectives of the Courrier de Sion, M. Planter replied in a manner whose evasiveness was predictable, "I cannot tell you that. The society to which I am attached is extremely ancient. I merely succeed others, a point in a sequence. We are guardians of certain things, and without publicity." 25. The same French magazine also published a character sketch of M. Planter, written by his first wife, Anne-Louis Whistler, who died in 1971. In the magazine is to be believed, this sketch first appeared in Circus, a Courrier de Sion's own internal publication, for which M. Planter is said to have written regularly under the pseudonym of Chiron. Let us not forget that this psychologist was the friend of personages as Guy versus Comte Israel Monti, one of the brothers of the Holy Femme, Gabriel Ferriot d'Egmont. One of the 13 members of the Rose Croix, Paul Lecourt, the philosopher on Atlantis, the Abbé Pave of the Service of Documentation of the Vatican, Th. Moro, the director of the Conservatory at Bourges, etc. Let us remember that during the occupation, he was arrested, suffered torture by the Gestapo, and was interned as a political prisoner for long months. In his capacity of Doctor of Arcane Sciences, he learned to appreciate the value of secret information, which no doubt led to his receiving the title of honorary member in several Hermetic societies. All this has gone to form a singular personage, a mystic of peace, an apostle of liberty, an ascetic whose ideal is to serve the well-being of humanity. Is it astonishing, therefore, that he should become one of the eminences Brazes from whom the great of this world seek counsel? Invited in 1947 by the federal government of Switzerland, he resided for several years there, near Lake Leman, where numerous charters, missions, and delegates from the entire world are gathered. 26. Madame Whistler undoubtedly intended this to be a glowing portrait. What emerges, however, is the sense of an individual more singular than anything else. In some places, Madame Whistler's language becomes both deep and hyperbolic. Moreover, the diverse people listed as M. Planter's distinguished acquaintances are, to say the least, a fairly odd bunch. On the other hand, Planter's contact with the Gestapo would seem to point to some laudable activity during the occupation. And our own researches eventually yielded documentary evidence. As early as 1941, Pierre Plantard had begun editing the resistance journal Vainqueur, published in a suburb of Paris. He was imprisoned by the Gestapo for more than a year, from October 1943 until the end of 1944. 27 M. Plantard's friends and associates proved to include individuals rather better known than those listed by Madame Hitler. They included André Malraux and Charles de Gaulle. Indeed, M. Plantard's connections apparently extended well into the corridors of power. In 1958, for example, Algeria rose in revolt and General de Gaulle sought to be returned to the presidency of France. He seems to have turned specifically to M. Plantard for aid. M. Plantard, together with André Malraux and others, seems to have responded by mobilizing the so-called Committees of Public Safety, which played a critical role in returning de Gaulle to the Élysée Palace. In a letter dated July 29, 1958, de Gaulle personally thanked M. Plantard for his services. In a second letter, dated 5 days later, the general requested of M. Plantard that the committees, having attained their objective, be disbanded. By an official communique in the press and on the radio, M. Plantard dissolved the committees. 28, needless to say, he became increasingly anxious as our research progressed to make M. Plantard's acquaintance. There did not at first seem much like the point of our doing so, however.
What would they find in your pocket? No money, the black money?
Whereby we, as private individuals, could possibly locate him. Then, during the early spring of 1979, he embarked on another film about Red Chateau from BBC, who placed their resources at our disposal. It was under the auspices of the BBC that he at last managed to establish contact with our planet at the Prieur de Sion. Initial inquiry was taken by an English woman, a journalist living in Paris, who had worked on various projects for the BBC and had acquired an imposing network of connections throughout France. When she attempted to find the Prieur de Sion, at first pursuing her quest through Masonic lodges and the Parisian esoteric subculture, she encountered a predictable smoke screen of mystification and contradiction. One journalist warned her, for example, that anyone building Zion too closely sooner or later got killed. Another journalist told her that Zion had indeed existed during the Middle Ages, but no longer did today. An official of Grande Loge Alpina, on the other hand, reported that Zion did exist today but was a modern organization. It had never, he said, existed in the past. Threading your way through this welter of confusion, our researcher at last established contact with Jean-Luc Chaumel, who had interviewed M. Plantard for a magazine and written extensively on Saunière, Redlam, Chateau, and the Prieur de Sion. He was not himself a member of Sion, M. Chaumel said, but he could contact M. Plantard and possibly arrange a meeting with us. In the meantime, he provided our researcher with additional fragments of information. According to M. Chaumel, the Prieur de Sion was not, strictly speaking, a secret society. It merely wished to be discreet about its existence, its activities, and its membership. The entry in the Journal Officiel, M. Chaumel declared, was spurious placed there by certain defecting members of the order.
If we ever got
According
break
to
with the
M.
girls at the
Chaumel,
same
the
time,
statutes registered with the police were also spurious, issuing for the same defecting members.
great.
M. Chaumel confirmed our suspicions that Zion entertained ambitious political plans for the near future. Within a few years, he asserted, there would be a dramatic change in the French government. A change that would pave the way for a popular monarchy with a Merovingian ruler on the throne. And Zion, he asserted further, would be behind this change as it had been behind numerous other important changes for centuries. According to M. Chaumel, Zion was anti-materialistic and intent on presiding over a restoration of true values, it would appear, of a spiritual, perhaps esoteric character. These values, M. Chaumel explained, were ultimately pre-Christian, despite Zion's ostensibly Christian orientation, despite the Catholic emphasis in the statutes. Chamel also reiterated that Zion's grandmaster at that time was Francois Ducos-Bourget. When asked how the latter's Catholic traditionalism could be reconciled with pre-Christian values, Chamel replied quickly that you would have to ask the Abbé Ducos-Bourget himself. Chamel emphasized the antiquity of the Prière de Sion as well as the breadth of its membership. It included, he said, members from all spheres of life. Its objectives, he added, were not exclusively confined to restoring the Merovingian bloodline. And at this point, Chamel made a very curious statement to our researcher. Not all members of the Prière de Sion, he said, were Jewish. The implication of this apparent non sequitur is obvious that some members of the order, if not indeed many, were Jewish. And again, we were confronted with a baffling contradiction. Even if the statutes were spurious, how could we reconcile an order with Jewish membership and a Grand Master who embraced extreme Catholic traditionalism and whose close friends included Marcel Lefebvre, a man known for statements verging on anti-Semitism? Chamel made other perplexing statements as well. He spoke, for instance, of the Prince de Lorraine, who was descended from the Merovingian bloodline and whose sacred mission was therefore obvious. This assertion is all the more baffling in that there is no known Prince of Lorraine today, not even a titular one. Was Chamel implying that such a prince could actually exist, living perhaps incognito? Or did he mean prince in the broader sense of science? In that case, the present prince, as opposed to Prince of Lorraine, is Dr. Otto von Habsburg, who is titular Duke of Lorraine. On the whole, Chamel's answers were less answers than they were bases for further questions, and our researcher, in the short time of preparation allowed her, did not know precisely which questions to ask. She made considerable headway, however, by stressing the BBC's interest in the matter for the BBC on the continent. Enjoys considerably more prestige than it does in Britain and is still a name to be conjured with. In consequence, the prospect of BBC involvement was not to be taken lightly. Propaganda is too strong a word, but a BBC film which emphasized and authenticated certain facts would certainly have been attractive. A powerful means of gaining credence and creating a psychological climate or atmosphere, especially in the English-speaking world. If the Merovingians and the Prière de Sion became accepted as historical givens or generally acknowledged facts, like, say, the Battle of Hastings or the murder of Thomas of Becket, this would patently have been to Sion's advantage. It was undoubtedly such considerations that prompted Chamel to telephone Planter. Eventually, in March 1979, with our BBC producer Roy Davies and his researcher functioning as liaison, a meeting was arranged between Planter and ourselves. When it occurred, it had something of the character of a meeting between mafia godfathers. It was held on neutral ground in Paris and rented by the BBC for the occasion, and all parties were accompanied by an entourage. Planter proved to be a dignified, courteous man of discreetly aristocratic bearing, unostentatious in appearance, with a gracious, volatile, but soft-spoken manner. He displayed enormous erudition and impressive nimbleness that might a gift for dry, witty, mischievous, but not in any way barbed repartee. There was frequently a gently amused, indulgent twinkle in his eyes, and almost muscular quality. For all his modest, unassertive manner, he exercised an imposing authority over his companions. And there was a marked quality of asceticism and austerity about him. He did not flaunt any wealth. His apparel was conservative, tasteful, insouciantly informal, but neither ostentatiously elegant nor manifestly expensive. As far as we could gather, he did not even drive a car. At our first and two subsequent meetings with him and Planter made, it cleared us that he would say nothing whatever about the Prière de Sion's activities or objective at the present time. On the other hand, he offered to answer any questions we might have about the order's past history. And although he refused to discuss the future in many public statements on film, for example, he did vouchsafe us a few hints in conversation. He declared, for example, that the Prière de Sion did in fact hold the lost treasure of the Temple of Jerusalem, the booty plundered by Titus's Roman legions in AD 70. These items, he stated, would be returned to Israel when the time is right. But whatever the historical, archaeological, or even political significance of this treasure, implanted dismissed it as incidental. The true treasure, he insisted, was spiritual. And he implied that this spiritual treasure consisted, at least in part, of a secret. In some unspecified way, the secret in question would facilitate a major social change. M. Flanders echoed M. Chalmelin, stating that, in the near future, there would be a dramatic upheaval in France, not a revolution, but a radical change in French institutions which would pave the way for the reinstatement of a monarchy. This assertion was not made with any prophetic histrionics. On the contrary, Implanter simply assured us of it very quietly, very matter-of-factly, and very definitively. In Implanter's discourse there were certain curious inconsistencies. At times, for instance, he seemed to be speaking on behalf of the Prieur de Sion. He would say, he and thereby indicate the order. At other times, he would seem to dissociate himself from the order, but speak of himself alone, as a Merovingian claimant, a rightful king, and Sion as his allies or supporters. We seem to be hearing two quite distinct voices which were not always compatible. One was the voice of Sion's Secretary General. The other was the voice of an incognito king who rules but does not govern, and who regarded Sion as one might a sort of privy council. This dichotomy between the two voices was never satisfactorily resolved, and Implanter could not be prevailed upon to clarify it. After 3 meetings, Implanter and his associates were not significantly wiser than we had been before. Apart from the committees of public safety and the letters from Charles Gull, we received no indication of Sion's political influence or power, or that the men we had met were in any position to transform the government and institutions of France. And we received no indication of why the Merovingian bloodline should be taken any more seriously than the various attempts to restore any other royal dynasty. There are several Stuart claimants to the British throne, for example, and their claims, at least so far as modern historians are concerned, rest on a more solid basis than that of the Merovingians. For that matter, there are numerous other claimants to vacant crowns and thrones throughout Europe, and there are surviving members of the Bourbon, Habsburg, Hohenzollern, and Romanov dynasties. Why should they be accorded any less credibility than the Merovingians? In terms of absolute legitimacy, and from a purely technical point of view, the Merovingian claim might indeed take precedence. But the matter would still appear to be academic in the modern world, as academics say, as a contemporary Irishman proving descent from the High Kings era. Again, we consider dismissing the Prieur de Sion as a minor, lunatic fringe sect, if not an outright hoax. And yet all our own research had indicated that the order, in the past, had had real power and been involved in matters of high-level international import. Even today, there was clearly more to it than met the eye. There was nothing mercenary about it, for example, or exploitative in any way. Had Implanter so desired, he could have turned the Prieur de Sion into an extremely lucrative affair like many other fashionable New Age cults, sects, and institutions. Yet most of the seminal Prieur documents remained confined to private printings. And Sion itself did not solicit recruits, not even in the way that a Masonic lodge might. Its membership, as far as we can determine, remained rigorously fixed at a precise number, and new members were admitted only as vacancies occurred. Such exclusiveness attested, among other things, to an extraordinary self-confidence, a certainty that it simply did not need to enroll swarms of novices for financial gain or any other reason. In other words, it already had something going for it, something that seems to have enlisted the allegiance of men like Nauru and Gaul. But if we seriously believe that men like Nauru and Gaul were intent on restoring the Merovingian bloodline, the modern-day Prieur de Sion first became public in 1956 when it was listed in the French journal Officiel. We subsequently discovered that 1955 and 1956 were apparently significant years in the story we were investigating. In the Messianic legacy, we attempted to trace the circumstances in which the genealogical documents documents allegedly found by Sanier were secretly spirited to Israel. We obtained officially notarized papers dating from 1956, asserting that the documents in question had been entrusted by Sanier's niece to three City of London businessmen, who had then deposited them in a London bank. Both of these documents were accepted as valid by the authorities we consulted, but we proved that in one of them, at least, material concerning the genealogical documents had been fraudulently added at a later date. But to what purpose, and how had the forger obtained the original documents to tamper with? The most recent document was stamped and dated the 25th of August, 1956 by the French consulate in London. The French consulate confirmed to us personally that the stamp date and signature were authentic. We were left with the question of whether the year 1956 was in some way important or relevant. Could all the subterfuge and intrigue involved in smuggling the documents to England have occurred at any time, and had 1956 been purely random, purely haphazard? Or was there a specific context, a specific constellation of events in 1956 that made the matter particularly consequential at that precise time? What we pondered had happened in 1956 that might have some bearing on the affair we were researching. The only things of any apparent pertinence were France's general instability just then and her intensifying troubles in Algeria. On the 6th of September 1987, the Sunday Times provided a possible and provocative answer to our question. A banner headline on that day announced that France tried to join the Commonwealth. There followed an account derived from government papers only recently released, which had been investigated by historian Dr. John Zemetka. In 1940, in the period immediately preceding and following the fall of France, there had apparently been some tentative high-level discussion about amalgamating France and Britain, with the British Crown exercising sovereignty over both countries. At the time, the idea had been discarded. In 1956, however, it was resurrected. On the 11th of September 1956, the French Prime Minister, Nofilter, suggested Mitterrand that France and Britain form a political union. France, Malik reportedly said, would be prepared to accept the sovereignty of Elizabeth II or the British Crown. Even established a cabinet committee to study the matter. This committee first met on the 24th of September 1956 upon advice from the Treasury and the Foreign Office quickly rejected the French suggestion. The French Prime Minister then proposed an alternative that France at least be allowed to join the Commonwealth, still recognized as official head of state. Eden was said to be sympathetic to this proposal, but those opposed to it on the committee we had established thwarted it in time-honored fashion by setting up the subcommittee to study it further. The subcommittee was instituted on the 2nd of October 1956. 34 days later, before any conclusions could be formulated, British and French forces invaded Suez. In the International Bureau Agency, all suggestions of Anglo-French amalgamation vanished, never to be heard of again. The mere fact that such proposals were being discussed, however, imparts a new significance to Sanier's genealogies being brought to England in 1956. If there were indeed high-level discussions about amalgamating Britain and France, or about France joining them, Commonwealth genealogies would have been important documents. Indeed, these were withheld as various vested interests found in stating. In anything pertaining to the question of French sovereignty, documents concerning the rarity of bloodline, its origins, its survival, and its status as the oldest and most legitimate in Europe, could hardly have been ignored. It is not too far-fetched to suggest that the very existence of such documents is sufficient to be written in any form of union with France. The politics that appeared in Plan in 1973, a book was published entitled Justice and Ambition Politique, again referring to the political ambitions. This book, written by a Swiss journalist named Matthew Kelly, recounts the author's exhaustive attempts to investigate the period of silence. Like us, and Kelly eventually established contact with a representative of the order, who was not identified by name. With Kelly, the contact the prestige of the BBC around him, and the representative who met with, we conveyed by his name. distinction of lesser status than unplanted. Nor was this representative as negative as unplanted was with us. At the same time, uncommon, based on the continent enjoying a greater mobility than we do, was able to pursue certain leads and undertake on-the-spot research in a way that we could not. As a result, his book was extremely valuable and contains much new information, so much in fact that it appeared to warrant a sequel. And we wondered why Pauly had not written one. When we inquired about him, we were told that in 1977 or 1978 he had been shot as a spy by the Israeli government for attempting to sell certain secrets to the Arabs. 29 and Pauly's approach, as he describes it in his book, was in many respects similar to our own. He too contacted the daughter of Shidlock in London, and he too was told by Miss Shidlock that her father, to her knowledge, had no connection whatever with secret societies, Freemasonry, or American genealogies. Like our BBC researcher, Pam. Pauly also contacted Grande Loge Alpina and met with the Loge's chancellor, and each received an ambiguous reply. According to Pauly, the chancellor denied all knowledge of anyone named Lopinow or Shidlock. As for the various works bearing the Alpina imprint, the chancellor asserted quite categorically that they did not exist. And yet a personal friend of Pauly's, who was also a member of Alpina, claimed to have seen the works in the Loge's library. And Pauly's conclusion is as follows. There is one of two possibilities. Given the specific character of the works of Henri Lopinow, Grande Loge Alpina, which forbids all political activity both within Switzerland and without this not long known its involvement in the affair. Or another movement has availed itself of the name of the Grande Loge in order to camouflage its own activities. 30 in the Psionics of the Bibliothèque Nationale, and Pauly discovered 4 issues of Circuit 31, the magazine mentioned in the Prieur de Sion statutes. The first one was dated July 1st, 1959, and its director was listed as Pierre Plantard. But the magazine itself did not purport to be connected with the Prieur de Sion. On the contrary, it declared itself the official organ of something called the Federation of French Forces. There was even a seal, which Pauly reproduces in his book, and the following data. Fig. To the cover design of the novel, Circuit. Publication Périodique culturelle de la Fédération des Forces Françaises 116 Rivière Johet 116 Aulnay-sous-Bois Saint-Matoise. Telephone 929-7249. Pauly checked the above address. No magazine had ever been published there. The telephone number, too, proved to be false. And Pauly's attempts to track the Federation of French Forces proved futile. To this day, no information on any such organization has been forthcoming. But it would hardly seem coincidental that the French headquarters of the Committees of Public Safety were also Aulnay-sous-Bois. 32. The Federation of French Forces would thus appear to have been in some way connected with the committees. There would seem to be considerable basis for this assumption. And Pauly reports that Volume 2 of Circuit alludes to a letter from de Gaulle to Pierre Plantard thanking the latter for his service. The service in question would seem to have been the work of the Committees of Public Safety. According to Pauly, most of the articles in Circuit dealt with esoteric matters. They were signed by Pierre Plantard under both his own name and the pseudonym hired Anne Lee Hisler and others with whom we were already familiar. At the same time, however, there were other articles of a very different kind. Some of them, for example, spoke of a secret science of vines and viticulture, the grafting of vines, which apparently had some crucial bearing on politics. This seemed to make no sense unless we assumed that vines and viticulture were to be understood allegorically, a metaphor perhaps for genealogies, for family trees and dynastic alliances. When the articles in Circuit were not arcane or obscure, they were, according to Pauly, fervently nationalistic. In one of them, for instance, Adrien Sepret asserts that no solution for existing problems would be forthcoming except through new methods and new men, for politics are dead. The curious fact remains that men do not wish to recognize this. There exists only one question: economic organization. But do there still exist men who are capable of thinking France as during the occupation? When patriots and resistance fighters did not bother themselves about the political tendencies of their comrades in the fight. 33 and from Volume 4 of Circuit, and Pali quotes the following passage. We desire that the 1,500 copies of Circuit be a contact which kindles a light. We desire that the voice of patriots be able to transcend obstacles as in 1940. When they left invaded France to come and knock on the office door of the leader of Free France. Today, it is the same. Before all, we are French. We are that force which fights in one way or another to construct a France cleansed and new. This must be done in the same patriotic spirit with the same will and solidarity of action. Thus, we cite here what we declare to be an old philosophy. 34. There then follows a detailed plan of government to restore to France a lost luster. It insists, for example, on the dismantling of departments and the restoration of provinces. The department is but an arbitrary system created at the time of the revolution, dictated and determined by the era in accordance with the demands of locomotion, the horse. Today, it no longer represents anything. In contrast, the province is a living portion of France. It is a whole vestige of our past, the same basis as that which formed the existence of our nation. It has its own folklore, its customs, its monuments, often its local dialect, which can mutually claim and propagate. The province must have its own specific apparatus for defense and administration, adapted to its specific needs with the national unit. 35 and how we then quotes 8 pages that follow. The material they contain is organized under the following subheadings. Council of the Provinces, Council of the State, Parliamentary Council, Taxes, Work and Production, Medical, National Education Aid. At the majority housing and schools, the plan of government proposed under these subheadings is not inordinately controversial, and could probably be instituted with a minimum of a fee bill. Nor can the plan be labeled politically. It cannot be called left-wing or right-wing, liberal or conservative, radical or reactionary. On the whole, it seems fairly innocuous, and one is at a loss to see how it would necessarily restore any particular lost luster to France. As M. Pauli says, the propositions are not revolutionary. However, they rest on a realistic analysis of the actual structures of the French state and are impregnated with a solid good sense. 36. But then the plan of government outlined in Circuit makes no explicit mention of the real basis on which, if implemented, it would presumably ultimately rest. The restoration of a popular monarchy ruled by the Merovingian bloodline. In Circuit, there would be no need to state this, for it would constitute an underlying given premise on which everything published in the magazine pivoted. For the magazine's intended readers, the restoration of the Merovingian bloodline was clearly too obvious and accepted and objected to need the laboring. At this point in his book, N. Pauli poses a crucial question, a question that had haunted us as well. We have on the one hand a concealed descent from the Merovingians, and on the other a secret movement, the Trio de Sion, whose goal is to facilitate the restoration of a popular monarchy of the Merovingian line. But it is necessary to know that this movement contents itself with esoteric political speculations, whose unabided is to make much money by exploiting the world's gullibility and naivete, or whether this movement is genuinely active. 37 and Pauli then considers this question through viewing the evidence at his disposal. His conclusion is as follows. Unquestionably, the Trio de Sion seems to possess powerful connections. In actuality, any creation of an association is submitted to a preliminary inquiry by the Minister of the Interior. This obtains as well for a magazine, a publishing house. And yet these people are able to publish under pseudonyms, add false addresses to non-existent publishing houses, works
Tracy the decorator is fucking crazy, dude.
or in Switzerland or in France.
Black and white.
There are two possibilities. Either government authorities are not doing their jobs, or else 38 and Pauli does not spell out the alternative. At the same time, it is apparent that he personally regards the unstated alternative as the more probable of the two. And Paoli's conclusion, in short, is that government officials and a great many other powerful people as well are either members of Sion or obedient to it. If this is so, Scion must be a very influential organization indeed. Having conducted extensive research of his own, I'm finally satisfied with the Merovingian claim's legitimacy. To that extent, he admits he can make sense of Sion's objectives. Beyond this point, however, he confesses himself to be profoundly puzzled. What is the point, he wonders, of restoring the Merovingian bloodline beginning 1,300 years after it was opposed? The modern-day Merovingian regime differs from any other modern-day regime. If so, how and why? What is so special about the Merovingians? Even if their claim is legitimate, it would seem to be irrelevant. Why do so many powerful and intelligent people, both today and in the past, accord not only their intentions but their allegiance as well? Of course, we're posing precisely the same question. Like I thought it would be prepared to acknowledge the Merovingian claim's legitimacy. What possible significance does such claim enjoy today? Would the technical legitimacy of the monarchy really be so persuasive and convincing an argument? Why, in the late 20th century, should any monarchy, legitimate or not, command the kind of allegiance the Merovingians seem to command? If we were dealing only with a few idiosyncratic cranks, we could dismiss the matter out of hand. But we were not. On the contrary, we seem to be dealing with an extremely influential organization which included in its ranks some of the most important, most distinguished, most acclaimed, and most responsible men of our age. And these men, in many cases, seem to regard the restoration of the Merovingian dynasty as a sufficiently valid goal to transcend their personal, political, social, and religious differences. It seemed to make no sense that the restoration of a 1,300-year-old bloodline should constitute so vital a cause to love for so many public and highly esteemed people. Unless, of course, we were overlooking something. Unless legitimacy was not the only Merovingian claim. Unless there was something else of immense consequence that differentiated the Merovingians from other dynasties. Unless, in short, there was something very special indeed about the Merovingian blood royal. And the long-haired monarchs, by this time, of course, we had already researched the Merovingian dynasty. As far as we could, we had groped our way through a mist of fantasy and obscurity even more opaque than that surrounding the Templars and the Knights Templar. We had spent some months endeavoring to disentangle complex strands of intertwined history and fable. Despite our efforts, however, the Merovingians remained for the most part shrouded in mystery.
Yeah, because
The Merovingian dynasty issued from the Cambrians, a tribe of the Germanic people collectively known as the Franks.
I see my life on my
In the 5th and 7th centuries, the Merovingians ruled large parts of what are now France and Germany.
I smell.
The period of their ascendancy coincides with the period of
Why do you have smells like gas?
romances of the Holy Grail.
Is this thing
It
that
is probably the most impenetrable period of what are now called the Dark Ages. But the Dark Ages, we discovered, had not been cleared up. On the contrary, it quickly became apparent to us that someone had deliberately obscured them. To the extent that the Roman Church exercised a veritable monopoly on learning, and especially on writing, the records that survive represent certain vested interests. Almost everything else has been lost or censored. But here and there something from time to time slipped through the great rod across the path and reached out to us despite the official silence. From these scattered vested reality, constructive of reality, the most interesting factor, and one very distorted for the tenets of orthodoxy. Legend of the Merovingians
Where?
accounts for a number of enigmas surrounding the origins of the Merovingian dynasty. One usually thinks of a dynasty, for example, as a ruling family or house which not merely succeeds another ruling family or house, but does so by virtue of having displaced, those supplanted its predecessors. In other words, one thinks of dynasties as commencing with a coup d'etat of one sort or another, often entailing the extinction of the
I used to
previous
see all
ruling
kinds of
line.
romance.
Wars of the Roses in England, for instance, marked the change of a dynasty. A century or so later, the Stuarts mounted the English throne only when the Tudors were extinct. And the Stuarts themselves were deposed forcibly by the houses of Orange and Hanover. In the case of the Merovingians, however, there was no such violent or abrupt transition, no usurpation, no displacement, no extinction of an earlier regime. On the contrary, the house that came to be called Merovingian seems already to have ruled over the Franks. Merovingians were already rightful and duly acknowledged kings, but there appears to have been something special about one of them, so much so that he conferred his name on the entire dynasty. The ruler from whom the Merovingians derived their name is most elusive. His historical reality eclipsed the legend. Rabbi's Merovend or Herodias was a semi-supernatural figure worthy of classical myth. Even his name bears witness to his miraculous origin and character. It echoes the French word for mother, as well as both the French and Latin words for seed. According to both the leading Frankish chronicler and subsequent tradition, Rabbi was born of two fathers. When already pregnant by her husband, King Claudio, Rabbi's mother supposedly went swimming in the ocean. In the water, she is said to have been seduced and or raped by an unidentified marine creature from beyond the sea, Thespian Neptune, a Quinator similis. Beast of Neptune, similar to a Quinator, whatever a Quinator may have been. This creature apparently impregnated the lady a second time. And when Rabbi was born, there allegedly flowed in his veins a commingling of two different bloods, the blood of a Frankish ruler and of a mysterious aquatic creature. Such fantastic legends are quite common, of course, not only in the ancient world but in later European tradition as well. Usually they are not entirely imaginary, but symbolic or allegorical, masking some concrete historical fact behind their fabulous facade. In the case of Rabbi, the fabulous facade might well indicate an intermarriage of some sort, a pedigree transmitted through the mother, as in Judaism, for instance. Or mingling of dynastic lines whereby the Franks became allied by blood with someone else, quite possibly with a source from the overseas. For one or another reason, he was transformed by subsequent people in the East region. In any case, by virtue of his pure blood, Rabbi was said to have been endowed with an impressive array of superhuman powers. And whatever the historical actuality behind the legend, the Merovingian dynasty continued to be mantled in an aura of magic, sorcery, and the supernatural. According to tradition, Merovingian monarchs were occult adepts, initiates in arcane sciences, practitioners of esoteric arts, worthy rivals of Merlin, their fabulous near contemporary. They were often called the sorcerer kings or thaumaturge kings. By virtue of some miraculous property in their blood, they could enlighten the air by laying on of hands. And according to one account, the tassels and the fringes of their robes were deemed to possess miraculous curative powers. They were said to be capable of clairvoyant or telepathic communication with beasts and with the natural world around them, and to wear powerful magical necklaces. They were said to possess an arcane spell which protected them and granted them phenomenal longevity, which history, incidentally, does not seem to confirm. And they all supposedly wore a distinctive birthmark which distinguished them from all other men, which rendered them immediately identifiable and which attested to their semi-divine or sacred blood. His birthmark reputedly took the form of a red cross either over the heart, a curious representation of the Templar blazon, or between the shoulder blades. The Merovingians were also frequently called the long-haired kings. Like Samson in the Old Testament, they were loath to cut their hair. Like Samson, their hair supposedly contained their vert, the essence and secret of their power. Whatever the basis for this belief in the power of the Merovingians' hair, it seems to have been taken quite seriously, and as late as AD 754. When Child Herod III was deposed in that year and imprisoned, his hair was ritually short at the Pope's express command. However extravagant the legends surrounding the Merovingians, they would seem to rest on some concrete basis, some status enjoyed by the Merovingian monarchs during their own lifetime. In fact, the Merovingians were not regarded as kings in the modern sense of that word. They were regarded as priest-kings, embodiments of the divine, in other words, not unlike, say, the ancient Egyptian pharaohs. They did not rule simply by God's grace. On the contrary, they were apparently deemed the living embodiment and incarnation of God's grace, a status usually reserved exclusively for Jesus. And they seem to have engaged in ritual practices which partook, if anything, more of priesthood than of kingship. Skulls found in Merovingian monarchs, for example, bear what appears to be a ritual incision or hole in the ground. Similar incisions can be found in the skulls of high priests of early Tibetan Buddhism to allow the soul to escape on death and to open direct contact with the divine. There is reason to suppose that the clerical tonsure is a residue of the Merovingian practice. In 1653, an important Merovingian tomb was found in the Ardennes, the tomb of King Childhair, the first son of Rabbi and father of Clovis, most famous and influential of all Merovingian rulers. The tomb contained arms, treasure, and regalia, such as one would expect to find in a royal tomb. It also contained items less characteristic of kingship and of magic, sorcery and divination, a severed horse's head, for instance, a bull's head made of gold and a crystal ball. One of the most sacred of Merovingian symbols was the bee, and King Childhair's tomb contained no less than 300 miniature bees, made of solid gold. Along with the tomb's other contents, these bees were entrusted to Leopold Wilhelm von Habsburg, military governor of the Austrian Netherlands and brother of the Emperor Ferdinand III. To eventually most of Childhair's treasure was returned to France. And when he was crowned emperor in 1804, Napoleon made a special point of having the golden bees affixed to his coronation robes. This incident was not the only manifestation of Napoleon's interest in the Merovingians. He commissioned a compilation of genealogies by one advocate to determine whether or not the Merovingian bloodline had survived the fall of the dynasty. It was on these genealogies, commissioned by Napoleon as genealogies, and the prior documents were in large part based. Through the Marquis de Tracy began to drop recurring allusions to the painter Jacques-Louis David, 1748–1825. We had noted David's paintings, the care, for instance, with which he emphasized the golden Merovingian bees on Napoleon's coronation robe. But David's name had not previously occurred in relation to the mystery of Rennes le Chateau and had not previously figured in what we called the prior documents. As is well known, David was the neoclassical court painter to Napoleon, famous for his depictions of Napoleon's coronation, reproduced for years in cognac advertisements and of Marat's assassination, as well as for his portrayal of Marie Antoinette on her way to execution. His first significant commission as a painter had come in 1782 from the wife of the then Minister of War of the Marshal de Noailles. She was Catherine de Causse. The Noailles family had often been cited in the prior documents as having a valid claim to Merovingian descent. They had figured repeatedly in our story up to the 20th century, when Cocteau's patron was the Comtesse de Noailles. The Causse family had been associated with the Noailles as early as the 16th century and had subsequently become one of the families most closely associated with the French. It was the archives of the Causse family that the 1656 Marquet letter came to light. Around 1795, David began to gather a circle of people at his studio in Paris. Among this circle was a certain Maurice King. He was the founder of an unnamed secret society. He was also a close friend of the young Charles XXXVIII Wellesley and the Grand Master of the Theatre between 1801 and 1844. The secret society, founded by King and attended by Lady was regularly in the room directly above David's studio. For David may hardly have been unaware of its existence and its activities, especially given his involvement with one of his pupils. It is likely, indeed, that his circle of disciples provided other recruits. And in one instance, at least that circle leads directly back to the mystery of Rennes le Chateau. The list of David's pupils includes, among others, the name of a future military commander, the Marquis de Harcourt. The Marquis Armand de Harcourt was a member of the Harcourt Blancheford family until the French Revolution had owned Rennes le Chateau. Armand was in fact the nephew of Marie de Negri
Large
or
animals.
Marie
Oh,
de
that's
Blanchard,
what I
whose
thought it was.
enigmatic and ciphered tombstone provides one of the starting points for the investigation of the mystery.
Yeah, but nobody's
Armand
getting it.
Apple never exhibited any of his paintings, and nothing is known about his
Do you have a
period of
bear?
apprenticeship to David.
You don't know.
When he was commissioned a lieutenant in a regiment of horse artillery, he pursued a military career.
I want rainbow
He
perfect.
fought at Austerlitz in Spain.
Foam
He was
flower.
wounded at Wagram. He was at the side of the Emperor as a staff officer at Ordnance on Napoleon's invasion of Russia and on his subsequent retreat. He fought in Lützen and Dresden, where he was wounded again, this time severely. In 1814, he resigned from Napoleon's army and transferred his allegiance to the restored Bourbon monarchy, eventually becoming a general and commander at the Staff College. Towards the end of his life, he resigned this post in protest against serving the government of Louis Philippe. Armand de Hautpoul's uncle, Joseph Marie de Hautpoul, had been the husband of Marie de Negri d'Evils, or Marie de Blanchard, as she was also known, Marie de Hautpoul-Rennes. This marriage had reunited two sides of the ancient Hautpoul family which had been separated since 1418. Since Joseph Marie de Hautpoul had died at a relatively early age in 1753. Marie died in 1781. The future general Armand de Hautpoul, who thus had been her heir, an eventual custodian of the family's secrets. The links associating him directly with David, and through David, with Nodier, assumed in consequence a dramatic new significance. The bear from Arcadia, the legends surrounding the Merovingians proved worthy of the Age of Arthur and the Grail romances. At the same time, they constituted a daunting rampart between us and the historical reality we wanted to explore. When we at last gained access to it, or what a little of it survived, this historical reality was somewhat different from the legends. But it was not any the less mysterious, extraordinary, or evocative. We could find little verifiable information about the true origins of the Merovingians. They themselves claimed descent from Noah, whom they regarded, even more than Moses, as the source of all biblical wisdom, an interesting position, which surfaced again 1,000 years later in European Freemasonry. The Merovingians also claimed direct descent from ancient Troy, which whether true or not could serve to explain the occurrence in France of Trojan names like Troyes and Paris. More contemporary writers, including the authors of the Frida documents, have endeavored to trace the Merovingians to ancient Greece and specifically to the region known as Arcadia. According to these documents, the ancestors of the Merovingians were connected with Arcadia's royal house. At some unspecified date towards the advent of the Christian era, they supposedly migrated up the Danube, then up the Rhine, and established themselves in what is now Western Germany. Whether the Merovingians derived ultimately from failure from Arcadia would now seem to be academic, and there is not necessarily a conflict between the two poles. According to Homer, a substantial contingent of Arcadians was present at the siege of Troy. According to early Greek histories, Troy was in fact founded by settlers from Arcadia. It is also worth noting in passing that the bear in ancient Arcadia was a sacred animal, a totem on which mystery cults were based and to which ritual sacrifice was made. 7 indeed, the very name Arcadia derives from Arcades, which means people of the bear. The ancient Arcadians claimed descent from Argus, the pagan deity of the land, whose name also means bear.
What does tetanus taste like?
Argus was the son of Callisto and is
So here's a
connected with
funny thing
Artemis, the
about him.
huntress.
I remember
To the
we were in the
modern
car.
mind, Callisto is most familiar as the constellation Ursa Major, the Gray Bear. For the Sicambrian Franks, and to the Merovingians,
Is this what
the
happened?
bear enjoyed a similar
This
exalted
is
status.
crazy.
Like the ancient Arcadians, they worshipped the bear in the form of Artemis, or more specifically, in the form of the Gallic equivalent Arcadian, patron goddess of the Argives.
Really?
The mystery cult of Arcadia persisted well into the Middle Ages, one center of the community town of Louisville, and fought for 2 other sites for growing community and investigation. The Leonard
playing
as late as 1304 statues were still being promulgated by leaders forbidding worship of the heathen goddess. They given the magical both
He's
mythic
like,
and totem status in the Merovingian
how do you
heartland of
lose
the
your teeth?
Ardennes, it is not surprising that the name Ursus Lab for bear should be associated in the clear documents with the Merovingian royal line.
So if you can pull it
Rather
out,
more surprising is the fact
Look
that
at
the
that.
Welsh
It's like
breeds of
such a-
bears have firmly linked
he's
the
like, it
name
tastes
and
like
their
blood.
derives.
And I was
Although we
like,
did not pursue the matter at this point, the coincidence intrigued us that Arthur
his
should
mom's
not only
like,
be contemporary
well, we
with the
can go home and
Merovingians,
like
but
hide a
also,
little,
like them, associated with
floss
the
around
bear.
and pull it out.
The
Did you ever do that?
Sicambrians
I
entered
tried
Gaul in the early
when I was
5th
a kid,
century.
and I
The
put it on the
invasion of
door
the Huns
and
provoked
tried to like
large-scale
close the door.
migrations of almost all
And
European
did it ever work?
tribes. It was at this time that the Merovingians, or more accurately,
That
the
was like really
Sicambrian
big.
ancestors of the
Yeah.
Merovingians, crossed the Rhine and
what?
moved en masse
And then
into
what?
Gaul,
Then it bleeds. Does it
establishing
hurt? No,
themselves
and then
in
you
what
put your
is now
tongue on it.
Belgium and northern France in the vicinity of the Ardennes.
It's like
A
soft.
century
And usually
later,
there's
this
another
region
tooth
came
that's
to be
like
called
more
the
like
Kingdom of Austrasia.
yeah. So
The
anyway,
headquarters
he's
of
like
the Kingdom of Austrasia
playing
was
around
what
with
is
his tooth,
now known as
and
Lorraine.
it's bleeding. And he's
The
like,
Sicambrian influx into Gaul did not
it tastes
consist
like
of a horde of
penny.
wild unkempt barbarians tumultuously overrunning the
I
land.
said,
On the contrary, it was
it's
a
like,
placid and
that's because of the
civilized
high
affair.
iron content.
For
He's
centuries,
like,
the
wow, you're really smart.
Sicambrians had
And I
maintained
was like,
close
well,
contact with the Romans,
I
and
don't
though they
know.
were pagans, they were not savages. Indeed, they were well versed in Roman customs and administration and followed Roman fashions.
So he's a cool.
Some
Penny's made of
Sicambrians had
iron.
become high-ranking officers in the imperial army.
It's funny, they've changed.
Some had
So
even
it's not
become
like,
Roman consuls. Thus, the Sicambrian influx was less an onslaught or an invasion than a kind of peaceful absorption. When, towards the end of the 5th century, the Roman Empire collapsed, the Sicambrians filled the vacuum. They did not do so violently or by force. They retained the old customs and altered very little. With no evil whatever, they assumed control of the already existing but vacant administrative apparatus. The regime of the early Merovingians thus conformed very closely to the model of the old Roman Empire. Rabbi and his descendants all research execute mention of at least 2 historical figures named Rabbi. And it is not altogether clear which of them legend credits with descent from a sea creature. One Rabbi was a Sicambrian chieftain, alive in 417, who fought under the Romans and died in 438. It has been suggested by at least one modern expert on the period that this Rabbi actually visited Europe and caused something of a sensation. There is certainly a record of a visit by an imposing Frankish leader, conspicuous by his flowing yellow hair. In 448, the son of this first Rabbi, bearing the same name as his father, was proclaimed king of the Franks at Tournai reigned until his death 10 years later. He may have been the first official king of the Franks as a united people. By virtue of this, perhaps, or whatever was symbolized by his fabulous dual birth, the dynasty which succeeded him has since been called Merovingian. Under Rabbi's successors, the kingdom of the Franks flourished. It was not the crude barbaric culture often imagined. On the contrary, it was comparison in many respects with the high civilization of Byzantium. Even secular literacy was encouraged. Under the Merovingians, secular literacy was more widespread than it would be 2 dynasties and 500 years later.
You don't want to do this.
This literacy extended up to the rulers themselves, a most surprising fact given the brief, untutored, and unlettered character of later medieval monarchs.
She told you not to do it.
King Chilperic, for example, who reigned during the 6th century, not only built lavish Roman-style amphitheaters in Paris and Strasbourg, but was also a dedicated and accomplished poet. He took considerable pride in his craft,
Every kid in a
and there are
northern place
verbatim
tries that
accounts of
once.
his discussions with
Not on something
ecclesiastical
super cold,
authorities which
or it'll
reflect an
fucking rip your tongue
extraordinary
out. You
subtlety,
can die that way.
sophistication, and learning,
Absolutely
hardly qualities one
fucking
would associate
out.
with a king
Your
of the
tongue
time.
will get frozen to a
In
fucking
many
coal,
of his
and you
discussions,
freeze
Chilperic
and
proves himself more than equal to his
So,
clerical
don't do
interlocutors.
But
Like
not
other
super cold.
Merovingian rule, the
You could
Franks
do
were
it from
often
what?
brutal, but they were
Your
not
tongue
really a
will
warlike
stick
people by
a
nature
little
or
bit.
disposition.
But yeah,
They were
it
not
can
like
happen
the
on
Vikings,
ice. You
for
can probably
instance, or the
see it.
Vandals, visigoths, or Huns.
But
Their main activities were farming and commerce. Much attention was devoted to maritime trade, especially in the Mediterranean. And the artifacts of the Merovingian epic reflect a quality of workmanship which is truly amazing, as the subject treasure should attest. The wealth accumulated by the Merovingian kings was enormous even by later standards. Much of this wealth was in gold coins and superb quality, produced by royalties at certain important sites, including what is now Sion in Switzerland. Specimens of such coins were found in a treasure ship and can now be seen in the British Museum. Many of the coins bear distinctive equal arm cross identical to the one subsequently adopted during the Crusades for the Frankish Kingdom of Jerusalem. Blood royal, although Merovingian culture was both temperate and surprisingly modern, the monarchs who presided over it were another matter. They were not typical even of rulers of their own age, for the atmosphere of mystery and legend, magic, and the supernatural surrounded them even during their lifetimes. Yet the customs and economy of the Merovingian world did not differ markedly from others of the period. The aura about the throne and the royal bloodline was quite unique. Sons of the Merovingian blood were not created kings. On the contrary, they were automatically regarded as such on the advent of their 12th birthday. There was no public ceremony of anointment, no coronation of any sort. Power was simply assumed as by sacred right. But while the king was supreme authority in the realm, he was very larger than expected.
So it's so flat.
The mundane
It's like
business of governing.
paper.
He was essentially a ritualized figure, priest-king, and his role was not necessarily to do anything, simply to be.
Now, it would be run over with trash.
Short, but did not govern.
I would be
In this respect, his status was somewhat similar to that of the present British royal family. Government and administration were left to a non-royal official, the equivalent of a chancellor or the title mayor of the palace.
Imagine the biggest
The
boulders
whole structure of the Merovingian regime had many things
10
in
times
common
bigger.
with modern constitutional
That's how
monarchies.
big it is. Okay.
Even after the
Imagine that
conversion of
boulder.
Christianity,
That one
the
doesn't have to
Merovingian
move.
rulers
Just
like the
imagine
patriarchs
it
of the
ran
Old
over this
Testament
fish
were polygamous.
1,000 times. How much
Occasionally
smaller
harems of oriental proportions. Even when the aristocracy under pressure from the church began
Now
reducing
imagine
the monogamous the monarchy remained exempt.
steamroller.
And the church, curiously enough,
That's
seems to have
bigger
accepted
than the
this
boulders.
prerogative without any inordinate protest.
It doesn't have trash. It has
According to
one big
one modern
fucking
commentator, why was it polygamy tacitly
Now
approved
imagine
by
a
the
purse.
Franks themselves? We may
See
here
that
be in the
fucking
present
purse?
stage of the usage of polygamy in a
Recruits
royal
are gonna come here to look at
family,
that fucking
of such
purse.
rank that its blood could not be ennobled by
Really?
any match.
Maybe. Oh, I like how it's taking pictures of the back here.
Degraded by the black
Really?
slaves.
Oh yeah. Hi
It was a
everyone.
matter of
Hi
indifference
everyone.
whether a queen were taken from a royal dynasty or from among courtesans.
Mr. Finley.
The fortune of the dynasty rested in its blood and was shared by all who were of that blood. Time and again, it is just possible that for the Merovingians we may have a dynasty of Germanic peer cottage derived from an ancient kingly family of the migration period. 11. But how many families can there possibly have been in the whole of world history which enjoyed such extraordinary and exalted status? Why should the Merovingians do so? Why should their blood be invested with such immense power? These questions continue to perplex us. Focus in this map for the church, the most famous of all Merovingian rulers was Merove's grandson, Clovis I, who reigned between 481 and 511. Clovis's name is familiar to any French schoolchild, for it was under Clovis that the Franks were converted to Roman Christianity. And it was through Clovis that Rome began to establish her undisputed supremacy in Western Europe, a supremacy that would remain unchallenged for 1,000 years. By 496, the Roman Church was in a precarious situation. During the course of the 5th century, its very existence had been severely threatened. Between 384 and 399, the Bishop of Rome had already begun to call himself a pope, but his official status was no greater than that of any other bishop, and quite different from that of the Pope today. He was not, in any sense, the spiritual leader or supreme head of Christendom. He merely represented a single body of vested interests, one of many divergent forms of Christianity, and one which was desperately fighting for survival against a multitude of conflicting schisms and theological points of view. Officially, the Roman Church had no greater authority than its say the Celtic Church, with which it was constantly at odds. It had no greater authority than heresies such as Arianism, which denied Jesus' divinity and insisted on his humanity. Indeed, during much of the 5th century, every bishopric in Western Europe was either Arian or vacant. If the Roman Church was to survive, still more assert its authority, it would need the support of a general, powerful secular figure who might represent it. If Christianity was to evolve in accordance with Roman doctrine, that doctrine would have to be disseminated, implemented, and imposed by secular force. The force sufficient and powerful to withstand and eventually extirpate the challenge of rival Christian creeds. Not surprisingly, the Roman Church, in its most acute moment of need, turned to Clovis. By 486, Clovis had significantly increased the extent of Merovingian domains, striking out from the Ardennes to annex a number of adjacent kingdoms and principalities, vanquishing a number of rival tribes. As a result, many important cities, for instance, Rheims and Amiens, were incorporated into his realm. Within a decade, his apparent that Clovis was well on his way to becoming the most powerful potentate in Western Europe. The conversion and baptism of Clovis proved to be of crucial importance to our investigation. An account of it was compiled in all its particulars and details around the time it happened. 2.5 centuries later, this account, called The Life of Saint Remy, was destroyed except for a few scattered manuscript pages. And the evidence suggests that it was destroyed deliberately. And the fragments that survive bear witness to the importance of what was involved. According to tradition, Clovis' conversion was a sudden and unexpected affair effected by the king's wife Clotilde, a fervent devotee of her, who seems to have badgered her husband until he accepted her faith and who subsequently canonized for her efforts. In these efforts, she was said to have been guided and assisted by the confessor, Saint Rabbi. But behind these traditions, there lies a very practical and mundane historical reality. When Clovis was converted to Roman Christianity and became first Catholic king of the Franks, he had more to gain than his wife's sacrifice. Even more tangibly substantial than the kingdom of heaven. It is known that in 496, a number of secret meetings occurred between Clovis and Saint Remy. Immediately thereafter, the accord was ratified between Clovis and the Roman Church. For Rome, this accord constituted a major political triumph. It would ensure the Church's survival and establish the Church's supreme spiritual authority in the West. It would consolidate Rome's status as an equal to the Greek Orthodox faith based in Constantinople. It would offer a prospect of Roman hegemony and an effective means of eradicating the Hydra heads of heresy. And Clovis would be the means of implementing these things, the sword of the Church of Rome, the instrument whereby Rome imposed her spiritual dominion. The secular and palpable manifestation of Roman power.
National Euro
In return, Clovis was granted the title of Novus Constantinus Constantine. In other words, he was to preside over a unified empire. Holy Roman Empire intended to succeed the one supposedly created under Constantine and destroyed by the Visigoths and Vandals not long before. According to one modern expert of the period, Clovis, prior to his baptism, was fortified with visions of an empire and succession to that of Rome, which should be the inheritance of the Merovingian race. 12. According to another modern writer, Clovis must now become a kind of Western emperor, a patriarch to the Western Germans, reigning over, though not governing, all peoples and kings. 13. The pact between Clovis and the Roman Church, in short, was one of momentous consequence to Christendom, not only the Christendom of the time, but also the Christendom of the next millennium. Clovis's baptism was deemed to mark the birth of a new Roman Empire, a Christian empire based on the Roman Church and administered on the secular level by the Merovingian bloodline. In other words, an indissoluble bond was established between church and state, each pledging allegiance to the other, each binding itself to the other in perpetuity. In ratification of this bond, in 496, Clovis allowed himself to be formally baptized by Saint Remy at Rheims. At the climax of the ceremony, Saint Remy pronounced his famous words: "It is Nicola, sic amber, ador quad and semis di, in semi quad ador osti. Bow thy head humbly, sic Cambrian, revere what thou hast ordained." burn what thou hast revered. It is important to note that Clovis' baptism was not a coronation, as historians sometimes suggest. The church did not make Clovis a king. He was already that, and all the church could do was recognize him as such. By virtue of so doing, the church officially bound itself not to Clovis alone, but to his successors as well, not to a single individual, but to a bloodline. In this respect, the pact resembled the covenant which God in the Old Testament makes with King David, a pact which can be modified, as in Solomon's case, but not revoked, broken or betrayed. And the Merovingians did not lose sight of the parallel. During the remaining years of his life, Clovis fully realized Rome's ambitious expectations of them. With irresistible efficiency, faith was imposed by the sword, and with the sanction and spiritual mandate of the church, the Frankish kingdom expanded to both east and south, encompassing most of modern France and much of modern Germany. Among Clovis's numerous adversaries, the most important were the Visigoths, who adhered to Arian Christianity. It was against the empire of the Visigoths, which straddled the Pyrenees and extended as far north as Toulouse, that Clovis directed his most assiduous and
I thought
concerted
Carthage
campaigns.
was stronger.
In 507,
Really? Yeah,
he
is it the most
decisively defeated the Visigoths at
strongest
the Battle of
one?
Bouy. Shortly
Unless
thereafter,
you're just doing
Aquitaine and Toulouse fell into Frankish hands.
only
The Visigoth Empire north of the
you don't
Pyrenees effectively
tranquilize
collapsed
blue
before the
whales. If
Frankish
you
onslaught.
did, you might need somebody
From
to
Toulouse,
get
the
in there.
Visigoths strode back to Carthage. Driven from Carthage, they established their capital and last remaining bastions in the races at Rides, now the village of Rennes-le-Cadeau. Dagobert II in 511, Clovis died, and the empire he had created was divided, according to Merovingian custom, between his four sons. For more than a century thereafter, the Merovingian dynasty presided over a number of disparate and often warring kingdoms, while lines of succession became increasingly tangled and claims to thrones increasingly confused. The authority once centralized in Clovis became progressively more diffuse, progressively more enclosed, and secular order deteriorated. Intrigues, machinations, kidnappings, and political assassination became ever more commonplace. And the court chancellors or mayors of the palace accumulated more and more power, a factor which would eventually contribute to the fall of the dynasty. Now the seventh Merovingian kingdom.
I do this is great, but I can't. Their little light is so bothersome. Is anybody else bothered by this light?
Posterity has contemptuously stigmatized them as weak, ineffectual monarchs, effeminate and violently helpless in the hands of young and wily counselors. Our research revealed that this stereotype is not strictly accurate. It is true that the constant wars of vendettas and internested strife thrust a number of Merovingian princes onto the throne at an extremely youthful age, and they were thus easily manipulated by their advisors.
Oh, yours should be
But
like,
those who
oh my
maintained
god.
manhood proved as strong and decisive as any of their predecessors. This certainly seems to have been the case with Dagobert II. Dagobert II was born in 651, heir to the kingdom of Austrasia. On his father's death in 656, extravagant attempts were made to preclude his inheritance of the throne. Indeed, Dagobert's early life reads like a medieval legend or a fairy tale, but it is well-documented history. 14 on his father's death, Dagobert was kidnapped by the presiding mayor of the palace, an individual named Grimaud. Attempts to find the 5-year-old child fruitless, and it was not difficult to convince the court that he was dead. On this basis, Grimaud then secured his own country acquisition of the throne, claiming this had been the wish of the former monarch, Dagobert's deceased father. The ruse worked effectively. Even Dagobert's mother, believing her son dead, deferred to the ambitious mayor of the palace. However, Grimaud had apparently lost actually murdering the young prince. In secret, Dagobert had been confided to the charge of the Bishop of Poitiers.
I love
The
this
bishop,
person.
it seems,
What do we
was
call
equally
it?
reluctant to murder the child. Dagobert was therefore consigned to permanent exile in Ireland. He grew into manhood at the Irish monastery of Slane, 15 not far from Dublin, and here at the school and habits of the monastery. He received an education unattainable in France at the time. At some point during this period,
He's
he
not
is
the
supposed to
announcer
have attended the
who
court of the High King of Europe, and he is said to have made the acquaintance of three Northumbrian princes, also to be educated and slain. In 666, probably still in Ireland, Dagobert married Matilda, a Celtic princess. Not long after, he moved from Ireland to England, establishing residence at York in the Kingdom of Northumbria. Here he formed a close friendship with Saint Wilfrid, Bishop of York, who became his mentor. During the period in question, a schism still existed between the Roman and Celtic churches, with the latter refusing to acknowledge the former's authority. In the interests of unity, Wilfrid was intent on bringing the Celtic church into the Roman fold. This he had already accomplished at the famous Council of Whitby in 664. But his subsequent friendship and patronage of Dagobert II may not have been devoid of ulterior motive. By Dagobert's time, Merovingian allegiance to Rome, as dictated by the Church's Count from Clovis a century and a half before, was somewhat less fervent than it might have been. As a loyal adherent of Rome, Wilfrid was eager to consolidate Roman supremacy, not only in Britain, but on the continent as well. Were Dagobert to return to France and reclaim the Kingdom of Austrasia, it would have been expedient to ensure his security. Wilfrid may well have seen the exiled king as a possible future sword arm of the church. In 670, Matilda, Dagobert's Celtic wife, died, giving birth to her third daughter. Wilfrid hastened to arrange a new match for the recently bereft monarch, and in 671 Dagobert married for the second time. If his first alliance was a potential dynastic import, his second was even more so. Dagobert's new wife was Giselle de Reyes, daughter of the Count of Reyes and niece of the King of the Visigoths. 16, in other words, the Merovingian bloodline was now allied to the royal bloodline of the Visigoths. Herein lay the seeds of embryonic empire which would have united much of modern France, extending from the Pyrenees to the Ardennes. Such an empire, moreover, would have brought the Visigoths, still with strong Arian tendency, firmly under Roman control. When Dagobert married Giselle, he had already returned to the continent. According to existing documentation, the marriage was celebrated at Giselle's official residence of Rede or Redcliffe. Indeed, the marriage was reputably celebrated in the Church of Saint Madeleine. The structure on the site of Wishborough Gersonnieres Church was subsequently erected. The Merovingian dynasty dates from the work of Henri Lopin de Lenoncourt. Dagobert's first marriage had produced 3 daughters but no male heir. By Giselle, Dagobert had 2 more daughters, and at last, in 676, one son, Ian, took sickness for
Call on
night.
this motherfucker.
By the time
Yes, I'm on
Dagobert was once more
in the
king.
back. I didn't see
For
that.
some 3 years,
You
he
were just
stood
stop. Go
by
ahead.
his time at Redcliffe, watching the vicissitudes of his domains to the north. Finally, in 674, the opportunity had presented itself. With the support of his mother and her advisors, the long-exiled monarch announced himself reclaimed. His realm was officially proclaimed King of Austrasia. Wilfrid was instrumental in his reinstatement. According to Gerard de Cid, so too was a much more elusive, much more mysterious figure, about whom there is little historical information, St. Amadis, Bishop of Sion in Switzerland. 17, once restored to the throne, Dagobert was no Roy-Fanian. On the contrary, he proved to be a worthy successor to Clovis. At once he set about asserting and consolidating his authority, ending the anarchy that prevailed throughout Austrasia and re-establishing order. He ruled firmly, breaking the control of various rebellious nobles who had mobilized sufficient military and economic power to challenge
He had a
the
wife
crown.
and family. He
In
left his family
Redcliffe,
house
he
at a
is said to
bad
have
corner.
amassed a substantial treasury. These resources were to be used to finance the reconquest of Aquitaine, 18, which had seceded from Merovingian hands some 40 years previously and declared itself an independent principality. At the same time, Dagobert must have been a severe disappointment to Wilfrid of York. Wilfrid had expected him to be a sword arm of the church. Dagobert proved nothing of the sort. On the contrary, he seems to have attempted expansion on the part of the church when it has grown, and thereby incurred ecclesiastical displeasure. A letter from an irate Frankish prelates to Wilfrid insists, condemning Dagobert for levying taxes for storming the churches of God together with their bishops. 19. Nor was this the only respect in which Dagobert seems to have known foul of Rome. By virtue of his marriage to a Visigoth princess, he had acquired considerable territory in what is now the Languedoc. He may also have acquired something else. The Visigoths were only nominally loyal to the Roman Church. In fact, their allegiance to Rome was extremely tenuous, and a tendency towards Arianism still obtained in the royal family. There is evidence to suggest that Dagobert absorbed something of this tendency. By 679, after 3 years on the throne, Dagobert had made a number of powerful enemies, both secular and ecclesiastic. By curbing their rebellious autonomy, he had incurred the hostility of certain vindictive nobles. By courting its attempted expansion, he had roused the antipathy of the church. By establishing an effective and centralized regime, he had provoked the envy and alarm of other Frankish potentats, the rulers of adjacent kingdoms. Some of these rulers had allies and agents within Dagobert's realm. One such was the king's own mayor of the palace, Pepin the Fat. And Pepin, clandestinely aligning himself with Dagobert's political foes, did not shrink from either treachery or assassination. Like most Merovingian rulers, Dagobert had at least 2 capital cities. The most important of these was Stenay, 20 on the fringe of the Ardennes. The royal palace in Stenay stretched a heavily wooded expanse, long deemed sacred, called the Forest of Woes. It was in this forest, on December 23, 679, that Dagobert is said to have gone hunting. Given the date, the hunt may well have been a ritual occasion of some sort. In any case, what followed evokes a multitude of archetypal echoes, including the murder of Siegfried in the Nibelungen Lane. Towards midday, succumbing to fatigue, the king lay down to rest beside a stream at the foot of a tree. While he slept, one of his servants, supposedly his godson, stole a first gift to him and, acting under Pepin's orders, pierced him with a lance through the eye. The murderers then returned to Stenay, intent on exterminating the rest of the family and residents there. How successful they were in this latter undertaking is unclear, but there is no question that the reign of Dagobert and his family came to an abrupt, violent end. Nor did the church waste much time grieving. On the contrary, it promptly endorsed the actions of the king's assassins. There is even a letter from the Frankish prelates to Wilfrid of York, which attempts to rationalize and justify the regicide. 21 Dagobert's body and posthumous status both underwent a curious number of vicissitudes. Immediately after his death, he was buried at Stenay in the royal chapel of St. Remy. In 872, nearly 2 centuries later, he was exhumed and moved to another church. This new church, the Church of Saint Dagobert, for in the same year the dead king was canonized, not by the Pope, who did not claim this right exclusively until 1159, but by a metropolitan conclave. The reason for Dagobert's canonization remains unclear. According to one source, it was because his relics were believed to have preserved the vicinity of Stenay against fighting race. For this explanation begs the question, for it is not clear why the relics should have possessed such powers in the first place. Ecclesiastical authorities seem embarrassingly ignorant concerning the matter. They admit that Dagobert, for some reason, became the object of a fully fledged cult and had his own feast day, December 23rd, the anniversary of his death. 22. But they seem utterly at a loss as to why he should have been so exalted. It is possible, of course, that the church felt guilty about its role in the king's death. Dagobert's canonization may therefore have been an attempt to gain amends. If so, however, there is no indication of why such a gesture should have been deemed necessary, or why it should have had to wait for 2 centuries. Stenay, the Church of Saint Dagobert, and perhaps the relics of the king were all accorded great significance by a number of illustrious figures in the centuries that followed. In 1069, for example, the Duke of Lorraine, Godefroy de Bouillon's grandfather, accorded special protection to the church and placed it under the auspices of the nearby Abbey of Tours. Some years later, the church was appropriated by a local nobleman. in 1093 got John mobilized an army and subjected Spain to a full-scale siege for the sole purpose, it would appear, of regaining the church and returning it to the Evian doors. During the French Revolution, the church was destroyed and the relics of Saint Agatha, like so many others throughout France, were dispersed. Today, a ritually sized skull said to be Dagobert is in the custody of a convent at Mons. All other relics of the king have disappeared, but in the mid-19th century, a most curious document came to light. It was a poem, a 21-verse litany entitled "The Sacred Dagobert of Martyr Gross," implying that Dagobert was martyred or for something. This poem is believed to date from at least the Middle Ages, possibly much earlier. Significantly enough, it was found at the Abbey of Ormond. 23 usurpation by the Carolingians. Strictly speaking, Dagobert was not the last ruler of the Merovingian dynasty. In fact, Merovingian monarchs retained at least nominal status for another 3/4 of a century. But these last Merovingians did warrant the appellation of Royspanians. Many of them were extremely young. In consequence, they were often weak, helpless pawns in the hands of the mayors of the palace, incapable of asserting their authority or of making decisions of their own. They were really little more than victims and more than a few human sacrifices. Moreover, the later Merovingians were of different branches, not scions of the main line descended from Clovis and Rabbi. The main line of Merovingian descent had been deposed with Dagobert II. To all intents and purposes, therefore, Dagobert's assassination may be regarded as signaling the end of the Merovingian dynasty. When Childeric III died in 754, it was mere formality so far as dynastic power was concerned. As rulers of the Franks, the Merovingian bloodline had been effectively extinct long before. As power seeped from the hands of the Merovingians, it passed into the hands of the mayors of the palace, a process that had already commenced before Dagobert's reign. It was the mayor of the palace, Pepin, who engineered Dagobert's death. And Pepin the Fat was followed by his son, the famous Charles Martel. In the eyes of posterity, Charles Martel is one of the most heroic figures in French history. There is certainly some basis for the acclaim given him. Under Charles the Moorish invasion of France was checked in the Battle of Poitiers in 732, and Charles, by virtue of this victory, is, in some sense, both defender of the faith and savior of Christendom. What is curious is that Charles Martel, the strong man, though he was never seized the throne, which certainly lay within his grasp. In fact, he was regarded the throne with a certain superstitious self, and in all probability as a specific guarantee of protection. Certainly, Charles' successors who did seize the throne went out of their way to establish their legitimacy by marrying Merovingian princesses. Charles Martel died in 741. 10 years later, his son, Pepin III, bared the palace to King Childeric III, enlisted the support of the church in laying formal claim to the throne. Who should be king? Pepin's ambassadors asked the Pope. The man who actually holds power, the so-called king, who has the power at all? The Pope refused in Pepin's favor. By apostolic authority, he ordered that Pepin be created king of the Franks, a brazen betrayal of the pact ratified with Clovis 2.5 centuries before. Thus endorsed by Rome, Pepin deposed Childeric III, confined the king to a monastery, and humiliated him, deprived him of his magical powers so both. Pepin turned his sacred hands. 4 years later, Childeric died, and Pepin's claim to the throne was undisputed. 24 and a year before a crucial document had been disappearance, which subsequently altered the course of Western history. This document was called the Donation of Constantine. Today there is no question that it was a forgery, copied, and very still believed in the 5th century. At the time, however, it was deemed genuine, and its influence was enormous. Donation of Constantine purported to date from Constantine's alleged conversion to Christianity in AD 312. According to the donation, Constantine had officially given the Bishop of Rome his imperial symbols and regalia, which thus became the church's property. Donation for their alleged that Constantine, for the first time, had declared the Bishop of Rome to be vicar of Christ and offered him the status of emperor.
You say
In
the
his
news.
capacity as vicar of Christ, the bishop
I'm
had
not seeing
supposedly
it.
returned the imperial regalia to Constantine, who wore them subsequently with ecclesiastical sanction and permission. More left to the veterans alone. The implications of this document are clear enough. According to the donation of Constantine, the Bishop of Rome exercised supreme secular as well as supreme spiritual authority over Christendom. He was, in effect, the papal emperor who could dispose of with the impunity of power and could delegate his power and the excess thereof as he saw fit. In other words, he possessed in place the unchallengeable right to creator. It is from the donation of Constantine that the subsequent power of the Vatican in secular affairs ultimately derives. Claiming authority from the donation of Constantine, the Church employs its influence on history. It provides the ceremony whereby the blood usurpers or anyone else for that matter could be made sacred. This ceremony came to be known as coronation and anointment, as those things were understood during the Middle Ages and on into the Renaissance. At Heaven's coronation, bishops for the first time were authorized to attend procession equal to that of secular nobles. And the coronation itself no longer entailed the recognition of a king or a Catholic king. It now consisted of nothing less than the creation of a king. The monarchy was similarly transformed. In the past, one practiced it all into the ceremonial accoutrements allowed with recognition and ratification. Now, however, it assumed a new significance. Now it took precedence over blood and systematically, as it were, sanctified blood. Anointment became something more than a symbolic gesture. It became the literal act whereby divine grace was conferred upon a ruler. And the host, by performing this act, became the supreme mediator between God and things. Through the ritual of anointment, the church arrogated to itself the right to make kings. Blood was now subordinate to oil, and all monarchs were rendered ultimately subordinate and subservient to the Pope. In 754, Pepin III was officially anointed at Pantheon, thus inaugurating the Carolingian dynasty. The name derives from Charles Martel, although it is generally associated with the most famous of Carolingian rulers, Charles the Great, Carolus Magnus, or as he is best known, Charlemagne. And in 800 Charlemagne was proclaimed Holy Roman Emperor, a title which, by virtue of the fact Clovis 3 centuries before, should have been reserved exclusively for the Merovingian bloodline. Rome now became the seat of an empire that embraced the whole of Western Europe, whose rulers ruled only with the sanction of the Pope. In 496, the Church had pledged itself in perpetuity to the Merovingian bloodline. In sanctioning the assassination of Dagobert and devising the ceremonies of coronation and anointment and endorsing Pepin's claim to the throne, it had clandestinely betrayed this fact. In crowning Charlemagne, it had made its betrayal not only public but a fait accompli. In the words of one modern authority, we cannot therefore be sure that the anointing with chrism of the Carolingians was intended to compensate for the loss of magical properties of the blood symbolized by long hair. If it compensated for anything, it was probably for loss of faith incurred in breaking an oath of fidelity in a particularly shocking way. 25 and again, Rome showed the way by providing an unction of making right. That somehow cleared the consciences of all the Franks. 26 Not all consciences, however. The usurpers themselves seem to have felt, if not a sense of guilt, at least an acute need to establish their legitimacy. To this end, Pepin III, immediately before his anointment, had ostentatiously married a Merovingian princess. And Charlemagne did likewise. Charlemagne, moreover, seems to have been painfully aware of the betrayal involved in his coronation. According to contemporary accounts, the coronation was a carefully stage-managed affair engineered by the Pope behind the Frankish monarch's back, and Charlemagne appears to have been both surprised and profoundly embarrassed. A crown of some sort had already been clandestinely prepared. Charlemagne had been lured to Rome and persuaded to attend a special mass. When he took his place in the church, the Pope, without warning, placed a crown upon his head, while the populace acclaimed him as Charles Augustus, crowned by God, the great and peace-loving emperor of the Romans. In the words of a chronicler writing at the time, Charlemagne made it clear that he would not have entered the picoftheday at all. Although it was the greatest of all festivals of the church, if he had known in advance what the Pope was planning to do. 27. But whatever Charlemagne's responsibility in the affair, the pact with Clovis and the Merovingian bloodline had been shamelessly betrayed. And all our inquiries indicated that this betrayal, even though it occurred more than 1100 years ago, continued to rankle for the Prieur de Sion. Matthew Tully, the independent researcher quoted in the preceding chapter, reached a similar conclusion. For them, the Prieur de Sion, the only authentic nobility is the nobility of Visigothic Merovingian origin. The Carolingians, and all others, are but usurpers. In effect, they were but functionaries of the king, charged with administering lands, who, after transmitting by heredity their right to govern these lands, then purely and simply seized power for themselves. In consecrating Charlemagne in the year 800, the church perjured itself, for it had concluded at the baptism of Clovis an alliance with the Merovingians, which had made France the eldest daughter of the church. 28. The exclusion of Dagobert II from history, with the murder of Dagobert II in 679, the Merovingian dynasty effectively ended. With the death of Childeric III in 755, the Merovingians seemed to vanish from the stage of world history completely. According to the Prieur documents, however, the Merovingian bloodline in fact survived. According to the Prieur documents, it was perpetuated to the present day, from the infant Sigisbert IV Dagobert's son by his second wife Giselle de Reyes. There is no question that Sigisbert existed and that he was Dagobert's heir. According to all sources other than the Prieur documents, however, it is unclear what happened to him. Certain chroniclers have tacitly assumed that he was murdered along with his father and other members of the royal family. One highly dubious account asserts that he died in a hunting accident a year or two before his father's death. If that is true, Sigisbert must have been a precocious hunter, for he cannot possibly have been much more than 3 years old at the time. There is no record whatever of Sigisbert's death, nor is there any record, apart from the evidence in the Prieur documents, of his survival. The whole issue seems to have been lost in the mists of time, and no one seems to have been much concerned about it, except, of course, for the Prieur de Sion. In any case, Sion appeared to be privy to certain information which was not available elsewhere, or was deemed of too little consequence to warrant much investigation, or was deliberately suppressed. It is hardly surprising that no account of Sigisbert's fate has been filtered down thus. There was no publicly accessible account even of Dagobert until the 17th century. At some point during the Middle Ages, a systematic attempt was apparently made to erase Dagobert from history to deny that he ever existed. Today, Dagobert II can be found in any encyclopedia. Until 1646, however, there was no acknowledgement whatever that he had ever lived. 29. The linguistic genealogy of French rulers compiled before 1646 simply admits that Charlemagne, despite the flagrant inconsistency from Dagobert I to Dagobert III, one of the last Merovingian monarchs. He died in 750, and not until 1655 was Dagobert II reinstated and accepted lists of French kings. In this process of eradication, we were not unduly astonished at the dearth of information relating to Sigisbert. And we could not but suspect that whatever information did exist had been deliberately suppressed. But why, we wondered, should Dagobert II have been excised from history? What was being concealed by such an excision? Why should one wish to deny the very existence of the man? One possibility, of course, is to negate thereby the existence of his heirs. If Dagobert never lived, Sigisbert cannot have lived either. But why should it have been important as late as the 17th century to deny that Sigisbert had ever lived? Unless he had indeed survived and his descendants were still regarded as a threat. it seemed to us that we were clearly dealing with some sort of cover-up. Quite patently, there were vested interests which had something of import to lose if knowledge of Sigismund's survival were made public. In the 9th century, or perhaps as late as the Crusades, these interests would seem to have been the Roman Church and the French royal line. But why should the issue have continued to matter as late as the age of Louis XIV? It would surely have been an academic point by then. French dynasties had not been gone, while Protestantism had broken Roman hegemony. Unless there was indeed something very special about the Merovingian blood. Not magical properties, but something else, something that retained its explosive potency even after superstitions about magical blood had fallen by the wayside. Prince de raises according to the clear documents, Sigismund on the death of his father, was rescued by his sister and smuggled southwards to the domain of his mother, the Visigoth Princess Giselle de Raises. He is said to have arrived in Languedoc in 681, at some point shortly thereafter to have adopted or inherited his uncle's titles to the Raises and Count of Breda. He is also said to have adopted a certain a planter and subsequently planted from the appellation Dead Garden part of his flowering shoot, Merovingian Mike. Under this name and under the titles acquired from his uncle, he is said to have perpetuated his lineage. And by 886, one branch of that lineage is said to have culminated in a certain Bernard plant about apparently derived from plant arbor planter. His son became the first duke of Aquitaine. As far as we could ascertain, no independent historian even confirmed or disputed these assertions. The whole matter was simply ignored. Circumstantial evidence argued persuasively that Sigismund indeed survived to perpetuate his lineage. The assiduous eradication of Dagobert from history lends credence to this conclusion. By denying his existence, any line of descent from him would have been invalidated. This constitutes a motive for an otherwise inexplicable action. Among the other fragments of evidence is a charter dated 718, which pertains to the foundation of a monastery a few miles from Rennes-le-Château, Bud-Siegberg. Comte de Rede and his wife Magdala. 30. Apart from this charter, nothing is heard of the Rede or Raises titles for another century. When one of them reappears, however, it does so in an extremely interesting context. By 742, there was an independent and fully autonomous state in the south of France, a princedom according to some accounts, a fully fledged kingdom according to others. Documentation is sketchy and history is vague about it. Most historians, in fact, are unaware of its existence, but there is no question of its reality. It was officially recognized by Charlemagne and his successors, and by the Caliph of Baghdad as the Islamic world. It was grudgingly recognized by the Church, some of whose lands it confiscated. And it survived until the late 9th century. Sometime between 759 and 768, the ruler of this state, which included the Raises and Rennes-le-Château, was officially pronounced a king. Despite Rome's disapprobation, he was recognized as such by the Carolingians, to whom he pledged himself as vassal. In existing accounts, he figures most frequently under the name of Theodore or Thierry, and most modern scholars regard him as being of Merovingian descent. 31. There is no definitive evidence from where such descent might have derived. It might well have derived from Sigismund. In any case, there is no question that by 790 Theodore's son, Galen the Yellow, held the title of Count of Raises. The title Sigismund is said to have possessed and passed on to his descendants. Galen the Yellow was one of the most famous men of his time, so much so, indeed, that his historical reality, like that of Charlemagne and Godefroy, has been obscured by legend. For the epic of the Crusades, there were at least 6 major epic poems composed about him. Chansons, just similar to the famous Chanson de Roland. In the Divine Comedy, Dante accorded him a uniquely exalted status. But even before Dante, Galen had again become an object of literary mention. In the early 13th century, he figured as the protagonist of Wilhelm, an unfinished epic romance composed by Wolfram von Eschenbach, whose most famous work, Parsifal. is probably the most important of all romances dealing with the mysteries of the Holy Grail. It seemed to us somewhat curious at first how Wolfram follows with another word deals with the Grail. The Grail family and the lineage of the Grail family should suddenly devote himself to so radically different a theme as Galum de Jello. On the other hand, Wolfram stated in another poem that the Grail Castle, the abode of the Grail family, was situated in the Pyrenees in what at the beginning of the 9th century. Galum de Colonzia. Galum maintained a close rapport with Charlemagne. His sister, in fact, was married to one of Charlemagne's sons, thus establishing a dynastic link with the imperial blood. And Galum himself was one of Charlemagne's most important commanders in the incessant warfare against the Moors. In 803, shortly after Charlemagne's coronation as Holy Roman Emperor, Galum captured Barcelona and was his own territory and extending his influence across the Pyrenees. So grateful was Charlemagne for his services that his principality was confirmed by the emperor as a permanent institution. The charter ratifying this has been lost or destroyed, but there is abundant testimony to its existence. Independent and unimputable authorities have provided detailed genealogies of Galum de Colonzia, his family and descendants. 32 these sources, however, provide no indication of Galum's antecedents except for his father Theodoric. In short, the real origins of the family were shrouded in mystery. And contemporary scholars and historians are generally somewhat puzzled about the enigmatic appearance, as it was spontaneous combustion for so influential a noble house. But one thing, at any rate, is certain. By 886, the line of Galum de Jello culminated in a certain Bernard Bland of Alun, who established the Duchy of Aquitaine. In other words, Galum's line culminated in precisely the same individual as the line ascribed by the prior documents to Sigismund IV and his descendants. On Friday, October 13, 1307, Templars throughout France were arrested in what was supposed to be a surprise swoop on their preceptories. Orders for similar arrests elsewhere swiftly followed. In Aragon, for example, in December, some of the Aragonese Templars fled, discarding their habits, cutting their beards and vanishing into the civilian populace. Most, however, retired to their fortified castles in the kingdom and in adjacent Catalonia, where they prepared to defend themselves. In January 1308, forces loyal to the king laid siege to the Templar fortress of Vierge. The defending knights held out until the following November, when they finally surrendered on favorable terms. On entering the preceptory, the besiegers found, among other objects, an iron lance which had apparently been accorded some kind of special, if not indeed sacred, status, and revered, it would seem. As a relic, the lance had allegedly been passed down through the family of the Counts of Barcelona. Why should this lance have been significant? One can only speculate. But the first Count of Barcelona was the figure who appears in our text as Galum de Jello, Prince of Orange County, the reason of races and the chateau. One of the fears of Charlemagne and ruler of the Judean principality in the south of France. He was also cited by Wolfram von Eschenbach as a member of the Grail family, and figures as the protagonist of Wolfram's Thriller. The lance has been connected in some way with the lance of the Grail story, which Wolfram recounted in Parsifal. Wolfram claimed that it heard the Grail story, it will be remembered, from one god province who supposedly learned that it went from an individual known as Legatanus in Spain. We were tempted, of course, to jump to conclusions and use the genealogies and the freer documents to bridge the gap left by accepted history. We were tempted to assume that the elusive progenitors of Galum de Jello were actively descending from Sigismund IV in the main line of the deposed Merovingian dynasty. The line cited in the freer documents under their name planters or planters. Unfortunately, we could not do so. Given the confused state of existing record, we could not definitively establish the precise connection between the planted line and the line of Galum de Jello. They might indeed have been one and the same. On the other hand, they might have intermarried at some point. What remained certain, however, was that both lines by 886 had culminated in Bernard Landavalu and the Dukes of Aquitaine. Although they did not always match precisely in dating and translation of names. The genealogies connected with Gallum, Degello, and did constitute certain independent confirmation for the genealogies in the freer documents. Thus tentatively accept, in the absence of any contradictory evidence, that the Merovingian bloodline did continue more or less as the freer documents maintain. We do tentatively accept that Sigismund did survive his father's murder and adopt the family name of Landert, and his Count of Raisins did perpetuate his father's lineage. Prince Ursus by 886, of course, the flowering shoot of the Merovingian vine had blossomed into a large and complicated family tree. Bernard Landavalu and the Dukes of Aquitaine constitute one branch. There were other branches as well. Thus, the freer documents declare that Sigismund IV's grandson, Sigismund V, was known by the name of Prince Ursus. Between 877 and 879 feet, Prince Ursus is said to have been officially proclaimed King Ursus. Aided by two nobles, Bernard d'Auvergne and the Marquis of Gothy, he is said to have undertaken an insurrection against Louis II of France in an attempt to regain his rightful heritage. Independent historians confirm that such an insurrection did indeed occur between 877 and 879. These same historians refer to Bernard d'Auvergne and the Marquis of Gothy. The leader or instigator of the insurrection is not specifically named as Sigisbert V, but there are references to an individual known as Prince Ursus. Moreover, Prince Ursus is known to have been involved in a curious and elaborate ceremony in Nimes, at which 500 assembled ecclesiastics chanted the Te Deum. 34 from all accounts of it. This ceremony would seem to have been a coronation. It may well have been the coronation too, to which the freer documents alluded to the proclamation of Prince Ursus as king. Once again, the freer documents received independent support. Once again, they seem to draw on information unobtainable elsewhere, information which supplemented and sometimes even helped explain Caesara's and accepted history. In this case, they had apparently told us who the elusive Prince Ursus actually was the lineal descendant through Sigismund IV of the murdered Dagobert II. And the insurrection, of which historians had hitherto made no sense, could now be seen as a perfectly comprehensible attempt by the deposed Merovingian dynasty to regain its heritage. The heritage conferred upon it by Rome through the pact with Clovis, and then subsequently betrayed. According to both the freer documents and independent sources, the insurrection failed, Prince Ursus and his supporters being defeated at a battle near Poitiers in 881. With this setback, the plundered family is said to have lost its possessions in the south of France. Although it still clung to the now purely titular status of Duke of Brittany and Count of Raisins. Prince Ursus is said to have died in Brittany, while his line became allied by marriage with the Brett ducal house. By the late 9th century, then, the Merovingian blood had flowed into the duchies of both Brittany and Aquitaine. In the years that followed, the family, including Alain, later Duke of Brittany, is said to have sought refuge in England, establishing an English branch called Planta. Independent authorities again confirm that Alain, his family, and entourage fled from the Vikings to England. According to the freer documents, one of the English branch of the family, Christopher Rabbi, is nicknamed the architect. He and his descendants, having found a haven in England under King Athelstan, are said to have practiced the art of building, a seemingly enigmatic reference. Interestingly enough, Masonic sources date the origin of Freemasonry in England from the reign of King Athelstan. 35 could the Merovingian bloodline, we wonder, in addition to its claim to the French throne, be in some way connected with something at the core of Freemasonry? The Merovingian dynasty, the Counts of Raisins from Henri Lobineau's work based on work by Abby Pigeon and Darby. The Grail family in the Middle Ages abounds with a mythology as rich and resonant as those of ancient Greece and Rome. Some of this mythology pertains, although wildly exaggerated in form, to actual historical personages, to Arthur, to Roland and Charlemagne, to Rodrigo Diaz of Navarre, popularly known as El Cid. Other myths, like those relating to the Grail, for example, would seem at first to rest on a more tenuous foundation. Among the most popular and evocative of medieval myths is that of Lohengrin, the Swan Knight. On the one hand, it is closely linked with the fabulous Grail romances. On the other, it cites specific historical personages. In its mingling of fact and fantasy, it may well be unique. And through such works as Wagner's opera, it continues to exert its archetypal appeal even today. According to medieval accounts, Lohengrin, sometimes called Helios, implying solar associations, was a sign of the elusive and mysterious Grail family. In Wolfram von Eschenbach's poem, he is in fact the son of Parzival, the supreme knight of the Grail. One day, in the sacred temple or castle of the Grail of Monk Salvation, Lohengrin is said to have heard the chapel bell tolling without the intervention of human hands. A signal that his aid was urgently required somewhere in the world. It was required predictably announced by a temple mistress, the Duchess of Brabant 36, according to some sources, the Duchess of Boule, and according to others. The lady desperately needed a champion, and Lohengrin hastens to her rescue in a bow drawn by heraldic swans. In single combat, he defeated the Duchess's persecutor and married the lady. In their nuptials, however, he issued a stringent warning. Never was his bride to query him about his origins or ancestry, his background, or the place whence he came. And for some years, the lady obeyed her husband's edict. At last, however, goaded to fatal curiosity by the scurrilous insinuations of rivals, she presumed to ask the forbidden question. Thereupon, Lohengrin was compelled to depart, vanishing in his swan-drawn boat into the sunset. And behind him, with his wife, he left a child of uncertain lineage. According to the various accounts, this child was either the father or the grandfather of Godefroy de Bouillon. For the Merovingian dynasty, The Lost Kings, from the work of Henri Lopinel, Henri d'Ancourt. It is difficult for the modern mind to appreciate the magnitude of Godefroy's status in popular consciousness, not only in his own time but even as late as the 17th century. Today, when one thinks of the Crusades, one thinks of Richard Critical Lion, King John, perhaps Louis IX, St. Louis, or Frederick Barbarossa. But until relatively recently, none of these individuals enjoyed Godefroy's prestige or fame. Godefroy, leader of the First Crusade, was the supreme popular hero, the hero par excellence. It was Godefroy who inaugurated the Crusade. It was Godefroy who captured Jerusalem from the Saracens. It was Godefroy who rescued Christ's sepulchre from infidel hands. It was Godefroy, above all others, who, in people's imaginations, reconciled the ideals of high chivalric enterprise and fervent Christian piety. Not surprisingly, therefore, Godefroy became the object of a cult which persisted long after his death. Given this exalting status, it is understandable that Godefroy should be credited with all manner of illustrious mythical pedigrees. It is even understandable that Wolfram von Eschenbach and other medieval romancers should link him directly with the Grail, should depict him as a lineal descendant of the mysterious Grail family. And such fabulous pedigrees are rendered even more comprehensible by the fact that Godefroy's true lineage is obscure. History remains uncomfortably uncertain about his ancestry. 37 The Prior documents furnished us with the most plausible, perhaps, indeed, the first plausible genealogy of Godefroy de Bouillon that has yet come to light. As far as this genealogy could be checked, and much of it could be proved accurate, we found no evidence to contradict it, much to support it, and it convincingly bridged a number of perplexing historical gaps. According to the genealogy and the Prior documents, Godefroy de Bouillon, by virtue of his great-grandmother, who married Duke de Flandre in 1009, was a lineal descendant of the Flandre family. In other words, Godefroy was of Merovingian blood, directly descended from Dagobert II, the Sigismund IV in the line of Merovingian lost kings left over to For centuries, the Merovingian blood royal appears to have coated the world of numerous family trees. The vast pure process analogous to the grafting of vines in viticulture, it would seem to have borne through Godefroy de Bouillon to Lorraine. and near the house of Perez was established a new path money. This revelation cast a significant light on the crusade. We could now perceive the crusades from a new perspective and discern in them something more than the symbolic gesture of reclaiming Christ's people from the Saracens. In his own eyes, as well as those of his supporters, Joshua would have been more than Duke of Lorraine. He would, in fact, have been a rightful king, a legitimate claimant of the dynasty deposed with Dagobert II in 679. But Godfroy was a rightful king, he was also a king without a kingdom, and the Capetian dynasty in France, supported by the Roman Church, was by then too well entrenched to be dethroned. What can one do if one is a king without a kingdom? Perhaps find a kingdom, or create a kingdom, the most precious kingdom in the entire world. Palestine, the Holy Land, soil trodden by Jesus himself. Would not the ruler of such a kingdom be comparable to any in Europe? And would he not, in presiding over that most sacred of earthly sites, obtain sweet revenge on the church which betrayed his ancestors 4 centuries before? The elusive mystery gradually certain pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place. If Godfroy was a pair of Indian blood, a number of seemingly disconnected fragments ceased to be disconnected and assumed a coherent continuity. We could thus explain the emphasis afforded such apparently disparate elements as the Merovingian dynasty and the Crusades, Dagobert II and Godfroy, the Knights Templar, the House of Lorraine, the three of the Scions. We could even trace the Merovingian bloodlines up to the present day, to Alain to Henri de Montpezat, consort of the Queen of Denmark, to Pierre Blanche de St. Clair, to Otto von Habsburg, to Sir Philip of Lorraine and King of Jerusalem. And yet the really crucial question continued to elude us. We still do not see why the Merovingian bloodline should be so inexplicably important today. We still do not see why its claim should be in any way relevant to contemporary affairs, or why it should command the allegiance of so many distinguished men through the centuries. We still do not see why a modern Merovingian monarchy, however technically legitimate it might be, warranted such urgent endorsement. Quite clearly, we were overlooking something. 10. The exiled tribe. Could there be something special about the Merovingian bloodline, something more than an academic technical legitimacy? Could there really be something which, in some way, might genuinely matter to people today? Could there be something that might affect, perhaps even alter, existing social, political, or religious institutions? These questions continued to nag at us. As yet, however, there appeared to be no answer to them. Once again, we sifted through the compilation of freer documents, and especially the all-important dossier secrets. We reread passages which had meant nothing to us before. Now they made sense, but they did not serve to explain the mystery, nor to answer what had now become the critical question. On the other hand, there were other passages whose relevance was still unclear to us. These passages by no means resolved the enigma, but, if nothing else, they set us thinking along certain lines which eventually proved to be of paramount significance. As we had already discovered, the Merovingians themselves, according to their own chroniclers, claimed descent from ancient Troy. But according to certain of the freer documents, the Merovingian pedigree was older than the siege of Troy. According to certain of the freer documents, the Merovingian pedigree could in fact be traced back to the Old Testament. Among the genealogies in the dossier secrets, for example, there were numerous footnotes and annotations. Many of these referred specifically to one of the 12 tribes of ancient Israel, the tribe of Benjamin. One such reference cites and emphasizes the biblical passages Deuteronomy chapter 33, Joshua 18, and Judges chapter 20 and 21. Deuteronomy chapter 33 contains the blessings pronounced by Moses on the patriarchs of each of the 12 tribes. Of Benjamin, Moses says, "The beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him, and the Lord shall cover him all the day long. And he shall dwell between his shoulders." 33 to 12. In other words, Benjamin and his descendants were singled out for a very special and exalted blessing. That much, at any rate, was clear. were, of course, puzzled by the promise of the Lord dwelling between Benjamin's shoulders. Should we associate it with the legendary Merovingian birthmark, the red cross between the shoulders? The connection seemed somewhat far-fetched. On the other hand, there were other clearer similarities between Benjamin and the Old Testament that the subject of our investigation. According to Robert Grace, for example, the day sacred to Benjamin was December 23rd, one day of King's Day. Among the three clans which comprised the tribe of Benjamin, there was the clan of Hiram, which might in some obscure way pertain to Hiram, builder of the Temple of Solomon and central figure in Masonic tradition. Hiram's most devoted disciple, moreover, was named Benoni, and Benoni, interestingly enough, was the name originally conferred upon the infant Benjamin by his mother, Rachel, before she died. The second biblical reference in the dossier's secrets to Joshua chapter 18 is rather more clear. It deals with the arrival of Moses' people in the promised land and the apportionment to each of the 12 tribes of particular tracts of territory. According to this apportionment, the territory of the tribe of Benjamin included what subsequently became the sacred city of Jerusalem. Jerusalem, in other words, even before it became the capital of David and Solomon, was the allocated birthright of the tribe of Benjamin. According to Joshua chapter 18, verse 28, the birthright of the Benjamites encompassed Zelah, Elephan, Jebusi, which is Jerusalem, Gibeah, and Kirjath, 14 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the children of Benjamin according to their families. The third biblical passage cited by the dossier's secrets involves a fairly complex sequence of events. A Levite traveling through Benjamite territory is assaulted and his concubine ravished by worshippers of Belial, a variant of the Sumerian mother goddess, known as Ishtar by the Babylonians and is studied by the Phoenicians. Calling representatives of the 12 tribes to witness, the Levite demands vengeance for the atrocity, and at a council, the Benjamites are instructed to deliver the malefactors to justice. One might expect the Benjamites to comply readily. For some reason, however, they do not, and undertake by force of arms to protect the sons of Belial. The result is a bitter and bloody war between the Benjamites and the remaining 11 tribes. In the course of hostilities, a curse is pronounced by the latter on any man who gives his daughter to a Benjamite.
All they have to do is cheat.
When the war is over, however, and the Benjamites virtually exterminated, the victorious Israelites repent of their malediction, which, however, cannot be retracted. Now the men of Israel had sworn in Mizpah, saying, "There shall not any of us give his daughter unto Benjamin to wife." And the people came to the house of God, and abode there till even before God, and lifted up their voices, and wept sore, and said, "O Lord God of Israel, why is this come to pass in Israel, that there should be today one tribe lacking in Israel?" Judges chapter 21 verses 1 to 3. A few verses later, the lament is repeated. And the children of Israel repented them for Benjamin their brother, and said, "There is one tribe cut off from Israel this day. How shall we do for wives for them that remain, seeing we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them of our daughters to wives?" Judges chapter 21 verses 6 and 7. And yet again. And the people repented them for Benjamin, because that the Lord had made a breach in the tribes of Israel. Then the elders of the congregation said, "How shall we do for wives for them that remain, seeing the women are destroyed out of Benjamin?" And they said, "There must be an inheritance for them that be escaped out of Benjamin, that a tribe be not destroyed out of Israel. Howbeit we may not give them wives of our daughters, for the children of Israel have sworn, saying, Cursed be he that giveth a wife to Benjamin." Judges chapter 21 verses 15 to 18. Confronted by the possible extinction of an entire tribe, the elders quickly devised a solution. At Shiloh, in Bethel, there is to be a festival of Bowls, and the women of Shiloh, whose men folk have been killed in the war, are to be considered fair game. The surviving Benjamites are instructed to go to Shiloh and wait in ambush in the vineyards. When the women of the town congregate to dance in the forthcoming festival, the Benjamites are to pounce upon them and take them to wife. It is not at all clear why the dossier's secrets insist on calling attention to this passage. But whatever the reason, the Benjamites, so far as biblical history is concerned, are clearly important. Despite the devastation of the war, they quickly recover in prestige, if not in numbers. Indeed, they recover so well that in 1 Samuel they furnish Israel with her first king, Saul. Whatever recovery the Benjamites may have made, however, the dossier's secrets imply that the war over the followers of Belial was a crucial turning point. It would seem that in the wake of this conflict many, if not most, Benjamites went into exile. Thus, there is a portentous note in the dossier's secrets in capital letters. One day the descendants of Benjamin left their country, certain remained 2,000 years later. ROTHSCHILD God became king of Jerusalem and founded the order to Sion. To at first there appeared to be no connection between these apparent non-sequiturs. When we assembled the diverse and fragmentary references in the dossier's secrets, however, a coherent story began to emerge. According to this account, most Benjamites would go in exile. Their exile supposedly took them to Greece, to the central Peloponnese, to Arcadia, in short, where they supposedly became lines of the Arcadian royal line. Towards the advent of the Christian era, they are then said to have migrated up the Danube and the Rhine, intermarrying with certain Teutonic tribes and eventually engendering the Sicambrian Franks, the immediate forebears of the Merovingians. According to the Creed documents, then, the Merovingians were descended via Arcadia from the tribe of Benjamin. In other words, the Merovingians, as well as their subsequent descendants, the bloodlines of Flanders and Lorraine, for example, were ultimately of Semitic or Israelite origin. And if Jerusalem was indeed the hereditary birthright of the Benjamites, God Freud, God, in marching on the holy city, in fact had been reclaiming his ancient and rightful heritage. Again, it is significant that God Freud, alone among the august Western princes who embarked on the First Crusade, disposed of all his property before his departure, implying thereby that he did not intend to return to Europe, not bait Judea, showing the only avenue of escape for the tribe of Benjamin. Needless to say, we had no way of ascertaining whether the Merovingians were of Benjamite origin or not. The information in the prior documents, such as it was related to too remote, too obscure a past, for which no confirmation, no records of any sort could be obtained. But the asserts were neither particularly unique nor particularly new. On the contrary, they had been around, in the form of vague rumors and nebulous traditions, for a long time. To cite but one instance, Proust draws upon them in his opus, and more recently, the novelist Jean Dormesson suggests a Judaic origin for certain noble French families. And in 1965, Roger Peyrefitte, who seems to like scandalizing his countrymen, and so with resounding éclat in a novel affirming all French and most European nobility to be ultimately Judaic. In fact, the argument, although unprovable, is not altogether implausible, nor are the exile and migration ascribed to the tribe of Benjamin in the prior documents. The tribe of Benjamin took up arms on behalf of the followers of Belial, a form of mother goddess often associated with images of a Muller calf. There is reason to believe that the Benjamites themselves revered the same deity. Indeed, it is possible that the worship of the golden calf in Exodus, the subject significantly enough of one of Poussin's most famous paintings, may have been a specifically Benjamite ritual. Following their war against the other 11 tribes of Israel, Benjamites fleeing into exile would of necessity have had to flee westwards towards the Phoenician coast. The Phoenicians possessed ships capable of transporting large numbers of refugees, and they would have been obvious allies for fugitive Benjamites, for they, too, worshipped the mother goddess in the form of a sturdy queen of heaven. If there was actually an exodus of Benjamites from Palestine, one might hope to find some mystical record of it. In Greek myth, one does. There is the legend of King Belus, his son, Levinas, who arrives in Greece with his daughters by ship. His daughters are said to have introduced the cult of the mother goddess, which became the established cult of the Arcadians. According to Robert Graves, Smith reports the arrival in the Peloponnesus of colonists from Palestine. Graves states that King Belus is in fact called for Bel, or perhaps Belial from the Old Testament. It is is also worthy of note that one of the clans of the tribe of Benjamin was the clan of Bela. In Arcadia, the cult of the mother goddess not only prospered but survived longer than in any other part of Greece. It became associated with worship of Demeter, then of Diana or Artemis. Known regionally as Arduina, Artemis became tutelary deity of the Ardennes, and it was from the Ardennes that the Sicambrian Franks first issued into what is now France. The totem of Artemis was the she-bear, Callisto, whose son was Arcas, the bear child and patron of Arcadia. And Callisto, transported to the heavens by Artemis, became the constellation Ursa Major, the Grey Bear. There might thus be something more than coincidence in the appellation Ursus, applied repeatedly to the Merovingian bloodline. In any case, there is other evidence, apart from mythology, suggesting a Judean migration to Arcadia. In classical times, the region known as Arcadia was ruled by the powerful, militaristic state of Sparta. Spartans absorbed much of the older Arcadian culture, and indeed, the legendary Arcadian Lysias may in fact be identified with Lycurgus, who codified Spartan law. On reaching manhood, the Spartans, like the Merovingians, ascribed a special magical significance to their hair, which was the Merovingians or law. According to one authority, the length of hair denoted their physical figure and became a sacred symbol. For what is more, both books of that of each of the Apocrypha suggest a link between Spartans and Jews. Many of these disputes that Jews having the bust of those of the Lacedaemonians who hope of finding protection there because of their kingdom. Maccabees once say that explicitly it has been found in writing concerning the Spartans and Jews that they are brethren and are of the family of Abraham. We should thus acknowledge at least the possibility of Judean migration to Arcadia, so that the re-adoptionists, if it could not be proved to them, could not be dismissed either. As for Semitic influence on Frankish culture, there was solid archaeological evidence. Phoenician or Semitic phrases traversed the whole of southern France, from Bordeaux to Marseille and Narbonne. They also ended at the Rhone. As early as 700 to 800 CE, there were Phoenician settlements not only along the French coast but inland as well, at such sites as Carcassonne and Toulouse. Among the artifacts found at these sites were many of Semitic origin. This is hardly surprising. In the 9th century BC, Phoenician kings of Tyre had intermarried with the kings of Israel and Judah, thus establishing a dynastic alliance that would have ended a close contest between their respective peoples. The Scots in Jerusalem in AD 70 and the destruction of the temple prompted a massive exodus of Jews from the Holy Land. Thus, the city of Pompeii bears by the election of the Jews in AD 79 included a Jewish community. Certain cities in southern France, Oz, for example, Lunel and Narbonne, provided a haven for Jewish refugees around the same time. And yet the influx of Judaic peoples into Europe, and especially France, predated the fall of Jerusalem in the 1st century. In fact, it happened in progress from before the Christian era. In 106 and 48 BC, a Jewish colony was established in Rome. Not long after, another such colony was founded far up the Rhine at Cologne. Certain Roman legions included contingents of Jewish slaves, new companies and masters all over Europe. Many of these slaves eventually wound purchasing in some other fashion, obtained their freedom and formed communities. In consequence, there are many specifically Semitic territories scattered about France. Some of them are situated squarely in the old Merovingian heartland. A few kilometers from Steny, for example, on the fringe of the forest of Woks where Dagobert was assassinated, there is a village called Bolon. Between Steny and Orville, there is a town called Antioch. In the mountain of Sion in Lorraine, Bohemian Syria was originally Mount Semita. Seven again that while we could not prove the claims of the real documents, we could not discount them either. Certainly there was enough evidence to render them at least plausible. We were compelled to acknowledge that the freer documents might be correct about the Merovingians and the various noble families descended from them might have stemmed from Semitic sources. But could this be one of Josie Alban's stories? The big news portended secret which had engendered so much fuss and intrigue so much lost time legend. And even if it were not legend but true, then we would explain the motivation of the fear of Zion and the flame of Merovingian dynasty. It appeared to explain the appearance of men like Leonardo and Newton or the activities of the houses of Guys and Lorraine, the covertous efforts of the company du Saint-Sacrement. The elusive secrets of Scottish Rite. Masonry? Obviously not. Why should descent from the tribe of Benjamin constitute so explosive a secret? And perhaps most crucially, why should descent from the tribe of Benjamin matter today? How could it possibly clarify the fear of Zion's present-day activities and objectives? If our inquiry involved vested interests that were specifically Semitic or Judaic, moreover, why did it involve so many components of a specifically, even fervently, Christian character? The passage we quote is of the Roman Church, for example, vowed Christianity of God, right, not of the conquest of Jerusalem, theoretical, perhaps. But no less Christian thought of the Templars and Knights Templar, pious institutions like the Company du Saint-Sacrement, Freemasonry that was hermetic, aristocratic, and Christian. And the implication of so many Christian ecclesiastics, from high-ranking princes of the church to local village peers like Ootd and Son, might be that the narrative was transmitting every day in Oregon, but it seemed to us essentially incidental. Whatever the real secret underlying our investigation, it appeared to be inextricably associated not with Old Testament Judaism, but with Christianity. In short, the tribe of Benjamin, for the moment at least, seemed to be a red herring. However important it might be, there was something of even greater importance involved. We were still overlooking something. Read the bloodline. 11. The Holy Grail. What might we have been overlooking? Or alternatively, what might we have been seeking in the wrong place? Was there perhaps some fragment that had been before our eyes all along, which, for one reason or another, we had failed to notice? As far as we could determine, we had overlooked no item, no bit of accepted historical scholarship. But might there be something else, something that lay beyond the pale of documented history, the concrete facts to which we have endeavored to confine ourselves? Certainly there was one motif, admittedly fabulous, which had threaded itself through our investigation, recurring repeatedly with insistent and intriguing consistency. This was the mysterious object known as the Holy Grail. I reckon the Grails, for example, that the Lord in possession of the Grail. The Templars, too, were often regarded as the Grail's custodians, and the Grail romances had originally issued from the court of the Count of Champagne, who was intimately associated with the foundation of the Knights Templar. When the Templars were suppressed, moreover, the bizarre heads they supposedly worshipped enjoyed, according to the official Inquisition reports, many of the attributes traditionally ascribed to the Grail, providing sustenance, for example, and imbuing the land with fertility. In the course of our investigation, we had run across the Grail in numerous other contexts as well. Some had been relatively recent, such as the occult circles of Josephine Pelletin and Claude Debussy at the end of the 19th century. Others were considerably older. Godefroy de Bouillon, for instance, was descended, according to medieval legend and folklore, from Lohengrin, the Knight of the Swan, and Lohengrin, the romances, was the son of Percival or Parzival, protagonist of all the early Grail stories. Moreover, ruler of the medieval principality in southern France during the reign of Charlemagne, was the hero of the poem by Wolfram von Eschenbach. Most important Grail chroniclers. Indeed, the dial-up in Wolfram's poem was said to have been associated in some way with the mysterious Grail gambling. These incursions of the Grail into our inquiry, and others like them, purely random and coincidental? Or was there a continuity underlying in connecting them, a continuity which, in some unimaginable way, linked our inquiry to the Grail, whatever the Grail might really be? At this point, we were confronted by a staggering question.
All the way up the stairs.
Could the Grail be something more than pure fantasy? Could it actually have existed in some sense? Could there really have been such a thing as the Holy Grail? Or something concrete, at any rate, for which the Holy Grail was employed as a symbol? The question was certainly exciting and provocative, to say the least.
Frank Costanza.
At the same time, it threatened to take us too far afield into spheres of spurious speculation. It did, however, serve to direct our attention to the Grail romances themselves. And in themselves, the Grail romances posed a number of perplexing and distinctly relevant
One in
conundrums.
particular, I don't think it's ever
It is generally assumed that the Holy Grail relates in some way to Jesus. According to some traditions, it was the book from which Jesus and his disciples drank at the Last Supper. According to other traditions, it was the cup in which Joseph of Arimathea caught Jesus' blood as he hung on the cross. According to other traditions, still the Grail was both of these. But if the Grail was so intimately associated with Jesus, or if it did indeed exist, why was there no reference to it whatever for more than 1,000 years? Where was it during all that time? Why did it not figure in earlier literature, folklore, or tradition? Why should something of such intense relevance and immediacy to Christendom remain buried for as long as it apparently did? More provocatively still, why should the Grail finally surface precisely when it did, at the very peak of the Crusade? Was it coincidence that this enigmatic object, ostensibly non-existent for 10 centuries, should assume the status it did at the very time it did? When the Frankish kingdom of Jerusalem was in its full glory, when the Templars were at the apex of their power, when the Cathar heresy was gaining a momentum which actually threatened to disgrace the creed of Rome. Was this convergence of circumstances purely coincidental? Or was there some link between them? Inundated and somewhat daunted by questions of this kind, we turned our attention to the Grail romances. Only by examining these fantasies closely could we hope to determine whether their recurrence in our inquiry was indeed coincidental or the manifestation of a pattern which might be in some way significant. The legend of the Holy Grail most 20th century scholarship concurs in the belief that the Grail romances rest ultimately on a pagan foundation. A ritual connected with the cycle of the seasons, the death and rebirth of the year. In its most primordial origins, it would appear to involve a vegetation both closely related in forms, if not directly derived from those of Janus, Adonis, and Osiris in the Middle East. Thus, in both Irish and Welsh mythology, there are repeated references to death, rebirth, and renewal, as well as to a similar regenerative process in the land's sterility and fertility. The theme is central to the anonymous 14th century English poem, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. And in the Mabinogion, a compilation of Welsh legends roughly contemporary with the Grail romances, though obviously drawing on much earlier material, there is a mysterious cauldron of rebirth, in which dead warriors, thrown at nightfall, are resurrected the following morning. This cauldron is often associated with a giant hero named Bran. Bran also possessed a platter and whatever food one wished thereon was instantly obtained. Property also sometimes ascribed to the Grail.
I looked in his eyes.
At the end of his life, moreover, Bran was supposedly decapitated and was high placed as a sort of talisman in London. Here it was said to perform a number of magical functions, not only ensuring fertility of the land, but also by some occult power, repelling invaders. Many of these motifs were subsequently incorporated into the Grail romances. There is no question that Bran, with his cauldron and platter, contributed something to later conceptions of the Grail. And Bran's head shares attributes not only with the Grail, but also with the heads allegedly worshipped by the Knights Templar. The pagan foundation for the Grail romances has been exhaustively explored by scholars from Sir James Frazer in the Golden Bough up to the present. But during the mid to late 12th century, the originally pagan foundation for the Grail romances underwent a serious and extremely important transformation. In some obscure way that has eluded the investigation of researchers, the Grail became very uniquely and specifically associated with Christianity, and with a rather unorthodox form of Christianity in that, on the basis of some elusive amalgamation, the Grail became inextricably linked with Jesus. And there seems to have been something more involved than a facile grafting of pagan and Christian traditions. As a relative mystically with Jesus, the Grail engendered a luminous quantity of romances, or lengthy narrative poems, which, even today, tease the imagination. Despite clerical disapprobation, these romances flourished for nearly a century, becoming a fully fledged cult of their own, a cult whose lifespan, interestingly enough, closely paralleled that of the Order of the Temple after its separation from the Prior to Zion in 1188. With the fall of the Holy Land in 1291 and the dissolution of the Templars between 1307 and 1314, the Grail romances also vanished from the stage of history. For another 2 centuries or so, at any rate. Then, in 1470, the theme was taken up again by Sir Thomas Malory in his famous L'Amour Take Arthur, and it has remained more or less prominent in Western culture ever since. Nor has its context always been wholly literary. There seems to be abundant documentary evidence that certain members of the National Socialist hierarchy in Germany actually believed in the Grail's physical
Joey and I
existence.
sat next to each other a lot.
And excavations for
I
it
just
were
hated
actually
this because he sat
undertaken during the war in the south of France. One by Mallory's time, the mysterious object known as the Grail had assumed the more or less distinct identity ascribed to it today. It was alleged to be the cup of the Last Supper, in which Joseph of Arimathea later caught Jesus' blood. According to certain accounts, the Grail was brought by Joseph of Arimathea to England, more specifically to Glastonbury.
Really?
According to other accounts, it was brought by the Magdalene de France. As early as the 4th century, legends describe the Magdalene fleeing the Holy Land as being set ashore near Marseille, where, for that matter, her purported relics are still venerated. According to medieval legends, she carried with her to Marseille the Holy Grail. By the 15th century, this tradition had clearly assumed immense importance for such individuals as King Rabbi, who collected Grail cups.
Anyway.
But the early legends say that the Magdalene brought the Grail into France, not a cup. In other words, the simple association of Grail and cup was a relatively late development. Mallory perpetuated this facile association, and it has been a truism ever since. But Mallory, in fact, took considerable liberties with his original sources. In these original sources, the Grail is something much more than a cup. And the mystical aspects of the Grail are far more important than the chivalric which Mallory extols. In the opinion of most scholars, the first genuine Grail romance dates from the late 12th century, from around 1188. That crucial year which witnessed the fall of Jerusalem and the alleged rupture between the Order of the Temple and the Prior to Zion. The romance in question is entitled Roman and Merciful. It was composed by one strategic prince who seems to have been attached to some indeterminate capacity to the court of the Count of Champagne. Little is known of Stratene's biography. His association with the court of Champagne is apparent from numerous works composed before his Grail romance works dedicated to Marie, Countess of Champagne. Through this corpus of courtly romances, including one dealing with Lancelot, which makes no mention of anything resembling his Grail, Stratine by the 1180s had established an imposing reputation for himself. And given his earlier work, one might have expected him to continue in a similar vein. Towards the end of his life, however, Stratine turned his attention to a new, hitherto unarticulated theme, and the Holy Grail was official debut in Western
years
culture and
before,
consciousness.
there was a
Stratine's
wave
Grail
of
romance was dedicated not to
stink
Marie
bombs that had gone
Champagne,
off
but to Philippe Lusace,
that
Count of
smell.
Flanders.
And
Too, at the beginning of this poem, Stratine declares that his work has been composed specifically at Philippe's request.
and people thought it might have been a continuing wave of that.
Story in the first place.
But no,
The work
it was like a
itself
special
follows a
smell.
general pattern, which constitutes a
And
prototype for subsequent Grail narratives.
I went to one time,
Its protagonist is named Percival, who is described as the son of the widow lady. This appellation is in itself both significant and
you like the
intriguing.
first period?
It had long been employed by certain of the dualist and Gnostic heresies, sometimes for their own
Well, I remember
profits,
morning
sometimes for Jesus himself.
It was like no one had any idea who was doing this, but it smells so bad. As we were walking up the
Believing his
stairwell,
widowed
kids
mother
are like,
Percival sallies forth to win his knighthood.
Oh
During
my
his travels,
god.
he comes upon an
So,
enigmatic fisherman, the famous Fisher
we get
King,
into
in whose castle he is
there,
offered
and
refuge
I'm
for
not
the
dumb
night.
enough to like let out my
That
secret
evening, the
sauce
Grail appears.
in that
Neither at this point nor at any other in the poem is it
like
linked
the
in any way
cafeteria
whatever with
because
Jesus.
I'll be caught.
In fact,
So
the
then
reader
what?
learns very little about it. He is not even told what it is. But whatever it is carried by a damsel, is golden and studded with gems. Percival does not know that he is expected to ask a question of this mysterious object. He is expected to ask who one serves with it.
And
The question
it's
is
just like
obviously
a
ambiguous.
detonation.
If the Grail is a vessel or a dish of some kind, the question may mean who is intended to eat from it. Alternatively, the question might be rephrased: does one serve in a chivalric sense by virtue of serving the Grail? Whatever the meaning of the question, Percival neglects to ask it. And the next morning, when he wakes, the castle is empty.
Yeah, whatever the fuck.
His omission, he learns subsequently, causes a disastrous flood on the land. Later still, he learns that he himself is of the Grail family, and that the mysterious Fisher King, was sustained by the Grail, was in fact his own uncle. At this point, Percival makes a curious confession. Since his unhappy experience with the Grail, he declares he has ceased to love or believe in God. Shortine's poem is rendered all the more perplexing by the fact that it is unfinished. Shortine himself died around 1188, quite possibly before he could complete the work, and even if he did complete it, no copy has survived. If such a copy ever existed, it may well have been destroyed in a fire at Troyes in 1188. The point need not be labored, but certain scholars have found this fire coinciding as it did with the poet's death vaguely suspicious. In any case, Shortine's version of the Grail story is less important in itself and in its role as a precursor. During the next half-century, the motif he had introduced at the court of Troyes was to spread through Western Europe like a brush fire. At the same time, however, modern experts on this subject agree that the later Grail romances do not seem to have derived wholly from Shortine, but seem to have drawn on at least one other source as well, a source which, in all probability, predated Shortine. And during its proliferation, the Grail story became much more
This is what
closely
happened.
linked
That's
with
what
King
happened
Arthur,
in
who
first
was only a
period.
peripheral figure
Really?
in Shortine's
Yeah.
version.
So,
And he also became linked with Jesus.
and these things were silent. I call them silent but deadly, or silent but violent. Really? Yeah. And you could feel the heat coming from my butt. And I remember sticking my hand in between my legs.
Between 1190 and 1199.
And it was a sweet.
Robert is often credited
Yeah.
with making the Grail a specifically Christian
And-
symbol. Robert himself states that he is drawing on an earlier source that was
But I was
quite
like, oh,
different
this
from
is
Shortine.
powerful.
In speaking of his poem,
And I
in
remember the
particular
kids
of
around
the
me.
Grail's Christian character, he alludes to a great book, the secrets of which had been revealed to him.
And
3. It is thus uncertain whether Robert himself
It was
Christianized the Grail or whether someone else did so before him. Most authorities
Joey was like, oh, not again. Really? Yeah, why? Because he had smelled it in morning prayer, and he had like, because we were next to each other, and so he was like, he knew. And so, what? He was just graceful. This kid would go to school.
And it is this sacred blood which confers on the Grail a magical quality. After the crucifixion, Robert continues, Joseph's family became the keepers of the Grail. And for Robert, the Grail romances involve
And here's
cases
this
and
bloody.
vicissitudes of his
But all of
blood
us.
family. Thus,
Why?
Robert has
Well,
said
kids, you should just know if white smell, there's particulate
and
somewhere.
the Grail itself
Anyway.
passes to Joseph's brother.
Any kind of smell is particulate. But yeah, like it's a molecule of some sort. So anyway, what happened? So he's just like got his shirt over his. And then I sit here and like perhaps watch go. Oh my god, what is that? Bro, does anyone else smell that? He's like, am I the only one who smells that? Well, I'm like, Eddie, so he takes his undershirt and he's going like that. Why? Because that's what you do. Really, really, really fancy. like farts. So then Lozier, my friend Dan, is like, Aaron, who sits in front of me, is like, and you see his head go like this. Punch me. And I'm like, dude, it's first period, man. He's like, what in the fuck? Do you ever sleep on or something? I'm like, no. My friend Josie and Nancy are like, dude, what is that? That's not a fart. That's like chemical. That's chemical warfare. And I was like, it's the second period coming. And like the whole class was I'm sitting next to this and boom, I let one out. Second period. And I stick my hand between my legs and I smell, and it's just a sweet pepper. And it's hot in my hand. And I got it like a minute. I put it like this, right in fucking Banks' face. And this kid is taking teeth. So imagine taking teeth. With like a little tea bag. And he goes to take a sip. And you know, like how like in cartoons, like smell, you can like see it. He's like, and it goes up his nose. He goes, description of wounds, for example, seem to attest to a first-hand experience of the battlefield, realistic, unromanticized experience characteristic of any other Grail romance. Now he's got like teeth,
and it's going right past that teeth. It nevertheless provides a solid basis for linking the Templars with the Grail.
And fucking Meeks is
Although
just like,
the order is not mentioned by name, its appearance in the poem would seem to be unmistakable.
oh my
Thus,
god.
Percival, in his wanderings, happens upon a castle. This
They
castle
warned, my
does not
friends
house
warned
the
me.
Grail, but it does
Dude,
house a conclave of initiates who are obviously
if we
familiar
smell
with the
this
Grail.
fucking fart one more time,
Percival is received here by two masters
we're gonna beat
who
you
clap
up.
their hands and are joined by 33 other
Like,
men.
you're our friend.
They
Like, we
were
don't
clad
beat
in
each
white
other up,
garments, and not
but
one
we
of them but
are
had a
gonna
red
whoop
cross in the
your
midst of his
ass
breast, and they seemed to be
if we
all of
smell
an
this
age.
fucking fart again.
One of these mysterious masters
So it's fourth
states that
period.
he has personally seen the Grail,
I'm
an
thinking to
experience
myself,
vouchsafed only to an elect few.
and I'm gonna tell you
And
this,
he
I
also
say this,
states that he is
I bet my
familiar with
fucking
Percival's
Jews aren't
lineage.
supposed to bet their life on this, but every fucking kid
Robert's
will remember
poems, the
this
Rose's
mad
lace
flavor
and
that I had
enormous
this one day. It was like,
stress
they'd be
on
like, oh yeah,
lineage.
we smelled
And
farts,
numerous points
we've
Percival's
had
is
wives, we've had
described as
kids,
unholy.
no one's ever had a fart like that.
Elsewhere,
It
it
was
is stated explicitly
kids haven't
that
had
Percival
farts like
was
that.
of the lineage
It
of
was
Joseph of Arimathea,
something really
and
unique.
that
I
this
feel like it
Joseph
was like
was his Percival's mother's
extraterrestrial.
uncle.
I don't know, it's like
Ben had
off
been a
world.
soldier of Pilate 7 years.
It was tremendous. It was a tremendous one. Really, it was absolutely tremendous.
On the contrary, it
And then
takes
what?
place like Shrittian
So we're in
surgeon
physics
during the
class.
age of
I'll
Arthur.
never forget. I was in physics
Chronology is
class.
further
So
scrambled
what
by
were
the
they?
fact
So
that the Holy Land is
why is
already
food?
in the hands of an infidel, which it wasn't until nearly 2
And Joey
centuries
Kelly's
after
asking
Arthur,
Dr. Mooney a question.
and by the fact that the Holy Land is apparently to be identified with
And
Camelot.
Dan
To a
Lozier,
greater degree than either
Aaron
Shrittian or
Rosie,
Robert's
and Andrew
poems, the
Van Bosch
Perseus
are
is
kind of
magical
listening
in
to
nature. In addition
And
to his knowledge of the battlefield, the
you have to
anonymous
understand
author
the
displays
configuration of
knowledge
this room.
quite
I remember
surprising
exactly
for
where
the
I
time
sat.
of conjuration and vocation. There
I
are also
remember.
numerous alchemical references to two men, for instance,
I-
made of copper by art of nigromancy.
I remember. Okay, so what?
Seven
There,
and
kids, you
several
gotta always remember this. There were two
alchemical references resonate
rows
with
of
echoes
tables,
the mystery
okay?
surrounding the Templars.
like this.
Thus, one of
Joey
the
was
masters
here,
of the white-clad
Dr. Mooney was
Templar
here,
Ally Company says to
Dan was
Percival,
here,
"You are the head
Aaron was
sealed in
here,
silver
Van Bosch
and
was
the head
here, Eddie was
sealed in
here.
lead.
Okay.
And the bodies
And
whereunto these heads
Fancy
belong, I
and
tell you
Josie
that
are
we
here.
must make up
I'm
either the
over
head
here
blood of the king and of
in the
queen.
corner, and
The Pearl's Vase abounds in magical illusions,
I sat in the back
and
corner.
other illusions that are both heretical and
But it's not like the
pagan.
room ended there. The room
Again,
continued.
Percival
That's
is
just the
designated
last
by the duelist
scene.
appellation,
Okay, so
son
what?
of the widow lady.
So I
There are
feel my
references
stomach
to a
gurgle,
sanctioned ritual
and I'm
of
like,
king
oh my god, this
sacrifice
is
most
gonna be
incongruous in a purportedly
I'm
Christian
risking getting
poem.
beaten up for this.
There are
I don't care.
references to the
So
roasting
I
and
walk
devouring
around
of
the
children, a
tables
crime of which the
to
Templars
Dr.
were
Mooney,
popularly accused.
and I try to keep a straight
And at
face,
one point
and I
there is
say
a
to Dr.
singular
Mooney,
rite which again evokes memories of the Templar trials. And a red cross erected
Dr.
in a
Mooney,
forest
I
of
just got a
beautiful
really
white
good
beast of
idea for a
indeterminate
physics
nature is torn
experiment.
apart
Do you,
by hounds. While Percival watches
do you
the
mind
knight and a damsel appear with
if
golden
I
vessels, collect the fragments of mutilated flesh, and having kissed the cross, disappear
use
into
the
the
scale?
trees? Percival
And
himself then
he's like,
kneels before the cross and kisses it.
go ahead,
And there
that's
came
fine.
to him a smell
It was something
so
that we
sweet
would
of the
do, like
cross
we
and
would
of
do
place,
physics stuff.
such as no
So over
sweetness
here,
can
they had
be
all
there
kinds of like
therewith.
physics toys and
Philip
physics stuff
conceived
with
coming
like
from
grams and
Forest, two priests
just 2
celebrate,
grams or
and the
whatever.
first
And
shouted
so
to
I
him,
walked
"Sir
there
knight, withdraw
this
yourself
entire
away from
time
the cross."
about to drop. So it's
And
fourth
right
period.
after you to comply,
I'm
and
right by
Percival
fucking
tied
Dr.
him
Mooney.
back.
And right after
And the
he's like,
priest kneeleth
yeah, you can
before
go
the cross
over
and
there.
adoreth it and boweth down and kisseth it more than a score times and manifesteth
Fourth
the
period.
most joyant.
So
Whoa. And the other priest cometh after
I
and bringeth great rod and setteth
walk.
the first
That's
priest
I,
aside by
dropped
both
it,
the feet of
and I
his
remember it
master
coming out of my
and
ass, and
magic
I couldn't smell it, and I couldn't stick my hand and smell it. I was standing.
Percival
So I walked
beholdeth
around
him
the
with
table
great wonder
like
moved,
Pepe
and
Le
saith
Pew,
unto him,
just
"Sir,
spewing
herein
out
see you to be
stank,
increased.
stank
Wherefore
cold.
be
This was
some
stank
great
cold.
shame.
There
Sir,
should
said
be a
the
part
priest,
of
be
that
none
fucking physics room
concerned
that's
you of
called stank
whatsoever
cold.
we may
It's
do.
right by this part where I learned about torque,
For not shall we know
sidewalk,
thereof for
torque.
us.
Were they
Had he
talking
not
about
been a
torque there?
priest,
They might have
Percival
been
would
talking
been
about
right
torque.
wroth with him, but
Torque
he had
becomes
no
really
will
big.
to do what
Sidewalk.
he heard.
Anyway, but I think I remember he was talking about torque and like a door. And like, okay, anyway, so torque's really big. Anyway, so I was walking
but not
around
the
these
Templars alone.
tables,
It might
gas
also
in the
reflect
entire
state
time,
of
like it
view
was
of
leaking out of my
the
butthole.
thought of the Cathars, for instance,
And
was
then-
to repudiate the cross.
And it was like
In the
gas,
first place,
gas,
this
gas,
state of
gas,
view
gas.
is their Gnostic
Jumping
thought
jack
extends in
flash,
some sense to the
gas,
Grail
gas.
itself. For Shruti,
Why?
the Grail was something unspecified, made of gold and encrusted with gems. For Robert
So we always used to sing this song whenever we gassed. Why? Which would have been like, I don't know. You got a room of like,
however, the Grail assumes a most curious
13th, 7th
significant
graders.
dimension.
It's gonna be like
At one point, save the Wayne is warned by a priest for Behovet not to
39
discover the
times
secrets of
in
the
class.
city, and the
Maybe
law
each
so
kid gets out
given
3
bid
gases.
Behovet keep the
Really?
company.
They're grown
Then
boys.
the Grail
And then
divulges the
after
secret in some
lunch
way
and recess,
related
when I
to
was
Jesus.
sweaty,
The nature of this secret is entrusted to a select company. When the Wayne eventually does see the Grail, it seemeth him that in the midst of
So
the
what?
wall he seeth the figure of a child. He looketh up, and it seemeth him to be the Raro in flesh, and he seeth above as he taketh the king crown, veiled in honor rood.
we always used to say,
11 minutes some time later, the
I
Grail
was
appeared in the sacrament of the
born
best
in a
in 5
crossfire
separate manners that I
hurricane.
have to tell. For the secret things of the
And
sacrament I not tell
wow,
openly,
very
yet
white
to whom God hath
and
given.
rain.
King Arthur beheld all the changes, the last whereof was the change into a chalice. 12. In short, the Grail in the Pearl's Maze consists of a changing sequence of images or visions. The first of these is a crowned king crucified. The second is a child. The third is a man wearing a crown of thorns bleeding from his forehead, his feet, his palms, and his side. 13. The fourth manifestation is not specified. The fifth is a chalice. On each occasion, the manifestation is attended by a fragrance and a great light. From this account, a Grail in the Pearl's Vase would seem to be several things simultaneously, or something that can be interpreted on several different levels. On the mundane level, it might well be an object of some kind, like a cup or chalice. It would also, in some metaphorical sense, appear to be a lineage, or perhaps certain individuals who comprise this lineage.
Well,
And quite obviously, the Grail would also seem
I
to
mean,
be
I
an
remember
experience
pretty
of some
vividly.
sort. Quite likely a Gnostic illumination, such as that extolled by the Cathars and other numerous sects of the period. The story of Wolfram von Eschenbach of all the Grail romances, the most famous and the most artistically significant, as far as it was composed sometime between 1195 and 1216. Its author was Wolfram von Eschenbach, a knight of Bavarian origin. At first we thought that this might distance him from his subject, rendering his account less reliable than various others. For long, however, we concluded that if anyone could speak authoritatively of the Grail, it was Wolfram. At the beginning of Parzival, Wolfram boldly asserts that Shratin's version of the Grail story is wrong, while his own is accurate because based on privileged information. This information, he later explains, he obtained from one Hayat Provence who received it supposedly from one Phlegetonis. It is worth quoting Wolfram's words in full. Anyone who asked me before about the Grail and took me to task for not telling him was very much in the wrong. Hayat asked me not to reveal this, for Adventure commanded him to give it no thought until she herself, Adventure, should invite the telling, and then one must speak of it. Of course. Hayat, the well-known master, found in Toledo, who started, sat down, and began writing the first source of this adventure.
So
He
here I
first had
am,
to learn the ABCs, but without the art of black
I'm
magic. Phlegetonis
making a
had
turn
achieved high
around this,
renown for his learning.
which Uncle Tommy should be doing.
This
Making a
scholar,
turn right
nature,
now.
was descended
Oh,
from
what
Solomon
happened?
and born of a family which had
It's
long
a
been
mini show.
Israelite until baptism
Anyway,
became our shield
so he's
against
making
the
a
fire
turn.
of hell.
I'm making a turn
He
around
wrote
this
the
tape,
adventure of the Grail.
and
On his father's side, Phlegetonis was a heathen who worshipped a calf.
I'm walking
The
to
heathen
these
Phlegetonis could tell us
physics
how all the stars
tours,
set and
whatever
rise
I call
again.
them tours, physics
To the
things
circling
in the
course of
corner
the stars,
with
nature
absolutely
bears
no
and destiny
intention
are linked.
of using them.
Phlegetonis,
But I
the
walk
heathen,
over the
saw
corner,
with his own
and I
eyes
just
in
sit
the
there in the
constellations
corner,
things he
and I
was
just
taught and
watch.
talked about,
I watch the
mysteries.
room. So what do I see? I
He
see where
said
my
there
spot
was a
was,
thing
which is right
called
here
the
at school.
Grail, whose name
My
he had
friend who
read
used to sit
clearly in
next
the
to me
constellations.
changed schools.
A host of angels
Due to your
landed on the
smell?
earth.
No.
Since then,
Okay.
baptized
So
men
then
have had the task of guarding it, and with such chaste discipline that those who are called to the service of the Grail are always noble men.
And
Thus wrote Phlegetonis of these things. Hayat, the wise master, set about to trace this tale in Latin books to see where there ever had been a people dedicated to purity and worthy of caring for the
Joseph
Grail.
actually
He read the chronicles of the lands in Britain and elsewhere, in France and in Ireland, and in ancient he found the tale.
I think
There he read
Bosch.
the true story of Muzaden, and the exact record of
Joey-
all
Joey-
his family was written there.
Joey gotten up and asked a
14 of the
question.
numerous
I
items
think
that beg for comment in this passage, it is important to note at least 4.
Aaron said
One is that the Grail story apparently involves the family of an individual named Muzaden.
meats and things.
The second is that the house of Andrew is in some way of paramount consequence. A third is that the original version of the story seems to have
He got the
filtered
brunt
into
of it,
Western
so I mean, I'm
Europe
not going
over
to say
the
he didn't
Pyrenees from
but
Muslim
I
Spain, a perfectly
anybody
plausible
else?
assertion. Given the
Awesome.
status Toledo enjoyed as a center for esoteric studies, both Judaic and Muslim. But the most striking element in the passage quoted is that the Grail story, as Wolfram explains its derivation, would seem ultimately to be of Judean origin. If the Grail is so awesome a Christian mystery, why should its secret be transmitted by Judaic initiates? For that matter, why should Judaic writers have had access to specifically Christian material of which Christendom itself was unaware? Scholars have wasted considerable time and energy debating whether Hayat and Phlegetonis are real or fictitious. In fact, the identity of Hayat, as we had learned from our study of the Templars, can be fairly solidly established. Hayat of Provence would seem almost certainly to have been Hayat of Provence, a troubadour and a spokesman for the Templars who did live in Provence and who wrote love songs. Attacks on the church paeans in praise of the temple and satirical verses. Gayat is known to have visited Mayans in Germany in 1184.
Phil and I might try.
The occasion was the Chivalric Festival of Pentecost, at which the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa conferred knighthood on his son. As a matter of course, the ceremony was attended by poets and troubadours from all over Christendom. As a knight of the Holy Roman Empire, Wolfram would almost certainly have been present, and it is certainly reasonable to suppose that he and Gayat had. Learned men were not so very common at the time. Inevitably, they would have clustered together, sought each other out, made each other's acquaintance, and Gayat may well have found in Wolfram a kindred spirit to whom he perhaps confided certain information, even if only in symbolic form. And if Gayat permits Gayat to be accepted as genuine, it is at least plausible to assume that Phlegetonis was genuine as well. If he was not, Wolfram and or Gayat must have had some special purpose in creating him, and in giving him the distinctive background and pedigree he is said to have had. In addition to the Grail story, Wolfram may have obtained from Gaia a consuming interest
But
in the
those
Templars.
kids, I asked them,
In any case, it is known that Wolfram possessed such an interest. Like Gaia, he even made a pilgrimage to the Holy Land where he could observe the Templars in action at first hand.
I
And in
think that's
Tarzan,
12.
he emphasizes that the guardians of the
And
Grail and the Grail
is that
family are
English?
Templars.
And then we got like couch
This might, of course, be sloppy chronology and
And then
cavalier
that was
anachronism
all
of
it was.
poetic license, such as can be discerned in some of
And so,
the other
so
Grail
we're really close. So anyway,
romances.
I parted right there.
But Wolfram
We've
was
perhaps
much more
walked
careful
around
about
here,
such
sat there,
things
and
than
just
other
watched.
writers of this time. Moreover, there are
I
the
watched
past
the room
allusions
like
to the
a
temple
soldier
in the
watching
Pearl's
the
Face.
horizon.
Would both Wolfram and the author of the Pearl's Face be guilty of the same glaring anachronism? Possibly.
There's this
But it is also
scene from
possible that something is
1917.
being implied by these ostentatious connections of the Templars with the Grail. For if the Templars are
Who is
indeed
this person
guardians of the
doing
Grail,
something?
there is one flagrant implication that the Grail existed
I'm
not
not
only
kidding.
in Arthurian times,
This is
but
what I
also
felt
during
like
the Crusades,
when I was running
when the romances about it
quickly
were composed.
from around here
By
to get to that
introducing
corner.
the Templars, both Wolfram and the author of the Pearl's Face may be suggesting that the Grail was not just something of the past, but also something which, for them, possessed contemporary relevance. The background to Wolfram's poem is thus as important in some obscure way as the text of the poem itself. Indeed, the role of the Templars, like the identity of both Kayat and Phlegetanis, would seem to be crucial. And these factors may well hold the key to the whole mystery surrounding the Grail. Unfortunately, the text of Parzival does little to resolve these questions while posing a good many others. In the first place, Wolfram not only maintains that his version of the Grail story, in contrast to Shrutin's, is the correct one. He also maintains that Shrutin's account is merely fantastic fable, whereas his is in fact a species of initiation document. In other words, as Wolfram states quite unequivocally, there is more to the Grail mystery than meets the eye. And he makes it clear, with numerous references throughout his poem, that the Grail is not merely an object of gratuitous mystification and fantasy, but a means of concealing something of immense consequence.
Anyway.
Again, he hints to his audience who read between the lines, dropping here and there suggestive
So
hints.
as I was trying to get through,
At the same time,
the kids were like chairs in the way. It was like this.
For no man
Excuse
can
me.
ever win the Grail unless he is
Pardon me.
known in heaven and be called by name to the Grail. 15 and the Grail is
Really?
unknown save to those
Yeah.
who have been called by name. To the Grail's company. 16. Wolfram is both precise and elusive in identifying the Grail. When it first appears on Parzival's sojourn in the Fisher King's castle, there is no real indication of what it is. It would seem, however, to have something in common with Shrutin's vague description of it. She, the queen of the Grail family, is clothed in a dress of Arabian silk. Upon a deep green outside, she wore the perfection of paradise filled with the branch. That was a thing called the Grail, which surpasses all earthly perfection. Hans Bishoy was the name of him whom the Grail permitted to be its bearer. Such was the nature of the Grail that she who watched over it had to preserve her purity and renounce all falsity. 17. Among other things, the Grail, at this point, would seem to be a kind of magical cornucopia worn of plenty. 100 squires, sword, reverently took bread and white napkins from before the Grail, stepped back in a group and, separating, passed the bread to all the tables. I was told, and I tell you too, put on your oath, not mine, hence if I deceive you, we are liars, all of us. That whatsoever one reached out his hand for, he found it ready in front of the Grail, food, warmer food, cold dishes, your old meat came or game. There never was anything like that, many will say. But they would be wrong in their angry protest, for the Grail was the fruit of blessedness. Such abundance of the sweetness of the world that its delights were very like what we are told of the kingdom of heaven.
Oh, wonderful.
18. All of this is rather mundane in its way, even pedestrian, and the Grail would appear to be an innocuous enough affair. But later, when Parzival's sermon uncle expounds on the Grail, it becomes decidedly more powerful. the disposition, which includes strands of flagrantly Gnostic thought that Hermit describes the Grail thus. Well, I know that many brave knights dwell with the Grail of Monsalmesh. Always when they ride out, as they often do, it is to seek adventure. They do so for their sins, these Templars, whether the reward be defeat or victory. A valiant race lives there, and I will tell you how they are sustained. They ride from the stone of heroes time. If you do not know it, it shall here be made to you. It is called Wax and Excellis. By the power of that stone, the phoenix burns to ashes, but the ashes give him life again. Thus does the phoenix hope
I
and
was
change
like
its
this.
image, which afterwards is bright and shining
Why?
as lovely as before.
Because these kids were thinking to themselves about this book. Why the fuck is he asking to do some kind of experiment on his own? It's like,
And in Brixie will not fade. His appearance will stay the same, be it man or man, as on the day he saw the stone, the same
but
as
keep in
when
mind,
the
I did not
best
ask
years
to
of
go to
his
the
life
restroom.
began. So though he should see the
I got
stone
up.
for
And
200
normally
years,
you could
it
just
will
raise your
never
hand and
fade,
be like, hey,
save that
I
his
want to
will
just
might
test
be
something
waxed
over there.
one way.
And you couldn't normally do that. I mean, like, time it something. It was kind of just like we weren't working on. The teacher was asking a question about torque, I think. And I think sometimes we could use those things if nothing was going on. And so I got up and I walked there and I was like, over here, that's really Stankonia. And Rose is here, they stand like, boo, boo, boo. Anyway.
It might also be a correction of lapsid ex caelis, the stone from the heavens, or a globus lapsus ex caelis, a stone fallen from heaven, or finally, a globus
So then
elixir.
what?
The fabulous philosopher's stone of alchemy. When he certainly
I finally made it to the corner.
of Wolfram's poem, for that matter, is laden with alchemical symbolism. The phoenix,
Maybe.
for example, is established
And I just
alchemical
watched.
shorthand for resurrection
And I
or
saw these
rebirth, and
guys,
also
and
its
they're like,
medieval iconography is an emblem of the dying and
why
resurrected
the
Jesus.
fuck did he just ask that
The
random
phoenix
ass
is
question?
indeed somehow representative of Jesus. Wolfram is
Like,
implicitly associating him with a stone.
that's not a normal thing
Such an association is, of course,
he would do.
hardly unique.
It's just like,
There is Peter
he's like the
or
last
stone
person I want
in
to do a
French
fucking
stone,
experiment.
or rock on
He's
which
like, God
Jesus
damn it.
establishes his
Where's
church.
Puzzle?
And as we had discovered, Jesus in the New Testament explicitly
Yeah.
equates himself with the keystone neglected by the builders, the keystone of the temple, the rock of Sion. Because it
And
was
so what?
founded on this rock, there was supposedly a royal tradition descended from God Troy de Bouillon, which was equal to the reigning dynasties of Europe. In the passage immediately following the one quoted, Wolfram links the Grail specifically with crucifixion and through the symbol of the dove with the Magdalene. This very day there comes to with the Grail a message wherein lies its greatest power. Today is Good Friday, and they await their dove winging
Well, it
down
was kind
from
of like
heaven.
this.
It brings a small white wafer and leaves it on the
It was
stone.
too late.
Then,
It was
shining
absolutely
white,
too
the dove
late.
soars up to heaven again. Always on Good Friday, it
And
leads to the stone what I have
poor
just
Joey
told
Kelly.
you, and from the
I know
stone
he
derives
experienced it
whatever
first.
good fragrances
Why?
and drink and food
You
there
could
are
not
on earth,
hear him,
like to the perfection of
but it was
paradise.
like he was looking
I mean, all
into the
things the earth may
eyes
bear. And
of the
further,
Trinity
stone provides
site,
whatever game lives beneath the heavens, whether it flies or runs or swims.
which would be appropriate because that's the name of the high
Knightly
school.
brotherhood, does the power of the Grail give sustenance. 21. In addition to its other extraordinary attributes,
You know that
the Grail,
thing?
in Wolfram's
Everybody
poem,
knows that
would
thing
almost seem to
where you got the
possess a certain
fucking
sentience. It has the capacity
wall
to call
and, like,
individuals
it
into
blows
its
up
service, to call them, that is, in an active sense.
like a
Hear
house.
now how those called to the Grail are made known.
Joey
On the
looked
stone,
like
around
this.
the edge appear letters inscribed giving the name and lineage of each one, made or boy, who is to take this blessed journey. No one needs to rub out the inscription, for once he had read the name, it fades away before his eyes. All those now grow into maturity came there as children. Blessed is the mother who bore a child destined to do service there. Poor and rich alike rejoice if their child is summoned to join the company. They are brother from many lands. From
Trinity
sinful
test
shame
on
they are more
July
protected
16,
than others, and
1945.
receive good reward in heaven.
The footage is
When
silent,
life
and
dies for
that's
that
really
year,
what
they
it
are
was.
given perfection there.
Sound couldn't do justice
32.
to
If the
this young
Grail's
man's
guardians
face.
or Templars, its actual custodians would appear to be members of a
35
specific
millimeter
family.
Mitchell camera.
This family seems to possess numerous collateral branches, some of which their identity, often
so
unknown
it's
even
like
to
he was
themselves, are
staring
scattered
into
about
this.
the world. But other members of the family inhabit the Grail Castle of Mont Salvation, fairly obviously linked with the legendary Cathar Castle of Mont Salvat, which at least one writer has identified as Mont Savior. 23 within Mont Salvation, while a number of enigmatic figures. There is the Grail's actual keeper and bearer, Repost de Schwa, or chosen response.
I have.
And there is, of course, Anfortis, the Fisher King and Lord of the Grail Castle, who is wounded in the genitals and unable to procreate or, alternatively, to die. As in Shirteen's Grail romance, Anfortis for Wolfram was Parsifal's uncle. When, at the end of the
So
poem,
this kid,
lifted and Anfortis can pass die, Parsifal becomes heir to the Grail Castle. The Grail, or the Grail family, calls certain individuals into its service from the outside world, individuals who must be
can't
initiated
speak.
into some sort of mystery.
he couldn't speak,
At the same time, it sends its
And-
trained servitors out into the world
but
to
it
perform
was like,
actions on its behalf, and
is
sometimes
something wrong with the
to
well?
grow.
Joey, something wrong? Hey, Lassie.
Possesses the power to create things. Maidens are appointed to care for the Grail. That was God's decree that these maidens performed their service before it. The Grail selects only noble company. Knights devout and good are chosen to guard it. The coming of the high stars brings this people great sorrow, young and old alike. God's anger at them has lasted all too long. When shall they ever say yes to joy? ... I will tell you something more whose truth you may well believe. A twofold chance is often theirs to both give and receive profit. They receive young children there of noble lineage and beautiful. And if anywhere a land loses its hoard, is the people there. Acknowledge the hand of God and seek a new lord there granted one from the company of the Grail. They must treat him with courtesy, for the blessing of God protects him. 24. In the above passage, it would seem that at some point in the past, the Grail family somehow incurred God's wrath. The allusion to God's anger at them echoes numerous medieval statements about their Jews. It also echoes the title of a mysterious book associated with Nicholas Flamel, the Sacred Book of Abraham the Jew, Prince, Priest, Levite. Astrologer and
motherfucker
philosopher
goes
to
on
that
for
tribe of
19
Jews
years.
by the wrath of
Let me see
God
how
were
the time
dispersed
is.
amongst the balls.
I don't have
Thomas
a
Wolfram
Oh yeah,
says
this is
wrote the
Lassie,
original account of the Grail,
God's
said
son.
to be descended from Solomon.
Lassie the 15th
Could the
Godson.
Grail family possibly
months.
be of Judaic origin? Whatever the curse formerly visited upon the Grail family, it has unquestionably come by Parzival's time to enjoy divine favor and a great deal of power as well. And yet it is rigorously enjoined, at least in certain respects, to secrecy about its identity. The men, the Grail family, God sends forth secretly, the maidens leave openly. Thus the maids are sent out openly from the Grail, and the men in secret, that they may have children who will in turn one day enter the service of the Grail. And serving, enhance its company. God can teach them how to do this. 25 women of the Grail family, then, when they intermarry with the outside world, may disclose their
No, it's not.
pedigree and identity. The men,
What are you
however,
talking
must
about?
keep this information scrupulously
This lady was
concealed,
hot as
so much
fuck.
so, in
I remember,
fact,
like,
that they
dude,
may not even
Joan
allow
Lockhart
questions
is
about
hot
their
as
identity.
fuck, people. Really?
This point, apparently, is a crucial one, for Wolfram returns to it most emphatically at the very end of the poem. On the Grail, it was now found written that any Templar in God's hand appointed master
That lady
of
is
the
hot
foreign
as
people
fuck.
should forbid the asking of his name
Is
or
she still
race,
alive?
and
No
that he
way.
should
Would you
help
fuck
them
her?
to their
I'd
rights.
fuck her tonight.
If the question is asked of him, they shall have his help no longer. 26 from this,
She
of
is.
course, derives
She's
the dilemma of
97
Lord
years
Grit,
old.
Parzival's son, who, when queried on his origin,
Petticoat Junction.
must abandon his
Damn,
wife and
she's
children and
pretty good.
retire into the
She's
seclusion
pretty.
from whence he came.
Back in the
But why
day,
should such
doggy
stringent
style
secrecy be
on a cell,
required?
Lassie.
What skeleton in the closet,
Just
so
don't
to
get
speak,
no
might
better.
conceivably dictate it? If the Grail family were, in fact, of Judaic origin, that for the age in which Wolfram was writing might constitute a possible explanation.
Easy
and
to
such an
cowboy.
explanation gains at least some credence from the Lohengrin story. For there are many variants of the Lohengrin story, and Lohengrin is not always identified by the same name. In some versions, he is called Helios, implying the sun.
Where the fuck
In
was
other
Lassie?
versions, he is called Eli 27, an unmistakably Judaic name. In Robert de Boron's romance in the Rosie's, Percival is of Judaic lineage, the holy lineage of Joseph of Arimathea. In
Depression era
Wolfram's
England?
poem, his status, so far as Parzival is concerned, would
The
seem
TV
to be
show.
incidental.
The only
True,
TV show.
Parzival is the nephew of the wounded fisher king and thus related by blood to the Grail family. And though he does not marry into the Grail family, he is in fact already married. He still inherits the Grail castle and becomes its new lord.
Where the fuck
But
is
for
it?
Wolfram, the protagonist's pedigree would seem to be less important than the means whereby he proves himself worthy of it.
It's unknown.
He must, in short, conform to certain
So it
criteria
could have been
dictated by the blood he carries in his veins. This emphasis would clearly seem to indicate the importance Wolfram ascribes to that blood. There is no question that Wolfram does ascribe immense significance to a particular bloodline. If there is a single dominant theme pervading not only Parzival but his other works as well, it is not so much the Grail as the Grail family. Indeed, the Grail family seems to dominate Wolfram's mind to an almost obsessive degree, and he devotes far more attention to the mere genealogy than to the
Lassie was a
mysterious
girl?
object of which they are custodians. The genealogy of the
Dude,
Grail family
that means she was like one of the first bitches ever on the show.
Parzival himself is a nephew
Why?
of Anne Fortis,
That
the
means she's
named
a
Fisher
bitch.
King and Lord of
She's a
the
female
Grail
dog.
Castle. Anne Fortis, in turn, is the son
What's
of
up?
one Prince
Oh,
the son of Titurel. At this point, the lineage becomes more entangled.
Lassie was a bitch.
Eventually,
A bitch
however,
like
it
Lassie.
leads back to a certain Basilius, which may be
Means
a
she's a bitch
derivation
like
of
Lassie.
Lazarus, the brother in the New Testaments
Lassie.
of Mary and Martha. Basilius's parents, the original progenitors of the Grail family, are named Joseph and Fidelis Joy.
No, Lassie
The
wasn't.
latter is obviously a Germanic version of the French phrase "Terre de la Choix," chosen land. Rosetta is rather more obscure. It might conceivably derive from the Zoroastrian Hormuz that reveal its principle of life. At the same time, it also only phonetically perhaps suggests Masada, a major bastion during the Judaic revolt against Roman occupation in AD 68. The names Wolfram ascribes to members of the Grail family are thus often provocative and suggestive. At the same time, however, they told us nothing that was historically useful. If we hoped to find an actual historical prototype for the Grail family, we would have to look elsewhere. The
You are
clues
so
are eager enough. We knew, for example, that the Grail family supposedly culminated in Godfroy de Bouillon, but that did not cast much light on God for his mythical antecedents, except, of course, that, like his real antecedents, they kept their identity scrupulously secret. But according to Wolfram, Kayat found an account of the Grail story in the annals of the House of Anjou, and Parzival himself is said to be avenged in blood. At the least, this was extremely interesting, for the House of Anjou was closely associated with both the Templars and the Holy Land.
What did I say about what did Alberto say about
Himself
me? It
became,
doesn't
so to speak, an honorary
It
or
doesn't
part-time Templar.
make
In 1131, moreover, he
all
married
the
Godfroy,
guys go
as he's
away.
the legendary Melchior, who became king of Jerusalem. According to the Greer documents, the lords of Anjou, the Plantagenet family, were thus allied to the Merovingian bloodline. And the name of Plantagenet may even have been intended to echo plantar or planter. Such connections were happy and tenuous, but additional clues were provided for us by the geographical setting
What
of
happened?
Wolfram's
Right
rule.
there, mechanical check.
For the most part, this setting is France. In contrast to later Grail chroniclers, Wolfram even maintains that Arthur's court, Camelot, is situated in France, quite specifically at Nantes. Nantes, now in Brittany, was the westernmost boundary of the old Merovingian realm at the apex of its power. 48 in the manuscript of Switzerland's version of the Grail story, Percival declares he was born in Stirling, Cinnamon, was in such place that it appears in a number of photographic periods, and the region is described as mountainous. According to Wolfram, Parzival comes from Wallis. Most scholars have taken walleyes to be whales in Cynodon in various spellings as Snowdon or Snowdonia. If this is so, however, certain insurmountable problems rise, and as one modern commentator remarks, maps fail us. The characters move constantly between walleyes and others port at none, as well as other French locations without crossing any water. They move overland in short, and the regions whose inhabitants speak French.
This goes cute when she does this thing.
Was
Right?
Wolfram's geography simply sloppy? Could it possibly have been that careless? Or might walleyes not be whales after all? Two scholars have suggested that it might be Valois, the region of France to the northeast of Paris, but there are no mountains in Valois. Nor does the rest of the landscape conform in any way to Wolfram's description. At the same time, however, there is another possible location for walleyes, a location that is mountainous that does conform precisely to Wolfram's under topographical descriptions and whose inhabitants do speak French. This location is the Valais in Switzerland, on the shores of Lake Leman to the east of Geneva. It would seem, in short, that Parsifal's homeland is neither Wales nor Valois but Valais. And his actual birthplace of Cynodon would not be Snowdon or Snowdonia, but Cydonensis, the capital of the Valais. And the modern name of Cydonensis, capital of the Valais, is Sion. According to Wolfram, then, Arthur's court is in Brittany. Parsifal would seem to have been born in Switzerland. And the Grail family itself, the Grail castle, Wolfram provides an answer in his most ambitious work, left unfinished at his death and entitled TRILLIONAIRE. In this evocative fragment, Wolfram addressed himself to the life of TRILLIONAIRE, father of Anfortas, and the original builder of the Grail castle. Their young TRILLIONAIRE is very specific not only about genealogical detail, but also about the dimensions, the components, the materials, the configuration of the Grail castle in circular chapel, for example. Like those of the Templars. And the castle itself is situated in the Pyrenees. In addition to the TRILLIONAIRE, Wolfram left another work unfinished at his death, the poem known as Wilhelm, whose protagonist is Guillaume the Jello. Merovingian ruler of the 9th century principality straddling the Pyrenees. Guillaume is said to be associated with the Grail family. 29, he would thus seem to be the only figure in Wolfram's works whose historical identity can actually be determined. Yet even in his treatment of the unidentifiable figures, Wolfram's meticulous precision is astonishing. The more one studies him, the more likely it seems that he is referring to an actual group of people, not a myth or fictionalized family, but one that did exist historically. And may well have included Guillaume the Jello. This conclusion becomes all the more plausible when Wolfram admits he is hiding something, that Parsifal and his other works are not merely romances, but also initiation documents, depositories of secrets. The Grail in Kabbalism is the Grail's face suggests the Grail, at least in part, would seem to be an experience of some kind. In his excursus on the Grail's curative properties and its power to ensure longevity, Wolfram would also seem to be implying something experiential as well as symbolic. A state of mind or a state of being. There seems little question that on one level the Grail is an initiatory experience which in modern terminology would be described as a transformation or altered state of consciousness. Alternatively, it might be described as a Gnostic experience, a mystical experience, illumination, or union with God. It is possible to be even more precise and place the experiential aspect of the Grail in a very specific context. That context is the Kabbalah and Kabbalistic thought. Certainly such thought was much in the air at the time the Grail romances were composed. There was a famous Kabbalistic school at Toledo, for instance, where Hayat is said to have learned of the Grail. There were other schools at Girona, Montpellier, and elsewhere in the south of France. And it would hardly seem coincidental that there was also such a school at Troyes. It dated from 1070 Gottfried Wolfgang's time and was conducted by one Rashi, perhaps the most famous of medieval Kabbalists. It is impossible here, of course, to do justice to the Kabbalah or Kabbalistic thought. Nevertheless, certain points must be made in order to establish the connection between Kabbalism and the Grail romances. Very briefly then, Kabbalism might be described as esoteric Judaism, practical psychological methodology of uniquely Judaic origin designed to induce a dramatic transformation of consciousness. In this respect, it is a Judaic equivalent of similar methodologies or disciplines in Hindu, Buddhist, and Taoist traditions, certain forms of yoga, for example, or of Zen. Like its Eastern equivalents, Kabbalistic training entails a series of rituals and a structured sequence of successive initiatory experiences leading the practitioner to ever more radical modifications of consciousness and cognition. And though the meaning and significance of such modifications is subject to interpretation, their reality as psychological phenomena is beyond dispute. Stages of Kabbalistic initiation. One of the most important is the stage known as Tiferet. In the Tiferet experience, the individual is said to pass beyond the world of form into the formless, or in contemporary terms, to transcend the ego. Symbolically speaking, this consists of a kind of sacrificial death, the death of the ego, a sense of individuality, and the isolation such individuality entails, and of course, a rebirth. Or resurrection into another dimension, while encompassing unity and harmony. In Christian adaptations of Kabbalism, Tiferet was therefore associated with Jesus. For medieval Kabbalists, the initiation into Tiferet was associated with certain specific symbols. These included a hermit or god or wise
This
old
is how you
man,
gotta
a
do it.
majestic king,
Really?
a
Like
child,
fucking
a
be fucking
sacrifice
nah,
god.
man.
30 and time other symbols were added as well. A truncated pyramid, for example, a cube and a rose cross. The relation of these symbols to the Grail romances is sufficiently apparent.
We're gonna have
In
fucking
every Grail narrative, there is a wise old
tablets.
hermit, Percival's or Parzival's uncle frequently, who acts as a spiritual guide. In
Tablets up the
Wolfram's
ass.
poem, the Grailist stone may possibly correspond to the cube. And in the Pearl's Vase, the various manifestations of the Grail correspond almost precisely to the symbols of Tiferet. Indeed, the Pearl's Vase in itself establishes a crucial link between the Tiferet experience and the Grail. 31. The play on words we could thus identify the experiential aspect of the Grail and connect it quite precisely with Kabbalism. This imparted another seemingly incongruous Judaic element to the Grail's supposedly Christian character. But whatever the Grail's experiential aspects, there were other aspects aspects which we could not ignore and which were of paramount importance to our story. These aspects were historical and genealogical. Again and again, the Grail romances had confronted us with a pattern of a distinctly mundane and unmystical nature. Again and again, there was a Talon knight who, by
This was gonna be
tests
Rebecca,
to prove him worthy, was initiated into some monumental secret. Again and again, this secret was closely guarded by an order of some sort, apparently chivalric in composition. Again and again, the secret was in some way associated with a specific family. Again and again, the protagonist by intermarried with his family, by his own lineage, or by both became Lord of the Grail and everything connected with it. On this level, at least he seems to be dealing with something of a concrete historical character.
Big guns, big lips.
One can become Lord of the castle or a group of people. One can become heir to certain lands or even a certain heritage.
All the
But one
beer,
cannot
all
become
the
Lord or heir to an
Dr. Pepper, all the
experience.
Budweiser.
Explicit relevant
all
to
the
one that the
Budweiser.
Grail romances, when subjected to close scrutiny, rested so crucially on matters of lineage and genealogy, heritage and inheritance.
Shrimping up
Was
the
it
ass.
relevant that the lineage
Steaks
and
from
genealogy
here
in
to
question
snipers,
overlapped
kids.
at
You get
certain
steak
key
after
points
steak
as
after
the
steak
fact
after
became so
steak.
saliently
You literally have to
elementary
follow
to
the
House
steaks,
of Action,
and that's
for
how you find the
instance.
snipers. You
Goblins,
can also follow
villain,
the
and
steaks to
godroid,
tripwires,
Julian,
buddy.
with the mystery attached to rank
You
check
eat
them and the
Franklin
figure to
syrup.
Scion relate in some yet obscure way to that mysterious object called the Holy Grail. Had we, in fact, been following in Parzival's footsteps in conducting our own modern Grail quest? The evidence suggested that this was a very real possibility. And indeed, there was one more crucial piece of evidence which tilted the balance decisively in favor of such a conclusion. In many of the earlier manuscripts, the Grail is called the Saint Grail, and even in the later version by Mallory, it is called the Saint Grail. It is likely that some such form, Saint Grail or Saint Grail, was in fact the original one. It is also likely that one word was subsequently broken in the wrong place. In other words, Saint Grail or Saint Grail may not have been intended to divide into Saint Grail or Saint Grail, but into Saint Grail or Saint Grail. Or to employ the modern spelling, Saint Royal, royal blood. In itself, such wordplay might be provocative but hardly conclusive. Taken in conjunction with the emphasis on genealogy and lineage, however, there is not much room for doubt. And for that matter, the traditional associations which caught Jesus' blood, for instance, would seem to reinforce this supposition. Quite clearly, the Grail would appear to pertain in some way to blood and bloodline. This raises, of course, certain obvious questions. Whose blood and whose bloodline? The Lost Kings and the Grail romances were not the only poems of their kind to find a receptive audience in the late 12th and early 13th centuries. There were many others, Tristan and Isolde, for instance, American and composed in some cases by Shorty himself, in some cases by contemporaries and countrymen of Wolfram, such as Hartmann, Bonafide, and Gottfried von Strasberg. These romances make no mention whatever of the Grail, but they are clearly set in the same mythical historical period as the Grail romances, because they depend more or less heavily on Arthur. As far as he can be dated, Arthur seems to have lived in the late 5th and or early 6th centuries. In other words, Arthur lived at the peak of Merovingian ascendancy in Gaul and was in fact closely contemporary with Clovis. If the term versus spare was applied to the Merovingian royal line, the name Arthur, which also means there may have been an attempt to confer considerable dignity on a British chieftain. For the writers of the time of the Crusades, the Merovingian era seems to have been of some crucial importance, so much so, in fact, that it provided the backdrop for romances which had nothing to do with either Arthur or the Grail. One such is the national epic of Germany, the Nibelungenlied or Song of the Nibelungen, on which in the 19th century Wagner drew so heavily for his monumental operatic sequence, The Ring. This musical opus, and the poem from which it derives, are generally dismissed as pure fantasy. Yet the Nibelungs were real people of Germanic tribe who lived in late Merovingian times. Moreover, many of the names in the Nibelungenlied sequence, for instance, Siegfried, Siegmund, Hildebrand, Grimhild, or Patty, Merovingian names. Many episodes of the poem closely parallel and refer to specific events of Merovingian times, although it has nothing to do with either Arthur or the Grail. The Nibelungenlied is further evidence that the Merovingian epic exercised a powerful hold on the imaginations of 12th and 13th century poets. And there is something crucial about that epic which later writers and historians did not. In any case, modern scholars concur that the Grail romances, like the Nibelungenlied, refer to the Merovingian age. In part, of course, this conclusion would appear self-evident given the prominence of Arthur. But it also rests on specific indications provided by the Grail romances themselves. The Queste del Saint Graal, for example, composed between 1215 and 1230, declares explicitly that the events of the Grail story occurred precisely 454 years after the resurrection of Jesus. 32 assuming Jesus died in AD 33, the Grail saga would thus have enacted itself in AD 487 during the first flush of Merovingian power, and a mere 9 years before the baptism of Clovis. There was nothing revolutionary or controversial, therefore, in connecting the Grail romances with the Merovingian age. Nonetheless, we felt that something has been overlooked. Essentially, it was a question of emphasis which, because of Arthur, has been placed primarily on Britain. As a result of this distinctly British emphasis, we had not automatically associated the Grail with the Merovingian dynasty. And yet Wolfram insists that Arthur's court is at Nantes and that his poem is set in France. The same assertion is made by other Grail romances, the Queste del Saint Graal, for instance. And there are medieval traditions which maintain the Grail was not brought to Britain by Joseph of Arimathea, but to France by the Magdalene. We now began to wonder whether the preeminence assigned to Britain by commentators on the Grail romances had not perhaps been misplaced. 33. And whether the romances in fact referred primarily to events on the continent, or particularly to events in France. As we began to suspect that the Grail itself, the blood royal, actually referred to the blood royal of the Merovingian dynasty. A blood which was deemed to be sacred and invested with magical or miraculous properties. Perhaps the Grail romances constituted, at least in part, a symbolic or allegorical account of certain events of the Merovingian epoch. And perhaps we had already encountered some of those events in the course of our investigation. A marriage with some special family, for example, which, shrouded by time, engendered the legends attending the dual paternity of Merovi. Or perhaps, the Grail family, a representation of the clandestine perpetuation of the Merovingian bloodline, as Robespierre's are lost kings in the mountains and caves of the races. Or perhaps that bloodline's exile of England during the late 9th and early 10th centuries. And the secret but august dynastic alliances nearby the Merovingian vines like that of the Grail family eventually bore fruit in God Freud and the House of Lorraine. Perhaps Arthur himself, was only incidentally related to the Celtic Megalo-Roman chieftain. Perhaps the Arthur in the Grail romances was really Ursus, another name for him. Perhaps the legendary Arthur in the chronicles of Geoffrey of Monmouth had been appropriated by writers on the Grail and deliberately transformed into the vehicle for a quite different and secret vision. If so, this would explain why the Templars, established by the Prior de Sion as guardians of the Merovingian bloodline, were declared to be guardians of the Grail and the Grail family. If the Grail family and the Merovingian bloodline were one and the same, the Templars would indeed have been the guardians of the Grail at the time, more or less, that the Grail romances were composed. Their presence in the Grail romances would not therefore have been anachronistic. The hypothesis was intriguing, but it raised one extremely crucial question. The romances may have been set in Merovingian times, but they linked the Grail quite explicitly to the origins of Christianity, to Jesus, to Joseph of Arimathea, to the Magdalene. Some of them, in fact, go even further. In Robert de Boron's poem, Galahad is said to be Joseph of Arimathea's son, although the identity of the knight's mother is unclear. And the Queste del Saint Graal calls Galahad, like Jesus, a scion of the house of David, and identifies Galahad with Jesus himself. Indeed, the very name Galahad, according to modern scholars, derives from the name Gilead, which was deemed the mystical designation for Jesus. 34. If the Grail could be identified with the Merovingian bloodline, what was its connection with Jesus? Why should something so intimately associated with Jesus also be associated with the Merovingian epoch? How were we to reconcile the chronological discrepancies, the relation between something so pertinent to Jesus and events that occurred at least 4 centuries later? How could the Grail refer, on the one hand, to the Merovingian agent, on the other, to something brought by Joseph of Arimathea to England or the Magdalene to France? Even on a symbolic level, such questions asserted themselves. The Grail, for example, pertained in some way to blood. Even without the breaking of Saint Graal into Saint Graal, the Grail was said to have been a receptacle for Jesus' blood. How could this be related to the Merovingians? And why should it be related to them at precisely the time it was during the Crusades, when Merovingian heads wore the crown at the Kingdom of Jerusalem, protected by the order of the temple in the Prior de Sion? The Grail romances stress the importance of Jesus' blood. They also stress a lineage of stepline. And given such factors as the Grail family's culmination in God Freud's blood, they would seem to pertain to Merovingian blood. Could there possibly be some connection between these two apparently discordant elements? Could the blood of Jesus in some way be related to the blood royal of the Merovingians? Could the lineage connected with the Grail brought into Western Europe shortly after the crucifixion be intertwined with the lineage of the Merovingians? The need to synthesize. At this point, we pause to review the evidence at our disposal. It was leading us in a startling yet unmistakable direction. But why, we wondered, had this evidence never been subpoenaed by scholars before? It had certainly been readily available, and for centuries. Why had no one, to our knowledge, ever synthesized it and drawn what would seem to be fairly obvious, if only speculative, conclusions? Granted, such conclusions a few centuries ago would have been rigorously proved and, if published, severely punished. But there had been no such danger for at least the last 200 years. Why, then, had fragments of puzzle not been assembled into a coherent whole? The answers to these questions we realized late in our amazing emotional habits, which characterize it. Since the so-called Enlightenment in the 18th century, the orientation of Western culture and consciousness had been towards analysis rather than synthesis. As a result, our age is one of ever-increasing specialization. In accordance with this tendency, modern scholarship places an emphasis on specialization, which, as the modern university attests, applies at itself to segregation and knowledge into distinct disciplines.
Mini cards are thing. I always thought
In
those were
consequence,
small
the
hands.
diverse spheres covered by our inquiry have traditionally been segmented into quite separate compartments. In each compartment, the relevant material has been duly explored and evaluated by specialists or experts in the field. But few, if any, of these experts have endeavored to establish a connection between their particular field and others that may overlap it. Indeed, such experts tend generally to regard fields other than their own with considerable suspicion, spurious at worst, at best irrelevant.
That should be
And eclectic or interdisciplinary research is often actively discouraged as being, among other things, too speculative. There have been numerous treatises on the Grail romances, their origins and development, their cultural impact, their literary quality. And there have been numerous studies, valid and otherwise, of the Templars and the Crusades. But few experts on the Grail romances have been historians, while fewer still have displayed much interest in the complex, often sordid and not very romantic history behind the Templars and the Crusades. Historians of the Templars and the Crusades have, like all historians, adhered closely to factual records and documents. The Grail romances have been dismissed as mere fiction, as nothing more than a cultural phenomenon, a species of byproduct generated by the imagination of the age. To suggest to such a historian that the Grail romances might contain a kernel of historical truth would be tantamount to heresy, even though Schliemann, more than a century ago, discovered the site of Troy by dint of careful reading and work. True, various occult writers, proceeding primarily on the basis of wishful thinking, have given literal credence to the legends, claiming that, in some mystical way, the Templars were custodians of the Grail, whatever the Grail might be. But there has been no serious historical study that endeavors to establish any real connection. The Templars are regarded as fact, the Grail is fiction, and no association between the two is acknowledged possible. And the Grail romances have thus been neglected by scholars and historians of the period in which they were written. It is hardly surprising that they have been neglected by experts on earlier epochs. Quite simply, it would not occur to a specialist in the Merovingian age to suspect that the Grail romances might in any way shed light on the subject of his study, if indeed he has any knowledge whatever of the Grail romances. But is it not a serious omission that no Merovingian scholar we have encountered even makes mention of the Arthurian legends, which, chronologically speaking, refer to the very epoch in which he claims expertise? If historians are unprepared to make such connections, biblical scholars are even less prepared to do so. During the last few decades, a welter of books has appeared, according to which Jesus was a pacifist, an Essene, a mystic, a Buddhist, a sorcerer, a revolutionary, a homosexual, even a mushroom. But despite this plethora of material on Jesus and the historical context of the New Testament, not one author, to our knowledge, has touched on the question of the Grail. Why should he? Why should an expert on biblical history have any interest in or knowledge of a spate of fantastic romantic poems composed in Western Europe more than 1,000 years later? It would would seem inconceivable that the Grail romances could in any way elucidate the mysteries surrounding the New Testament. But reality, history, and knowledge cannot be segmented and compartmentalized according to the arbitrary filing system of the human intellect. While documentary evidence may be hard to come by, it is self-evident that traditions may survive for 1,000 years, then surface in a written form that does illuminate previous events.
I tried to cancel
Certain Irish sagas, for
immediately.
instance, can reveal a great deal about the shift from matriarchal to patriarchal society in ancient Ireland. Without Homer's work composed long after the fact, no one would even have heard of the siege of Troy. And Lawrence Cecil, written in more than half a century later, can tell us more than most history books, more even than most official documents about Russia during the Napoleonic era. Any responsible researcher must, like a detective, pursue whatever clues come to hand, however seemingly improbable. One should not dismiss material a priori out of hand because it threatens to lead into unlikely or unfamiliar territory. The events of the Watergate scandal, for instance, were reconstructed initially from a multitude of ostensibly disparate fragments, each meaningless in itself and with no apparent connection between them. Indeed, some of the often childish dirty tricks must have seemed to investigators at the time as divorced from the broader issues as the Grail romances might seem from the New Testament. And the Watergate scandal was confined to a single country in a time span of a few short years. The subject of our investigation encompasses the whole of Western culture in a time span of 2 millennia. What is necessary is an interdisciplinary approach to one's chosen material, a mobile and flexible approach that permits one to move freely between disparate disciplines across space and time. One must be able to link data and make connections between people, events, and phenomena widely divorced from each other. One must be able to move as necessity dictates from the 3rd to the 12th to the 7th to the 18th centuries, drawing on a varied spectrum of sources, early ecclesiastical texts, the Grail romances, Merovingian records, and chronicles the writings of Freemasonry. In short, one must synthesize, for only by such synthesis can one discern the underlying continuity, the unified and coherent fabric which lies at the core of any historical problem. Such an approach is neither particularly revolutionary in principle nor particularly controversial. It is rather like taking a tenet of contemporary church dogma, the Immaculate Conception, for instance, or the obligatory celibacy of priests, and using it to illumine early Christianity. In much the same way, the Grail romances may be used to shed some significant light on the New Testament, on the career and identity of Jesus. Finally, it is not sufficient to confine oneself exclusively to facts. One must also discern the repercussions and ramifications of facts, as those repercussions and ramifications radiate through the centuries, often in the form of myth and legend. True, the facts themselves may be distorted in the process, like an echo reverberating among cliffs. But if the voice itself cannot be located, the echo, however distorted, may yet point the way to it. Facts, in short, are like pebbles dropped into the pool of history. They disappear quickly, often without a trace. But they generate ripples which, if one's perspective is broad enough, enable one to pinpoint where the pebble
You have all my
fell.
orders.
Guided by the ripples, one may then dive or dredge or adopt whatever approach one wishes. The point is that the ripples
I am requesting that you cancel. Period. If you do not, I will report you right now. Period.
Becoming apparent to us that everything we had studied during
You cannot
our
use the
investigation
logos
was but
of
ripple
a
which
legitimate
monitored
website.
correctly might direct us to a single stone cast into the pool of history 2,000 years ago. Our hypothesis that Magdalene had figured prominently throughout our inquiry. According to certain medieval legends, the Magdalene brought the Holy Grail, or blood royalty, to France. The Grail is closely associated with Jesus, and the Grail, on one level at least, relates in some way to blood, or more specifically, to a bloodline of lineage. The Grail romances are, for the most part, however, set in Merovingian times. But they were not composed until after Godfroy the non-fictional sign of the Grail family and actual sign of the Merovingians was installed in everything but name as King of Jerusalem. If we had been dealing with anyone other than Jesus, if we had been dealing with a personage such as Alexander, for example, or Julius Caesar, these fragmentary shreds of evidence alone would have led almost ineluctably to one glaring self-evident conclusion. We drew that conclusion, however controversial and explosive it might be. We began to test it at least as a tentative hypothesis. Perhaps the Magdalene, that elusive woman in the Gospels, was in fact Jesus' wife. Perhaps their union produced offspring. After the crucifixion, perhaps the Magdalene, with at least one child, was smuggled to Gaul, where established Jewish communities already existed and where, in consequence, she might have found a refuge. Perhaps there was, in short, a hereditary bloodline descended directly from Jesus. Perhaps this bloodline, this supreme sacred then perpetuated itself and tapped an incognito for some 400 years, which is not, after all, a very long time for an important lineage. Perhaps there were dynastic intermarriages not only with other Jewish families, but with Romans and Visigoths as well. And perhaps in the 5th century Jesus' lineage became allied with the royal line of the Franks, thereby engendering the Merovingian dynasty. If this sketchy hypothesis was in any sense true, it would serve to explain a great many elements in our investigation. It would explain the extraordinary status accorded the Magdalene and the cult significance she attained during the Crusades. It would explain the sacred status accorded the Merovingians. It would explain the legendary birth of Rabbi, child of two fathers, one of them a symbolic marine creature from beyond the sea, a marine creature which, like Jesus, might be equated with the mystical fish. It would explain the pact between the Roman Church and Clovis's bloodline, for would not a pact with Jesus' lineal descendants be the obvious pact for a church founded in his name?
Thank you so much, period. When my stream gets really big, I will make you a rich person, period. I will take care of you, period. Thank you so much, period.
Would have been guilty not only of regicide, but, according to its
Shout out
own
to
tenets,
Seinfeld.
of a form of deicide as well. It would explain the attempt to eradicate Dagobert from history. It would explain the Carolingians' obsession to legitimize themselves as Holy Roman Emperors by claiming a Merovingian pedigree. A bloodline descended from Jesus through Dagobert would also explain the Grail family and the romances, the secrecy which surrounds it, its exalted status, the impotent fisher king unable to rule. The process whereby Parzival or Percival became heir to the Grail castle. Finally, it would explain the mystical pedigree of Godfroy de Bouillon, a son or grandson of Lohengrin, grandson or great-grandson of Parzival, scion of the Grail family. And if Godfroy were descended from Jesus, his triumphant capture of Jerusalem in 1099 would have entailed far more than simply rescuing the Holy Sepulchre from the infidel. Godfroy would have been reclaiming his own rightful heritage. We had already guessed that the references to viticulture throughout our investigation symbolized dynastic alliances. On the basis of our hypothesis, viticulture now seemed to symbolize the process whereby Jesus, who identifies himself repeatedly with the vine, perpetuated his lineage. As if in confirmation, we discovered a carved door depicting Jesus as a cluster of grapes. This door was in Sion, Switzerland. Our hypothetical scenario was both logically consistent and intriguing. As yet, however, it was also preposterous. Attractive though it might be, it was as yet much too sketchy and rested on far too flimsy a foundation. Although it explained many things, it could not yet in itself be supported. There were still too many holes in it, too many inconsistencies and anomalies, too many loose ends. Before we could seriously entertain or consider it, we would have to determine whether there was any real evidence to sustain it. In an attempt to find such evidence, we began to explore the Gospels, the historical context of the New Testament, and the writings of the early church fathers. Well, the priest king who never ruled, most people today speak of Christianity as if it were a single specific thing, a coherent, homogeneous, and unified entity. Needless to say, Christianity is nothing of the sort. As everyone knows, there are numerous forms of Christianity, Roman Catholicism, for example, or the Church of England initiated by Henry VIII. There are the various other denominations of Protestantism, from the original Lutheranism and Calvinism of the 16th century to such relatively recent developments as Unitarianism. There are multitudinous fringe or evangelical congregations, such as the Seventh-day Adventists and Jehovah's Witnesses. And there are assorted contemporary sects and cults like the Children of God and the Unification Church and the Reverend Booth. If one surveys this bewildering spectrum of beliefs, from the rigidly dogmatic and conservative to the radical and ecstatic, it is difficult to determine what exactly constitutes Christianity. If there is a single factor that does permit one to speak of Christianity, a single factor that does link the otherwise diverse and divergent Christian creeds, it is the New Testament. And more particularly the unique status ascribed by the New Testament to Jesus, his crucifixion and resurrection. Even if one does not subscribe to the literal or historical truth of those events, acceptance of their symbolic significance generally suffices for one to be considered a Christian. If there is any unity, then, in the diffuse phenomenon called Christianity, it resides in the New Testament and, more specifically, in the accounts of Jesus known as the four Gospels. These accounts are popularly regarded as the most authoritative on record, and for many Christians they are assumed to be both coherent and unimpugnable. From childhood one is led to believe that the story of Jesus as it is preserved in the four Gospels is, if not God-inspired, at least definitive. The four evangelists, supposed authors of the Gospels, are deemed to be unimpeachable witnesses who reinforce and confirm each other's testimony. Of the people who today call themselves Christians, relatively few are aware of the fact that the four Gospels not only contradict each other, but, at times, violently disagree. So far as popular tradition is concerned, the origin and birth of Jesus are well enough known. But in reality, the Gospels, on which that tradition is based, are considerably more vague on the matter. Only two of the Gospels, Matthew and Luke, say anything at all about Jesus' origins and birth, and they are flagrantly at odds with each other. According to Matthew, for example, Jesus was an aristocrat, if not a rightful and legitimate king, descended from David via Solomon. According to Luke, on the other hand, Jesus' family, though descended from the house of David, was of somewhat less exalted stock. And it is on the basis of Mark's account that the legend of the poor carpenter came into being. The two genealogies, in short, are so strikingly discordant that they might well be referring to two quite different individuals. The discrepancies between the Gospels are not confined to the question of Jesus' ancestry and genealogy. According to Luke, Jesus on his birth was visited by shepherds. According to Matthew, he was visited by wise men. According to Luke, Jesus' family lived in Nazareth. From here they are said to have journeyed for a census which history suggests never in fact occurred, to Bethlehem, where Jesus was born in the poverty of a manger. But according to Matthew, Jesus' family had been fairly well-to-do residents of Bethlehem all along, and Jesus himself was born in a house. In Matthew's version, Herod's persecution of the innocents prompts the family to flee into Egypt, and only on their return do they make their home in Nazareth. The information in each of these accounts is quite specific, and assuming the census did occur, perfectly plausible. And yet the information itself simply does not agree. This contradiction cannot be rationalized. There is no possible means whereby the two conflicting narratives can both be correct, and there is no means whereby they can be reconciled. Whether one cares to admit it or not, the fact must be recognized that one or both of the Gospels is wrong. In the face of so glaring and inevitable a conclusion, the Gospels cannot be regarded as unimpugnable. How can they be unimpugnable when they impugn each other? The more one studies the Gospels, the more the contradictions between them become apparent. Indeed, they do not even agree on the day of the crucifixion. According to John's Gospel, the crucifixion occurred on the day before the Passover. According to the Gospels of Mark, Luke, and Matthew, it occurred on the day after. Nor are the Gospels in accord on the personality and character of Jesus. Each depicts a figure who is patently at odds with the figure depicted in the others, a meek lamb-like Savior in Luke, for example. A powerful and majestic sovereign in Matthew who comes not to bring peace but a sword. And there is further disagreement about Jesus' last words on the cross. In Matthew and Mark these words are, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? In Luke they are, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. And in John, they are simply, it is finished. Given these discrepancies, the Gospels can only be accepted as a highly questionable authority, and certainly not as definitive. They do not represent the perfect word of any God, or, if they do, God's words have been very liberally censored, edited, revised, glossed, and rewritten by human hands. The Bible, it must be remembered, and this applies to both the Old and New Testaments, is only a selection of works, and, in many respects, a somewhat arbitrary one. In fact, it can well include far more books and writings than it actually does. Nor is there any question of the missing books having been lost. On the contrary, they were deliberately excluded. In AD 367, Bishop Athanasius of Alexandria compiled a list of works to be included in the New Testament. This list was ratified by the Church Council of Hippo in 393 and again by the Council of Carthage 4 years later. At these councils a selection was agreed upon. Certain works were assembled to form the New Testament as we know it today, and others were cavalierly ignored. How can such a process of selection possibly be regarded as definitive? How can a conclave of clerics infallibly decide that certain books belong to the Bible while others do not? Especially when some of the excluded books have a perfectly valid claim to historical veracity. As it exists today, moreover, the Bible is not only a product of a more or less arbitrary selective process. It has also been subjected to some fairly drastic editing, censorship, and revision. In 1958, for example, Professor Morton Smith of Columbia University discovered in a monastery near Jerusalem a letter which contained a missing fragment of the Gospel of Mark. The missing fragment had not been lost. On the contrary, it had apparently been deliberately suppressed at the instigation, if not the express behest, of Bishop Clement of Alexandria, one of the most venerated of the early church fathers. Clement, it seems, had received a letter from one Theodore who complained of monastic sect, the Carpocratians. The Carpocratians appear to have been interpreting certain passages of the Gospel of Mark in accordance with their own principles that did not concur with the position of Clement and Theodore. In consequence, Theodore apparently attacked them and reported his action to Clement. In the letter found by Professor Smith, Clement replies to his disciple as follows. You did well in silencing the unspeakable teachings of the Carpocratians. For these are the wandering stars referred to in the prophecy, who wander from the narrow road of the commandments into a boundless abyss of the carnal and bodily sins. For priving themselves to knowledge, as they say, of the deep things of Satan. They do not know that they are casting themselves away into the nether world of the darkness of falsity, and boasting that they are free, they have become slaves of servile desires. Such men are to be opposed in all ways and altogether. For even if they should say something true, one who loves the truth should not even so agree with them. For not all true things are the truth, nor should that truth which merely seems true according to human opinions be preferred to the true truth that according to the faith. One, it is an extraordinary statement for a church father. In effect, Clement is saying nothing less than, if your opponent happens to tell the truth, you must deny it and lie in order to refute him. But that is not all. In the following passage, Clement's letter goes on to discuss Mark's gospel and its misuse in his eyes by the Carpocratians. As for Mark then, during Peter's stay in Rome, he wrote an account of the Lord's doings, not, however, declaring all of them, nor yet hinting at the secret ones, but selecting those he thought most useful for increasing the faith of those who were being instructed. But when Peter died as a martyr, Mark came over to Alexandria, bringing both his own notes and those of Peter, from which he transferred to his former book the things suitable to whatever makes for progress towards knowledge, gnosis. Thus, he composed a more spiritual gospel for the use of those who were being perfected. Nevertheless, he had not divulged the things not to be uttered, nor did he write down the hierophantic teachings of the Lord. But to the stories already written, he added yet others, and moreover brought in certain sayings of which he knew the interpretation would pass in this God. Lead thy hearers into the innermost sanctuary and have you hidden by severed veils. Thus, in some prearranged matters, neither grudgingly nor incautiously, in my opinion, and dying, he left his composition to the church in Alexandria, where it even yet is most carefully guarded. Being read only to those who are being initiated into the great mysteries. But since the foul demons are always devising destruction for the race of men, Hippocrates, instructed by them in using deceitful lives, so enslaved the certain presbyter of the church in Alexandria that he got from him a copy of the secret gospel, which he both interpreted according to his blasphemous and carnal doctrine, and moreover polluted, mixing with the spotless and holy words utterly shameless lies. Clement thus really acknowledges that there is an authentic secret gospel of Mark. He then instructs Theodore to deny it. To them the Carpocratans, therefore, as I said above, one must never give way, nor, when they put forward their falsifications, should one conceive that the secret gospel is by Mark. But should he even deny it? Oh no. For not all true things are to be said to Lamech. What was this secret gospel that Clement ordered his disciple to repudiate, and that the Carpocratans were misinterpreting? Clement answers the question by including the word-for-word transcription of the text in his letter. To you, therefore, I shall not hesitate to answer the questions you have asked, refuting the falsifications by the very words of the gospel. For example, after they were in the road going up to Jerusalem. And what follows? Until, after 3 days, he shall arise. The secret gospel brings the following material word for word. And they came into Bethany, and a certain woman, whose brother had died, was there. And coming, she prostrated herself before Jesus, and says to him, Son of David, have mercy on me. But the disciples rebuked her. And Jesus, being angered, went off with her into the garden where the tomb was, and straightway a great cry was heard from the tomb. And going near, Jesus rolled away the stone from the door of the tomb. And straightway, going into where the youth was, he stretched forth his hand and raised him, seizing his hand. But the youth, looking upon him, loved him, and began to beseech him that he might be with him. And going out of the tomb, they came into the house of the youth, for he was rich. And after 6 days, Jesus told him what to do, and in the evening the youth comes to him, wearing a linen cloth over his naked body. And he remained with him that night, for Jesus taught him the mystery of the kingdom of God. And thence arising, he returned to the other side of the Jordan. For this episode appears in Noah's version of the Gospel of Mark. In its general outlines, however, it is familiar enough. It is, of course, the raising of Lazarus described in the fourth Gospel, ascribed to John. In the version quoted, however, there are some significant variations. In the first place, there is a great cry from the tomb before Jesus rolls the rock aside or instructs the occupant to come forth. This strongly suggests that the occupant was not dead, and thereby, at a single stroke, contravenes any element of the miraculous. In the second place, there would clearly seem to be something more involved than accepted accounts of the Lazarus episode lead one to believe. Certainly, the passage quoted attests to some special relation between the man in the tomb and the man who resurrects him. A modern reader might perhaps be tempted to see a hint of homosexuality. It is possible that the Carpocratans, a sect who aspire to transcendence in the sense by means of satiation of the senses, discern precisely such a hint. But, as Professor Smith argues, it is in fact much more likely that the whole episode refers to it. But, as Professor Smith argues, it is in fact much more likely that the whole episode refers to a typical mystery school. Initiation, a ritualized and symbolic death and rebirth of the sort so prevalent in the Middle East at the time. In any case, the point is that the episode and the passage quoted above do not appear in any modern or accepted version of Mark. Indeed, the only references to Lazarus or a Lazarus figure in the New Testament are in the Gospel ascribed to John. It is thus clear that Clement's advice was accepted not only by Theodore, but by subsequent authorities as well. Quite simply, the entire Lazarus incident was completely excised from the Gospel of Mark. If Mark's Gospel was so drastically expurgated, it was also burdened with spurious additions. In its original version, it ends with the crucifixion, the burial, and the empty tomb. There is no resurrection scene, no reunion with the disciples. Granted, there are certain modern Bibles which will contain a more conventional ending to the Gospel of Mark, an ending which does include the resurrection. But virtually all modern biblical scholars concur that this expanded ending is a later addition, dating from the late 2nd century and appended to the original document. 5. The Gospel of Mark thus provides 2 instances of a sacred document supposedly inspired by God, which has been tampered with, edited, censored, revised by human hands. Nor are these 2 cases speculative. On the contrary, they are now accepted by scholars as demonstrable and proven. Can one then suppose that Mark's Gospel was unique in being subjected to alteration? Clearly, and if Mark's Gospel was so readily doctored, it is reasonable to assume that the other Gospels were similarly treated. For the purposes of our investigation, then, we could not accept the Gospels as definitive and unimpugnable authority, but, at the same time, we could not discard them. They were certainly not wholly fabricated, and they furnished some of the few clues available to what really happened in the Holy Land 2,000 years ago. We, therefore, undertook to look more closely at the widow's blood, to disengage fact and fable, to separate the truth they contained from the spurious matrix in which that truth was often embedded. And in order to do this effectively, we were first obliged to familiarize ourselves with the historical reality and circumstances of the Holy Land at the advent of the Christian era. For the Gospels are not autonomous entities conjured out of the void and floating eternal and universal over the centuries. They are historical documents like any other, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, the epics, and Homer and Virgil, the Grail romances. They are products of a very specific place, a very specific time, a very specific people, and very specific historical factors. Palestine at the time of Jesus. Palestine in the 1st century was a very troubled corner of the globe. For some time, the Holy Land had been fraught with dynastic squabbles, internecine strife, and on occasion, full-scale war. During the 2nd century BC, a more or less unified Judaic kingdom was transiently established, as chronicled by the 2 apocryphal books of Maccabees. By 63 BC, however, the land was in upheaval again, and ripe for conquest. More than half a century before Jesus' birth, Palestine fell to the armies of Pompey, and Roman rule was imposed. But Rome at the time was overextended and preoccupied with her own affairs to install the administrative apparatus necessary for direct rule. She therefore created a line of puppet kings to rule under her Egypt. This line was that of the Herodians, who were not Jewish but Arab. The first of the line was Antipater, who assumed the throne of Palestine in 63 BC. On his death in 37 BC, he was succeeded by his son, Herod the Great, who ruled until 4 BC. One must visualize then a situation analogous to that of France under the Vichy government between 1940 and 1944. One must visualize a conquered land and a conquered people ruled by a puppet regime which was kept in power by military force. The people of the country were allowed to retain their own religion and customs, but the final authority was Rome. This authority was implemented according to Roman law and enforced by Roman soldiery, as it was in Britain not long after. In 86, the situation became more critical. In this year, the country was split administratively into 1 province, Judea and Samaria, and 2 tetrarchies, Parata and Galilee. Herod Antipas became ruler of the latter. But Judea, the spiritual and secular capital, was rendered subject to direct Roman rule, administered by a Roman prefect based in Caesarea. The Roman regime was brutal and autocratic. When he assumed direct control of Judea, more than 3,000 rebels were summarily crucified. The temple was plundered and defiled. Heavy taxation was imposed. Torture was frequently employed, and many of the populace committed suicide. This state of affairs was not approved by Pontius Pilate, who presided as prefect of Judea from AD 26 to 36. In contrast, the biblical portraits of him, existing records indicate that Pilate was a cruel and corrupt man who not only perpetuated but intensified the abuses of his predecessor. 6. It is thus all the more surprising, at least on first glance, that there should be no criticism of Rome in the Gospel. No mention even of the burden of the Roman yoke. Indeed, the Gospel accounts suggest that the inhabitants of Judea were placid and contented with their lot. In point of fact, very few were contented, and many were far from placid. The Jews in the Holy Land at the time could be loosely divided into several sects and subsects. There were, for example, the Sadducees, a small but wealthy landowning class who, to the anger of their compatriots, collaborated in quisling fashion with the Romans. There were the Pharisees, a progressive group who introduced much reform into Judaism and who, despite the portrait of them in the Gospels, placed themselves in staunch, albeit largely passive, opposition to Rome. There were the Essenes, an austere, mystically oriented sect whose teachings were much more prevalent and influential than is generally acknowledged or supposed. Among the smaller sects and subsects there were many whose precise character has long been lost to history, and which, therefore, are difficult to define. It is worth citing the Nazarites, however, of whom Samson, centuries before, had been a member, and who were still in existence during Jesus' time. And it is worth citing the Nazarenes or Nazarenes, the term which seems to have been applied to Jesus and his followers. Indeed, the original Greek version of the New Testament refers to Jesus as Jesus of Nazarene, which is mistranslated in English as Jesus of Nazareth. Nazarene, in short, is a specifically sectarian word and has no connection with Nazareth. Map 9 Palestine at the time of Jesus. There were numerous other Greek sects as well, one of which proved of particular relevance to our inquiry. In AD 6, when Rome assumed direct control of Judea, a Pharisee rabbi known as Judas of Galilee had created a highly militant revolutionary group composed, it would appear, of both Pharisees and Essenes. This following became known as Zealots. The Zealots were not, strictly speaking, a sect. They were a movement whose membership was drawn from a number of sects. By the time of Jesus' mission, the Zealots had assumed an increasingly prominent role in the Holy Land's affairs. Their activities formed, perhaps, the most important political backdrop against which Jesus' drama enacted itself. Long after the crucifixion, Zealot activity continued unabated. By AD 44, this activity had so intensified that some sort of armed struggle already seemed inevitable. In AD 66, this struggle erupted, the whole of Judea rising in organized revolt against Rome. It was a desperate, tenacious, but ultimately futile conflict, reminiscent in certain respects of, say, Hungary in 1956. At Caesarea alone, 20,000 Jews were massacred by the Romans. Within 4 years, Roman legions had occupied Jerusalem, razed the city, and sacked and plundered the temple. Nevertheless, the mountain fortress of Masada held out for yet another 3 years, commanded by a lineal descendant of Judas of Galilee. The aftermath of the revolt in Judea witnessed a massive exodus of Jews from the Holy Land. Nevertheless, enough remained to foment another rebellion some 60 years later in AD 132. At last, in 135, the Emperor Hadrian decreed that all Jews be expelled by law from Judea, and Jerusalem became essentially a Roman city. It was renamed Aelia Capitolina. Jesus' lifetime spanned roughly the first 35 years of the turmoil, extending over 140 years. The turmoil did not cease with his death but continued for another century. and it engendered the psychological and cultural adjuncts inevitably attending any such sustained defiance of an oppressor. One of these adjuncts was the hope and longing for a Messiah who would deliver his people from the tyrant's yoke. It was only by virtue of historical and semantic accident that this term came to be applied specifically and exclusively to Jesus. For Jesus' contemporaries, no Messiah would ever have been regarded as divine. Indeed, the very idea of a divine Messiah would have been preposterous and not unthinkable. The Greek word for Messiah is Christ or Christos. The term, whether in Hebrew or Greek, meant simply the anointed one and generally referred to a king. Thus David, when he was anointed king in the Old Testament, became quite explicitly a Messiah, or a Christ. And every subsequent Jewish king of the house of David was known by the same appellation. Even during the Roman occupation of Judea, the Roman appointed high priest was known as the priest Messiah, or priest Christ. 7 For the Zealots, however, for other opponents of Rome, this puppet priest was of necessity a false Messiah. For them, the true Messiah implied something very different, a legitimate royal hairdo or a lost king, the unknown descendant of the house of David who would deliver his people from Roman tyranny. During Jesus' lifetime, anticipation of the coming of such a Messiah gained a pitch verging on mass hysteria. And this anticipation continued after Jesus' death. Indeed, the revolt of AD 66 was prompted in large part by zealot agitation and propaganda on behalf of a Messiah whose advent was said to be imminent. The term Messiah, then, implied nothing in any way divine. Strictly defined, it meant nothing more than an anointed king, and in the popular mind it came to mean an anointed king who could also be a liberator. In other words, it was a term with specifically political connotations, something quite different from the later Christian idea of a son of God. It was this mundane political term that was applied to Jesus. He was called Jesus the Messiah, or translated into Greek Jesus the Christ. Only later was this designation contracted to Jesus Christ, and a purely functional title distorted into a proper name. The history of the Gospel is issued from a recognizable and concrete historical reality. It was a reality of oppression, civic and social discontent, of political unrest, of incessant persecution and intermittent rebellion. It was also a reality suffused with perpetual and tantalizing promises, hopes and dreams that a rightful king would appear, a spiritual and secular leader who would deliver his people into freedom. So far as political freedom was concerned, such aspirations were brutally extinguished by the devastating war between AD 66 and 74. Transposed into a wholly religious war, however, the aspirations were not only perpetuated by the Gospels but given a powerful new impetus. Modern scholars are unanimous in concurring that the Gospels do not date from Jesus' lifetime. For the most part, they date from the period between the two major revolts in Judea 66 to 74 and 132 to 135, although they are almost certainly based on earlier accounts. These earlier accounts may have included written documents and sources, for there was a wholesale destruction of records in the wake of the first rebellion. But there would certainly have been oral traditions as well. Some of these were undoubtedly grossly exaggerated and or distorted, received and transmitted at second, third, or fourth hand. Others, however, may have derived from individuals who were alive in Jesus' lifetime and may even have known him personally. A young man at the time of the crucifixion might well have been alive when the Gospels were composed. The earliest of the Gospels is generally considered to be Mark's, composed sometime during the revolt of 66 to 74 shortly thereafter, except for its treatment of the resurrection, which is a later and spurious addition. Although not himself one of Jesus' original disciples, Mark seems to have come from Jerusalem. He seems to have been a companion of St. Paul, and his Gospel bears an unmistakable stamp of Pauline thought. But if Mark was a native of Jerusalem, his Gospel, as conduct of Alexandria states, was composed in Rome and addressed to a Greco-Roman audience. This in itself explains a great deal. At the time that Mark's Gospel was composed, Judea was or had recently been in open revolt, and thousands of Jews were being crucified for rebellion against the Roman regime. If Mark wished his gospel to survive and impress himself on a Roman audience, he could not possibly present Jesus as anti-Roman. Indeed, he could not feasibly present Jesus as politically oriented at all. In order to ensure the survival of his message, he would have been obliged to exonerate the Romans of all guilt for Jesus' death. To whitewash the existing and entrenched regime and blame the death of the Messiah on certain Jews. This device was adopted not only by the authors of the other Gospels, but by the early Christian church as well. Without such a device, neither Gospels nor church would have survived. The Gospel of Luke is dated by scholars at around AD 80. Luke himself appears to have been a Greek doctor who composed his work for a high-ranking Roman official at Caesarea, the Roman capital of Palestine. For Luke too, therefore, it would have been necessary to placate and appease the Romans and transfer the blame elsewhere. By the time the Gospel of Matthew was composed, approximately AD 85, such a transference seems to have been accepted as an established fact and gone unquestioned. More than half of Matthew's Gospel, in fact, is derived directly from Acts, although it was composed originally in Greek and reflects specifically Greek characteristics. The author seems to have been a Jew, quite possibly a refugee from Palestine. He is not to be confused with a disciple named Matthew, who would have lived much earlier and would probably have known only Aramaic. The Gospels of Mark, Luke, and Matthew are known collectively as the Synoptic Gospels, implying that they see eye to eye with one eye, which of course they do not. And there is enough overlap between them to suggest that they derive from a single common source, either an oral tradition or some other document subsequently lost. This distinguishes them from the Gospel of John, which betrays significantly different origins. Nothing whatever is known about the author of the fourth Gospel. Indeed, there is no reason to assume his name was John. Except for John the Baptist, the name John is mentioned at no point in the Gospel itself, and its attribution to a man called John is generally accepted as later tradition. The fourth Gospel is the latest of those in the New Testament, composed around AD 100 in the vicinity of the Greek city of Ephesus. It displays a number of quite distinctive features. There is no nativity scene. For example, no description whatever of Jesus' birth, and the opening is almost Gnostic in character. The text is of a decidedly more mystical nature than the other Gospels, and the content differs as well. The other Gospels, for instance, concentrate primarily on Jesus' activities in the northern province of Galilee and reflect what appears to be only a second or third-hand knowledge of events to the south. In Judea and Jerusalem, including the crucifixion. The fourth Gospel, in contrast, said relatively little about Galilee. It dwells exhaustively on the events in Judea and Jerusalem which concluded Jesus' career, and its account of the crucifixion may well rest ultimately on some first-hand eyewitness testimony. It also contains a number of episodes and incidents which do not figure in the other Gospels at all: the wedding at Cana, the roles of Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea, and the raising of Lazarus, although the last was once included in Mark's Gospel. On the basis of such factors, modern scholars have suggested that the Gospel of John, despite its late composition, may well be the most reliable and historically accurate of the four. More than the other Gospels, it seems to draw upon traditions current among contemporaries of Jesus, as well as other material unavailable to Mark, Luke, and Matthew. One modern researcher points out that it reflects an apparently first-hand topographical knowledge of Jerusalem prior to the revolt of AD 66. The same author concludes, behind the fourth Gospel lies an ancient tradition independent of the other Gospels. This is not an isolated opinion. In fact, it is the most prevalent in modern biblical scholarship. According to another writer, the Gospel of John, though not adherent to the Markian chronological framework and being much later in date, appears to know a tradition concerning Jesus that must be primitive and authentic. And on the basis of our own research, we, too, concluded that the fourth Gospel was the most reliable of the books in the New Testament, even though it, like the others, had been subjected to doctoring, editing, expurgation, and revision. In our inquiry, we had occasion to draw upon all four Gospels and much collateral material as well. But it was in the fourth Gospel that we found the most persuasive evidence for our, as yet tentative, hypotheses. The marital status of Jesus, it was not our intention to discredit the Gospel. We sought only to winnow through them to locate certain fragments of possible or probable truth and extract them from the matrix of embroidery surrounding them. We were seeking fragments, moreover, of a very precise character, fragments that might attest to a marriage between Jesus and the woman known as the Magdalene. Such attestations, needless to say, would not be explicit. In order to find them, we realized we would be obliged to read between the lines, fill insert gaps, account for certain secrets and ellipses. We would have to deal with omissions for innuendos and references that were, at best, oblique. Yet we would not only have to look for evidence of a marriage, we would also have to look for evidence of circumstances that might have been conducive to a marriage. Our inquiry would thus have to encompass a number of distinct but closely related questions. We began with the most obvious of them. 1. Is there any evidence in the Gospels, direct or indirect, to suggest that Jesus was indeed married? There is, of course, no explicit statement to the effect that he was. On the other hand, there is no explicit statement to the effect that he was not, and this is both more curious and more significant than it might first appear. As Dr. Gaze of Hermes of Oxford University points out, there is complete silence in the Gospels concerning the marital status of Jesus. Such a state of affairs is sufficiently unusual in ancient Jews to prompt further inquiry. Then, the Gospels state that many of the disciples, Peter, for example, were married. And at no point does Jesus himself advocate celibacy. On the contrary, in the Gospel of Matthew he declares, "Have ye not read that which made them at the beginning made them male and female? For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife. And they twain shall be one flesh." 19:4-5. Such a statement can hardly be reconciled with an injunction to celibacy. And if Jesus did not preach celibacy, there is no reason either to suppose that he practiced it. According to Judean custom at the time, it was not only usual but almost mandatory that a man be married. Except among certain Essenes in certain communities, celibacy was vigorously condemned. During the late 1st century, one Jewish writer even compared deliberate celibacy with murder when he does not seem to have been alone in his attitude. And it was as obligatory for a Jewish father to find a wife when his son is to ensure that his son be circumcised. If Jesus were not married, this fact would have been glaringly conspicuous. It would have drawn attention to itself and been used to characterize and identify him. It would have set him apart in some significant sense from his contemporaries. If this were the case, surely one at least of the Gospel accounts would make some mention of so marked a deviation from custom. If Jesus were indeed as celibate as later tradition claims, it is extraordinary that there is no reference to any such celibacy. The absence of any such reference strongly suggests that Jesus, as far as the question of celibacy was concerned, completely correct. Inventions of his time and culture suggests, in short, that he was married. This alone would satisfactorily explain the silence of the Gospels on the matter. The argument is summarized by a respected contemporary theological scholar. During the cultural background as witnessed, it is highly improbable that Jesus was not married well before the beginning of his public ministry. If he had insisted upon celibacy, it would have created a reaction which would have left some trace. So, the lack of mention of Jesus' marriage in the Gospels is a strong argument against what the hypothesis suggests. Because any practice or advocacy of voluntary celibacy within the Jewish context at the time had been so unusual as to have attracted much attention and comment. However, the hypothesis of marriage becomes all the tenable by virtue of the title of Rabbi, which is frequently applied to Jesus in the Gospel. It is possible, of course, that this term is employed in its very broadest sense, simply as self-appointed teacher. But Jesus' literacy, his display of knowledge to the elders in the temple, for example, strongly suggests that he was more than a self-appointed teacher. depicts Jesus as a rabbi in the strict sense of the word. But if Jesus was a rabbi in the strict sense of the word, a marriage would not only have been likely, but virtually certain. The Jewish Mishnah law is quite explicit on the subject. An unmarried man may not be a teacher. While for the fourth gospel there is an episode related to a marriage which may, in fact, have been Jesus' own. This episode is, of course, the wedding at Cana, a familiar enough story. But for all its familiarity, there are certain salient questions attending it which warrant consideration. From the account in the fourth gospel, the wedding at Cana would seem to be a modest local ceremony, a typical village wedding whose bride and groom remain anonymous. To this wedding, Jesus is specifically called, which is slightly curious perhaps, for he has not yet really embarked on his ministry. More curious still, however, is the fact that his mother just happens, as it were, to be present. And her presence would seem to be taken for granted. It is certainly not in any way explained. What is more, it is Mary who not merely suggests to her son, but in effect orders him to replenish the wine. She behaves quite as if she were the hostess, and when they wanted wine, the mother of Jesus said unto him, "They have no wine." Jesus said unto her, "Woman, what have I to do with thee? Thine hour is not yet come." John chapter 2 verses 3 to 4. But Mary, thoroughly unperturbed, ignores her son's protest. His mother said unto the servants, "Whatsoever he said unto you, do it." And the servants promptly complied, quite as if they were accustomed to receiving orders from both Mary and Jesus. Despite Jesus' ostensible attempt to disown her, Mary prevails, and Jesus thereupon performs his first major miracle, the transmutation of water into wine. So far as the Gospels are concerned, he has not hitherto displayed his powers, and there is no reason for Mary to assume he even possesses them. But even if there were, why should such unique and holy gifts be employed for so vile a purpose? Why should Mary make such a request of her son? More important still, why should two guests at a wedding take on themselves the responsibility of catering, a responsibility that, by custom, should be reserved for the host? Unless, of course, the wedding at Cana is Jesus' own wedding. In that case, it would indeed be his responsibility to replenish the wine. There is further evidence that the wedding at Cana is in fact Jesus' own. Immediately after the miracle has been performed, the governor of the feast, a kind of major domo or master of ceremonies, tastes the newly produced wine. The governor of the feast called the bridegroom and said unto him, "Every man in the beginning would set forth good wine, and when men have well drunk, then that which is worse, but thou hast kept the good wine until now." John chapter 2 verses 9 to 10 are italics. These words would clearly seem to be addressed to Jesus. According to the Gospel, however, they are addressed to the bridegroom. An obvious conclusion is that Jesus and the bridegroom are one and the same. The wife of Jesus too, if Jesus was married, is there any indication in the Gospels of the identity of his wife? On first consideration, there would appear to be two possible candidates, two women, apart from his mother, who are mentioned repeatedly in the Gospels as being of his entourage. The first of these is the Magdalene, or more precisely, Mary from the village of the Migdal, or Magdala, in Galilee. In all four Gospels, this woman's role is singularly ambiguous and seems to have been deliberately obscured. In the accounts of Mark and Matthew, she is not mentioned by name until quite late. When she does appear, it is in Judea, at the time of the crucifixion, and she is numbered among Jesus' followers. In the Gospel of Luke, however, she appears relatively early in Jesus' ministry, while he is still preaching from Galilee. It would thus seem that she accompanies him from Galilee to Judea, or, if not, that she at least moves between the two provinces as readily as he does. This in itself strongly suggests that she was married to someone. In the Palestine of Jesus' time, it would have been unthinkable unusual for an unmarried woman to travel unaccompanied, and even more so, to travel unaccompanied with a religious teacher and his entourage. A number of traditions seem to have taken cognizance of this potentially embarrassing fact. Thus, it is sometimes claimed that the Magdalene was married to one of Jesus' disciples. If that were the case, however, her special relationship with Jesus and her proximity to him would have rendered both of them subject to suspicions, if Magdalene is not at any point in any of the Gospels said to be a prostitute. When she is first mentioned in the Gospel of Luke, she is described as a woman out of whom went 7 devils. They refer to some sort of conversion and or ritual initiation. The cult of Ishtar or Astartes, the mother goddess and queen of heaven. 7 stage initiation. Prior to her affiliation with Jesus, the Magdalene may well have been associated with such a cult. One chapter before he speaks of the Magdalene, Luke alludes to a woman who anointed Jesus. In the Gospel of Mark there is a similar anointment by an unnamed woman. Neither Luke nor Mark explicitly identify this woman with the Magdalene, but Luke reports that she was a fallen woman, a sinner. Subsequent commentators have assumed that the Magdalene, since she apparently had 7 devils cast out of her, must have been a sinner. On this basis, the woman who anoints Jesus and the Magdalene came to be regarded as the same person. In fact, they may well have been. If the Magdalene were associated with a pagan cult, that would certainly have rendered her a sinner in the eyes not only of Luke but of later writers as well. If the Magdalene was a sinner, she was also, quite clearly, something more than the common prostitute of popular traditions. Quite clearly she was a woman of means. Luke reports, for example, that her friends included the wife of a high dignitary at Herod's court and that both women, together with various others, supported Jesus and his disciples with their financial resources. The woman who anointed Jesus was also a woman of means. In Mark's Gospel, great stress is laid upon the costliness of the spikenard ointment with which the ritual was performed. The whole episode of Jesus' anointing would seem to be an affair of considerable consequence. Why else would it be emphasized by the Gospels to the extent it is? Given its prominence, it appears to be something more than an impulsive, spontaneous gesture. It appears to be a carefully premeditated rite. One must remember that anointing was the traditional prerogative of kings and of the rightful Messiah, which means the anointed one. From this, it follows that Jesus becomes an authentic Messiah by virtue of his anointing. And the woman who consecrates him in that august role can hardly be unimportant. In any case, it is clear that the Magdalene, by the end of Jesus' ministry, has become a figure of immense significance. In the 3 synoptic Gospels, her name consistently heads the lists of women who followed Jesus, just as Simon Peter heads the lists of male disciples. And of these, it was to the Magdalene that Jesus first chose to reveal his resurrection. Throughout the Gospels, Jesus treats the Magdalene in a unique and preferential manner. Such treatment may well have induced jealousy in other disciples. It would seem fairly obvious that later tradition endeavored to blacken the Magdalene's background, if not her name. The portrayal of her as a harlot may well have been the overcompensation of a vindictive following, intent on impugning the reputation of the woman whose association with Jesus was closer than their own and thus inspired an all too human envy. If other Christians, either during Jesus' lifetime or afterwards, grudged the Magdalene her unique bond with their spiritual leader, there might well have been an attempt to diminish her in the eyes of posterity. There is no question that she was so diminished. Even today, one thinks of her as a harlot, and during the Middle Ages, houses for reformed prostitutes were called Magdalenes. But the Gospels themselves bear witness that the woman who imparted her name to whatever the status of the Magdalene in the Gospels, she is not the only possible candidate for Jesus' wife. There is one other who figures most prominently in the Martha and Lazarus. She and her family are clearly on very familiar terms with Jesus. They are also wealthy, maintaining a house in a fashionable suburb of Jerusalem large enough to accommodate Jesus and his entire entourage. What is more, the Lazarus episode reveals that this house contains a private tomb, a somewhat flamboyant luxury in Jesus' time. Not only a sign of wealth, but also a status symbol attesting Mary's diplomatic connections. In biblical Jerusalem, as in any modern city, land was at a premium, and only a very few could afford the self-indulgence of a private burial site. When, in the fourth gospel, Lazarus falls ill, Jesus has left Bethany for a few days and is staying with his disciples on the Jordan. Hearing of what has happened, he nevertheless delays for 2 days, a rather curious reaction, and then returns to Bethany, where Lazarus lies in the tomb. As he approaches, Martha rushes forth to meet him and cries, "Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died." John chapter 11 verse 21, it is a perplexing assertion. For what Jesus' physical presence necessarily had prevented the man's death. But the incident is significant because Martha, when she greets Jesus, is alone. One would expect Mary, her sister, to be with her in the house and does not emerge until Jesus explicitly commands her to do so. The point becomes clearer in the secret Gospel of Mark discovered by Professor Morton Smith and cited earlier in this chapter. In the suppressed account by Mark, it would appear that Mary does emerge from the house before Jesus instructs her to do so. And she is promptly and angrily rebuked by the disciples, whom Jesus is obliged to silence. It would be plausible enough for Mary to be sitting in the house when Jesus arrives in Bethany. In accordance with Jewish custom, she would be sitting Shiva, sitting in mourning. But why does she not join Martha and rush to meet Jesus on his return? There is one obvious explanation. By the tenets of Judaic law at the time, a woman sitting Shiva would have been strictly forbidden to emerge from the house except at the express bidding of her husband. In this incident, the behavior of Jesus and Mary of Bethany conforms precisely to the traditional comportment of a Jewish man and wife. There is additional evidence for a possible marriage between Jesus and Mary of Bethany. It occurs more or less as a non sequitur in the Gospel of Luke. Now it came to pass, as they went out, he entered into a certain village, and a certain woman named Martha received him into her house. And she had a sister called Mary, which also sat at Jesus' feet and heard his word. But Martha was numbered about much serving, and came to him, and said, Lord, dost thou not care that my sister hath left me to serve alone? Bid her therefore that she help me. And Jesus answered and said unto her, Martha, Martha, thou art careful and troubled about many things. But one thing is needful, and Mary hath chosen that good part, which shall not be taken away from her. Luke chapter 10 verses 38 to 42. From Martha's appeal, it would seem apparent that Jesus exercises some sort of authority over Mary. More important still, however, is Jesus' reply. In any other context, one would not hesitate to interpret this reply as an allusion to a marriage. In any case, it clearly suggests that Mary of Bethany was as avid a disciple as the Magdalene. There is substantial reason for regarding the Magdalene and the woman who anoints Jesus as one and the same person. Could this person, we wonder, also be one and the same with Mary of Bethany, sister of Lazarus and Martha? Could these women, who in the Gospels appear in 3 different contexts, in fact be a single person? The medieval church certainly regarded them as such, and so did popular tradition. Many biblical scholars today concur. There is abundant evidence to support such a conclusion. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and John, for example, all cite the Magdalene as being present at the crucifixion. None of them cites Mary of Bethany. But if Mary of Bethany was as devoted a disciple as she appears to be, perhaps this would seem to be at the least remiss. Is it credible that she, not to mention her brother, Lazarus, would fail to witness the climactic moment of Jesus' life? Such an omission would be both inexplicable and reprehensible, unless, of course, she was present and cited by the Gospels as such under the name of the Magdalene. If the Magdalene and Mary of Bethany are one and the same, there is no question of the latter having been absent from the crucifixion. The Magdalene can be identified with Mary of Bethany. The Magdalene can also be identified with the woman who anoints Jesus. The fourth gospel identifies the woman who anoints Jesus with Mary of Bethany. Indeed, the author of the fourth gospel is quite explicit on the matter. Now a certain man was sick named Lazarus from Bethany, the town of Mary and her sister Martha. It was that Mary which anointed the Lord with ointment and wiped his feet with her hair, whose brother Lazarus was sick. John chapter 11 verses 1 to 2. And then one chapter later. Then Jesus 6 days before the Passover came to Bethany, where Lazarus was which had been dead, raised from the dead. There they made him a supper, and Martha served, but Lazarus was one of them that sat at the table with them. Then took they the pound of ointment and spikenard, very costly, and anointed the feet of Jesus, and wiped his feet with her hair, and said, ours was filled with the odor of the ointment. John chapter 12 verses 1 to 3. It is thus clear that Mary of Bethany is the woman who anoints Jesus as the same woman. If not equally clear, it is certainly probable that this woman is also the Magdalene. If Jesus was indeed Mary, there would thus seem to be only one candidate with his wife, one woman who occurs repeatedly in the Gospels under different names and in different roles. The beloved disciple 3, if the Magdalene and Mary of Bethany are the same woman, and that this woman was Jesus' wife Lazarus would have been Jesus' brother-in-law. Is there any evidence in the Gospels to suggest that Lazarus did indeed influence such a status? Lazarus does not figure by name in the Gospels of Luke, Matthew, and Mark, although his resurrection from the dead was originally contained in Mark's account and emphasized. As a result, Lazarus is known to posterity only through the fourth gospel, the Gospel of John. But here it is clear that he does enjoy some species of temperamental treatment which is not confined to being raised from the dead. In this and a number of other respects, he would appear, if anything, to be closer to Jesus than the disciples themselves. And yet, curiously enough, the Gospels do not even number him among the disciples. Unlike the disciples, Lazarus is actually banished. According to the fourth gospel, the chief priests, unresolved in this fact, Jesus decided to kill Lazarus as well. John chapter 12
biggest fear is that this all could be wrong. I mean,
Lazarus would seem to have been acting in some way on Jesus' behalf, which is more than can be said of some of the disciples.
punishment.
In theory, this should have qualified him to be a disciple himself, and yet he is still not cited as such. Nor is he said to have been present at the crucifixion, an apparently shameless display of ingratitude in a man who quite literally owed Jesus his life. Granted, he might have gone into hiding, given the threat directed against him. But it is extremely curious that there is no further reference to him in the Gospel. He seems to have vanished completely and is never mentioned again. Or is he? Closely. After staying in Bethany for 3 months, Jesus retires with his disciples to the banks of the Jordan, not much more than a day's distance away. Here a messenger hastens to him with the news that Lazarus is ill. But the messenger does not refer to Lazarus by name. On the contrary, he portrays the sick man as someone of very special importance. Lord, behold, he whom thou lovest is sick. John chapter 11 verse 3. Jesus' reaction to this news is distinctly odd. Instead of returning post haste to the succor of the man he supposedly loves, he blithely dismisses the matter. When Jesus heard that, he said, this sickness is not unto death but for the glory of God, that the Son of God might be glorified thereby. 11 to 4. And if his words are perplexing, his actions are even more so. When he heard therefore that he was sick, he abode 2 days still in the same place where he was. 11 to 6. In short, Jesus continues. Now was rejoining for another 2 days despite the alarmers he had received. At last he resolves to return to Bethany. And then he flagrantly contradicts his previous statement by telling the disciples that Lazarus is dead. He is still unperturbed, however. Indeed, he states plainly that Lazarus' death had served some purpose and is to be turned to account. Our friend Lazarus sleepeth, but I go, that I may awake him out of sleep. 11:11. And 4 verses later, he virtually admits that the whole affair has been carefully stage managed and arranged in advance. And I am blessed. Nevertheless, let us go on to it. 11:15. If such behavior is bewildering, the reaction of the disciples is no less so. Then said Thomas, which is called Didymus, unto his fellow disciples, let us also go, that we may die with them. 11:16. What does this mean? If Lazarus is literally dead, surely the disciples have no intention of joining him by a collective suicide. And how is one to account for Jesus' own carelessness, causing the difference with which he hears of Lazarus' illness and his delay in returning to Bethany? The explanations of the matter would seem to lie, as Professor Horton Smith suggests, in a more or less standard mystery school initiation. As Professor Smith demonstrates, such initiations and their accompanying rituals were common enough in the Palestine of Jesus' era. They often entailed a symbolic death and rebirth, which were called by those names sequestration in a tomb, which became a womb for the acolytes rebirth a rite, which is now called baptism, a symbolic immersion in water, and a cup of wine, which was identified with the blood of the prophet or magician presiding over the ceremony. By drinking from such a cup, the disciple consummated a symbolic union with his teacher, the former becoming mystically one with the latter. Significantly enough, it is precisely in these terms that St. Paul explains the purpose of baptism. And Jesus himself uses the same terms at the Last Supper. As Professor Smith points out, Jesus' career is very similar to those of other magicians, healers, wonder workers, and miracle workers of the period. 13. Throughout the four Gospels, for example, he consistently meets secretly with the people he is about to heal, or speaks quietly with them alone. Afterwards, he often asks them not to divulge what transpired. And so far as the general public is concerned, he speaks habitually in allegories and parables. It would seem then that Lazarus, during Jesus' sojourn at the Jordan, has embarked on a typical initiation rite. Eating is such rites tradition comprehensible, as does Jesus' otherwise inexplicable complacency about the whole affair. Granted, Mary and Martha would appear to be genuinely distraught, as would a number of other people, but they may simply have misunderstood or misconstrued the point of the exercise. Or perhaps something seemed to have gone wrong with the initiation, a not uncommon occurrence. Or perhaps the whole affair was a skillfully contrived piece of stagecraft whose true nature and purpose were known only to a very few. If the Lazarus incident does reflect a ritual initiation, he is clearly receiving very preferential treatment. Among other things, he is apparently being initiated before any of the disciples, who indeed seem decidedly envious of his privilege. But why should this hitherto unknown man of Bethany thus be singled out? Why should he undergo an experience in which the disciples are so eager to join him? Why should later, mystically oriented heretics like the Carpocratians have made so much of the matter? And why should the entire episode have been expurgated from the Gospel of Mark? Perhaps because Lazarus was he whom Jesus loved more than the other disciples. Perhaps because Lazarus had some special connection with Jesus that got a brother-in-law. Perhaps both. It is possible that Jesus didn't know and love Lazarus precisely because Lazarus was his brother-in-law. In any case, the love is repeatedly stressed. When Jesus returns to Bethany and leaves the fanes to weep for Lazarus' death, the bystanders echo the words of the messenger, "Behold how he loved him." John chapter 11 verse 36. The author of the Gospel of John, the Gospel in which the Lazarus story figures, does not at any point identify himself as John. In fact, he does not name himself at all. He does, however, refer to himself by a most distinctive appellation. He constantly calls himself the beloved disciple, the one whom Jesus loved, and clearly implies that he enjoys a unique and preferred status over his comrades. At the last Supper, for example, he flagrantly displays his personal proximity to Jesus, and it is to him alone that Jesus confides the means whereby betrayal will occur. Now there was leaning on Jesus' bosom one of his disciples, whom Jesus loved. Simon Peter therefore beckoned to him that he should ask who it should be of whom he spake. He then lying on Jesus' breast said unto him, Lord, who is it? Jesus answered, It is to whom I shall give a sop when I have dipped it. And when he had dipped the sop, he gave it to Judas Iscariot the son of Simon. John chapter 13 verses 23 to 6. Who is this beloved disciple on whose testimony the fourth gospel is based? All the evidence suggests that he is in fact Lazarus, he whom Jesus loved. It would seem then that Lazarus and the beloved disciple are one and the same person, and that Lazarus is the real identity of John. This conclusion would seem to be almost inevitable. Nor will we alone in reaching it. Professor William Bradley, who is a biblical scholar and one of the foremost experts on the Dead Sea Scrolls, from internal evidence in the fourth gospel, the conclusion is that the beloved disciple is Lazarus of Bethany. 14 If Lazarus and the beloved disciple are one and the same, it would explain a number of anomalies. It would explain Lazarus' mysterious disappearance from the scriptural account and his apparent absence during the crucifixion. For if Lazarus and the beloved disciple were one and the same, Lazarus would have been present at the crucifixion. And it would have been to Lazarus that Jesus addressed his parent and mother. The words with which we use might well be the words of a man referring to his brother-in-law. That Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciples standing by. He loved he sent unto his mother a woman, behold thy son.
But I understand it goes
Then
by your
said he
schedule.
to the
Period.
disciple,
Thank you so
behold
much
thy
for your help.
mother.
Period.
And from that hour the disciple took her unto his own home. John chapter 19 verses 26 to 7. The last word of this quotation is particularly revelatory. For the other disciples have left their homes in Galilee and, to all intents and purposes, are homeless. Lazarus, however, does have a home, that crucial house in Bethany, where Jesus himself was accustomed to stay. After the priests are said to have decided on his death, Lazarus is not again mentioned by name. He would appear to vanish completely. But if he is indeed the beloved disciple, he does not vanish at all, and his movements and activities can be traced to the very end of the fourth gospel. And here, too, there is a curious episode that warrants examination. At the end of the fourth gospel, Jesus forecasts Peter's death and instructs Peter to follow him. Then Peter, turning about, sees the disciple whom Jesus loved following, which also leaned on his breast at supper, and said, Lord, which is he that betrayeth me? Peter, seeing him, said to Jesus, Lord, and what shall this man do? Jesus said unto him, If I will that he tarry till I come, what is that to thee? Follow thou me. Then went this saying abroad among the brethren, that the disciple should not die. Yet Jesus said not unto him, He shall not die, but, If I will that he tarry till I come, what is that to thee? This is the disciple which testifieth of these things, and wrote these things, and we know that his testimony is true. John chapter 21 verses 20 to 24. Despite its ambiguous phraseology, the import of this passage would seem to be clear. The beloved disciple has been explicitly instructed to wait for Jesus' return. And the text itself is quite emphatic in stressing that this return is not to be understood symbolically in the sense of a second coming. On the contrary,